Do it here. We're live. Welcome back to the show. Portraits in Metaphysics and the Philosophy and History of Science, Part 2. So, very excited. Had the ability to start a little earlier today. So, a lot to cover. God forbid, last week I had some power outages, and here in Michigan there was horrible weather last night, but everything looks good. So, pray that I don't have any internet issues. So, 3 weeks ago, I started my metaphysics series, and I covered just the basic, definitions, the Wikipedia and Stanford Encyclopedia of metaphysics, epistemology, and ontology for an introduction. Like, what are these subjects? What do they include? Why are they important? And anyone who saw that, so that they're extremely vast topics that cover all sorts of issues. And from Duvid's perspective, they're extremely important. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this series. That's why I'm going to read for like 6 hours today, probably, maybe more, on all of these subjects. So, from the first stream, we saw that metaphysics kind of comes from the Greek, and physics, like being the natural world, and then Aristotle's metaphysics was not named by Aristotle himself, but a canonizer 100 years after him, that metaphysics meaning like after physics, and the concept of first principles of largely things that can't be known through empiricism, although it's unclear exactly. There is no precise definition of metaphysics, but we call the science of first causes. The concepts like the nature or origin of cause and effect, logic itself, order, structure, the nature of parts and wholes, categories, reductionism, universals, and you basically what science relies on. So, being that I did the philosophy of science first, in reality, philosophy of science is a much smaller subject than metaphysics. Metaphysics is a much larger subject than the philosophy of science. And covering why today metaphysics is not well known. And we discussed this, at length. I've been rambling on, and I'll continue to ramble. But just briefly, because the perception is largely through the Vienna Circle and logical positivism, scientific realism, pragmatism in the United States, that science has answered all of these questions. And metaphysics is a thing of the past, when people didn't understand science and they posited these kind of like spiritual, esoteric, non-physical, universal rules and mechanisms to explain how things operated. But once the empirical method came out, and science started coming up with these universal laws. So we got Ricardo here. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Stephen James, if he wants to stream tomorrow. Yeah, my God forbid it's the situation. Like, honestly, I feel that way. Like Aaron Bushnell, Duvid feels the same way. Like, God forbid, like, I'm not suicidal. I'm not into self-harm. But the situation so dire. Brundle seen me there with the JQ for over 5 years now, and the pushback I get from my fellow Jews. But I could feel the same way. Like Aaron Bushnell, like I could feel myself doing that. I'm not a violent person. I have a level of enlightenment that I have no desire to cause pain to anybody else. I adhere to the Ahimsa principle of nonviolence. So no matter how the world treats me, I'm not going to lash out to other people in that manner. And I've largely went against any sense of suicidal tendencies. But considering the situation and the helplessness of the situation, God forbid, Duvid, that could have been Duvid. Aaron Bushnell was a active duty member, probably was more influential if Duvid did that form of protest. Self-immolated, it probably wouldn't have had the same effect of Aaron Bushnell doing it. But God forbid. So we'll see what's happening. I've been covering the war in Week in Review. So, tune in for Week in Review, or if Steven wants to stream tomorrow, we could talk about that. I haven't seen Steven. He's been, MIA. So Ricardo, thanks for the $10. Appreciate that, buddy. And, reach out to Steven if he wants to stream tomorrow. So, let's get back to the subject at hand. Try to keep these contextual to the subject at hand. So, and Brundle with his, largely, even though we were coming from opposing camps, came to agreement due to our mutual belief in the soul and disbelief in evolution. So, evolution has came in like as a method of science, kind of a cosmology, this all-encompassing explanatory system that could explain all phenomenon, to the sense where metaphysics has kind of been like the precursors of religion. And you think of like ancient metaphysics, and maybe next week, Five the Energy, or the week after, we're going to look at Plato and Aristotle and Greek skepticism. And you'll see, like, you read Aristotle and Plato, and they're talking about the immortality of the soul and transmigration of souls and Platonic forms and metaphysics up until Descartes, where you had Descartes and dualism, and Descartes still kind of like grandfathered in with the creation of modern science, also the dualism for spirituality. But from Descartes creating this scientific system of universal laws described with mathematics, created the route for materialism, and then Kant even more. So I'm going to cover briefly Leibniz. We're going to look at Leibniz today, an important contemporary of Newton, somewhat a disciple of Descartes, and also like a mysticist, we'll call the German idealist, the idealist, who still believed in these kind of like Platonic forms. And we'll look at what does idealism mean, but the German idealism that kind of spreads from Leibniz to the late 1800s to the Neo-Kantians. So we'll look a little bit at the German idealist today, idealism in general, but sometimes they call the continental idealist versus the British rationalist or empiricist. So the British didn't see any necessity for these metaphysical rules, universal laws and rules that were non-empirical. So Kant lays the precursor to actually bring the end to idealism, even though Kant himself was an idealist. And we covered Kant at length last week, and we're going to talk a little bit more about Kant. But and do the heavy lifting, because okay, Ricardo Brundle's a smart guy. Maybe knows mathematics, maybe had a little bit of science background, maybe reads or looks into intellectual things a little bit. But this is really hard lifting. This is really intense things, getting into the mind of philosophy, and then to even understand our modern world, our postmodern world, so to say, that philosophically we don't live in the modern world, we live in the postmodern world. And at this point, these are distant things of the past. So if you're not well read, like when I debated T-Jump or John Francis Greppi, they weren't even familiar with this stuff. Like, talk about dualism, and I mentioned like the greatest minds of the Western tradition were all dualists. Even the creators of calculus. You look at like Leibniz and Bolzano and Euler, and up until Laplace and Lagrange, the greatest minds of the Western tradition were all dualists who believe in an immaterial soul, and somewhat like idealism of these non-physical concepts of like Platonic forms being the basis of reality. And these days, people are so ill-educated that they don't even know. So you could have people like T-Jump or John Francis Greppi, they're like, they don't care. They're just like, whatever, we got the truth now. And that people in the past made mistakes. They had some good ideas, they had some bad ideas. We take the good ideas, discard the bad ideas, and all this metaphysics and spirituality stuff, that was just bad ideas. However, the reality is that science does not really explain these factors. So I went into detail in Week in Review, and as the series continues, we'll start to look at British empiricist and American pragmatism. So American pragmatism kind of just did away with these questions. And like Newton wasn't really a metaphysician. From the British empiricist and early precursors to pragmatism, where it just doesn't matter. We're going to do what works. And even if we don't have answers to these questions, or somewhat like an individual freedom, and I'll have to research the philosophers more if it's like Locke or Hegel or Hume, but just like, okay, it's part of your individual freedom to believe what you want. That science, philosophy could only answer so many questions. There's always going to be a certain amount of uncertainty, and you could believe what you want. That's part of your individual freedom, even though it's almost certainly wrong. And that's somewhat the conception of metaphysics today. That either as long as it's not dangerous, like rejecting evolution, God forbid, could be dangerous, because then you might be a vaccine skeptic, or reject modern medicine, or various dangerous ideas that go along with the rejection of post-modernity to a spiritual perspective. I just want to know the truth. Okay, I want to defend my tradition. So I got started doing this, wanting to defend Judaism. And now, like, God forbid, I'm not even really, I would still somewhat defend Judaism. Like, that's my belief system. It forms a basis. Although from doing all this research into German idealism, also see like, well, why were these great thinkers of the Western tradition so opposed to Judaism? Brundtle's there, thinking like the greatest minds of the Western tradition thought that Judaism or Jewish belief system was antithetical to Enlightenment, like Kant and Frege and Bertrand Russell. Almost all of these, have the scarlet letter of anti-Semitism attached to their name. Heidegger and more, where they saw that Judaism is being fundamentally opposed to this rationalist project that they were trying to do. So, we'll look a little bit at this, but not so much. I just want to go over these ideas, what these people thought, and comprehensive. So, because metaphysics was such a huge topic, and just starting anywhere with like, okay, there's things like occasionalism and universalism, and the nature of cause and effect, and what does a category mean? What is a natural law, and all these topics that eventually I plan to cover. I thought that it might make more sense to cover it from biographies and portraits of famous thinkers. So I started with the big names leading into the modern philosophy of science, which is the creation of universal laws described in mathematics and trying to unify mathematics under logic. So we looked at Bertrand Russell, Wittgenstein, two of the most important thinkers of the 20th century in relation to metaphysics, in the attempt to unify science and math under the larger rubric of logic, even though Wittgenstein's somewhat feeling that he failed, or question of maybe existentialism or nihilism, even, that maybe we just can't know the truth, and all you could do is create a syntax to express these ideas, or these permanent definitional regresses of Wittgenstein. But Bertrand Russell, you talked about Hilbert, you've talked about that many times in the past. David Hilbert and his your program to universalize and unify many different fields such as logic, mathematics, physics, the sciences, and then Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and we'll get to that more in the future. But just to understand, how do we get to this situation of our postmodern world where materialism is the norm, where people who believe in the soul and spirituality are looked at as opposed to kind of just dumb, or usually like non-educated, non-intelligent, non-understanding, when historically the greatest minds of the Western tradition, the Eastern tradition, all traditions, were mostly dualist. Also look at monism. So, also the due diligence for the multiple truth hypothesis. I'm trying to do more writing, but really want to get this stuff right, and that largely comes under name. So not just like, okay, all of these subjects that just come into school, like, well, cause and effect, categories, ontology, the nature of knowledge, empiricism, senses, substance, any of these issues, and be like, well, it kind of becomes like Pilpul and Talmudic, where there's like 5 major schools that have disagreements on these major issues. So all of these questions just lead to more questions. So it's like, what's the nature of the this metaphysical topic, and say, well, here's the main issues at play. It's mostly uncertainty. Most of these questions are unanswerable, and here are the various schools and how they approach the topic. So because that's usually the nature that falls into schools, and schools fall into major names. So that's why I think it'll be more useful just to look at portraits and biographies. And then as we see like these major names and the thinkers on metaphysics, they'll also get a view. You're just reading these biographies to look at the larger view of their thoughts on all sorts of subjects. Like when you say Bertrand Russell wrote, like almost 100 books, wrote political commentary on almost every single issue. And here's a question: was there a connection? Because Bertrand Russell was one of the most important logicians and mathematicians of the 20th century, but he also wrote basically and had commentary on every single issue, kind of like Noam Chomsky or something like that. Although Noam Chomsky, it's even questionable whether he had the level of accomplishment of Bertrand Russell in terms of science and logic, mathematics, philosophy of science. But so was Bertrand Russell's philosophical advancements in his metaphysics related to his social commentary? Unclear. As opposed to like the German idealist, there was more a connection, and also leading into World War II and insight into various issues, politics, governance, psychology, so all sorts of issues. So let's jump right in. A lot to cover. Feel free to comment in the chat. Try to keep this on topic, but if anyone wants to talk, I usually put the link in the chat Sunday night for Week in Review. So Portraits in Metaphysics and Philosophy of Science, Kant, Russell, Frege, Wittgenstein, and Bolzano, because of the power outage and it was taking so long. I just read a little introduction to the Bolzano. We'll cover Bolzano today. And the first episode covered mostly the logicians, although Kant is all over the place. Kant is important for logic, but Kant is important for all sorts of reasons. So covered the complete entry of Kant, and but I had that internet outage, and so I wasn't able to cover Bolzano. We'll cover that today. And as I mentioned, Kant is probably the single most important person for modern metaphysics. And even in turn, like the Vienna Circle, a large part of the Vienna Circle is somewhat of in response to Kant and the Neo-Kantianism. So most people haven't even heard of the Vienna Circle. Most people probably never even heard of logical positivism, and they just assume that like, oh, science figured all this stuff out. That's not important anymore. You're just superstitious. That's just your belief system, and it gets in the way of your rationality. And kind of like Bertrand Russell's atheism. Bertrand Russell somewhat became the norm. So we covered that in depth last week. So in order to understand the importance of Kant, let me just read a little bit on German idealism, and then we'll jump right in, starting with Leibniz. I'll do a little commentary and just read a little bit on German idealism. Let me just see him live on Twitter. Okay, and we're live on Twitter. German idealism is a philosophical movement that emerged in Germany in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. It developed out of the work of Immanuel Kant in the 1780s and 90s. It was closely linked both with Romanticism and the revolutionary politics of the Enlightenment. The period of German idealism after Kant is known as post-Kantian idealism or simply post-Kantianism. One scheme divides German idealism into transcendental idealists associated with Kant and Fichte and absolute idealists associated with Schelling and Hegel. And we're going to look at Fichte today also. Meaning of idealism. The philosophical meaning of idealism is that those properties we discover in objects are dependent on the way that those objects appear to us. These properties have belong to the appearance of objects and not to the necessarily something they possess in themselves. And there's a lot of terminology, and that's why you could do these long readings, get these things right. You have like numenism and phenomenism, and the noumena in phenomenon is the object itself, and the phenomena is how that object appears to us. And saying there's a distinction between the object and how it appears to us, and that's the idea of objectivism, mind independence, the independent truth, and we'll look at this in detail. History. Immanuel Kant's work purports to bridge the two dominant philosophical schools in the 18th century: rationalism, which holds that knowledge could be attained by reason alone a prior to experience, and empiricism, which holds that knowledge could be arrived at only through the senses a posteriori after experience, as expressed by philosopher David Hume, whose skepticism Kant sought to rebut. Kant's solution was to propose that while we depend on objects of experience to know anything about the world, we can investigate a priori the form that our thoughts can take, determining the boundaries of possible experience. Kant called this approach critical philosophy. It is less concerned with setting out positivist doctrine than willing to critique the limits to the theories we can set out. There is, however, a positive doctrine, transcendental idealism, which is distinct from classical idealism and subjective idealism. On this view, the world of appearances is empirically real and transcendentally ideal. That is, the mind plays a central role in shaping our experience in the world. We perceive phenomenon in time and space according to the categories of our understanding. And we'll see, similar to what happened with Descartes, where basically the whole world accepted Cartesian materialism and just thought that the Cartesian spiritualism was unnecessary, and any of the elements of the Cartesian spiritual system could be derived from the material system. So the same thing basically happens with Kant, where Kant tries to unify empiricism and idealism, and basically the neo-Kantians and then the Vienna Circle and logical empiricism and pragmatism just do away with idealism and take somewhat a materialistic view. So see, how did this come about? So hopefully we'll get a good feel. You had Negation, good to see you. So theorists. The best known German idealist thinkers after Kant were Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. Critics of Kant's projects such as Jacobi, Schulze, and Solomon Maimon influenced the direction the movement would take in the philosophies of his would-be successors. And we'll look at these people in future episodes. Kant. According to Immanuel Kant, the human mind is not capable of directly experiencing the external world as it is itself. Instead, our experience of the world is mediated by the a priori categories and concepts that are inherent in the human mind. These categories and concepts, which Kant calls transcendental because they are necessary for any experience structure and organize our experience in the world, but they do not provide us with direct access to the thing in itself, which is the ultimate reality. Kant's transcendental idealism has two main components. The first is the idea that the human mind is not a passive recipient of sensory information, but is actively involved in shaping our experiences of the world. The second is the idea that the nature of reality is ultimately unknowable to us because our experience of the world is mediated by the structures of our own mind. Kant restricted the domain of knowledge to objects of possible experience. His three most notable successors, however, would react against such stringent limits. From the Cartesian and earlier Platonic concepts, the importance is the human mind is also not part of the physical world. And so once you have the human mind as a physical product of the body of the brain that's interpreting the physical world, you get rid of the historical concepts of dualism, where the human mind itself is seen as separate from the material realm. So Jacobi, and notice quite a few of these people are Jewish, and you'll be interesting for other thoughts, not necessarily related for today, but just keep in mind. In 1787, Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi addressed on his book on faith or idealism and realism Kant's concept of the thing in itself. Jacobi agreed that the objective thing in itself cannot be directly known. However, he stated it must be taken on belief. A subject must believe that there is a real object in the external world that is related to the subjective representation. The belief is a result of the revelation of immediately known but logically unproved truth. The real existence of a thing in itself is revealed or disclosed to the observing subject. In this way, the subject directly knows the ideal subjective representations that appear in the mind and strongly believes in the real objective thing in itself that exists outside the mind. By presenting the external world as an object of belief, Jacobi aimed to legitimize belief or faith in general. Leonard Reinhold published 2 volumes of letters concerning the Kantian philosophy. He tried to prove Kant's assertion that humans and other animals can know only phenomena, never things in themselves. In order to establish his proof, Reinhold stated an axiom that could not possibly be doubted. From this axiom, all knowledge of consciousness could be deduced. His axiom was representation is distinguished in consciousness by the subject from the subject and object and is referred to both. He thereby started not from definitions, but from a principle that referred to representations in a conscious mind. In this way, he analyzed knowledge into the knowing subject or observer, the known object, and the image or representation in the subject's mind. Gottlieb Ernst Schulze objected to Kant's critical philosophy of self-contradictory. According to Kant himself, the law of cause and effect only applies to phenomenon, not between phenomenon and things in themselves. Yet Kant directly claims that the thing in itself is the cause of the phenomenon. Fichte, after Schulze's notion of the thing in itself, Johann Gottlieb Fichte produced a philosophy similar to Kant's, but without a thing in itself. Fichte asserted that our representations are the productions of the transcendental ego, that is, the knowing subject. For him, there is no external thing in itself. On the contrary, the subject is the source of the external thing, object, or non-ego. Fichte claims that the truth was apparent by means of intellectual intuition. That is, the truth can be immediately seen by the use of reason. We're going to look at Fichte today. Schelling, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, claimed that Fichte's I needs the not I because there is no object without subject without object and vice versa. So subjective representations are identical to the extended objects which are extended to the mind. According to Schelling's absolute identity or indifferentism, there is no difference between the subjective and the objective, that is the ideal and the real. Schleiermacher, Friedrich Schleiermacher was a theologian who asserted that the ideal and the real are united in God. He understood the ideals as subjective mental activities of thought, intellect, and reason. The real was for him the objective area of nature and physical being. Schleiermacher declared that the unity of the ideal and the real is manifested in God. The two divisions do not have a productive or causal effect on each other. Rather, they are both equally existent in the absolute transcendental entity, which is God. Solomon Maimon influenced German idealism by criticizing Kant's dichotomies, claiming that Kant did not explain how opposites such as sensibility and understanding could relate to each other. As he clearly saw, this presented a serious skeptical objection to the Kantian project, but thus pointing out these problematic dualism, Maimon and the neo-Humean critics left a foothold open for skepticism within the framework of Kant's own philosophy. For now, the question arose how two such heterogeneous realms as the intellectual and the sensible could be known to correspond with one another. The problem was no longer how we know that our representations correspond with things in themselves, but how we know that the a priori concepts apply to a posterior intuitions. Maimon attempted to resolve this problem by introducing the concept of infinite mind. For this reason, Maimon can be said to have returned to the pre-Kantian transcendental speculation, in the words of Friedrich Basser, by reviving metaphysical ideas from within the problematic of the critical philosophy. He gave them a new legitimacy and opened up the possibility for a critical resurrection of metaphysics. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, responded to Kant's philosophy by suggesting that the unsolvable contradictions given by Kant and his antinomies of pure reason applied more broadly to reality as such, given that abstract thought is thus limited. He went on to consider how historical formulations give rise to the different philosophies and ways of thinking. In the phenomenology of spirit, he went on to trace formations of self-consciousness through history and the importance of other people in the awakening of self-consciousness. Thus, Hegel introduced two important ideas to metaphysics and philosophy: the integral importance of history and intersubjectivity. Hegel also claimed to sublate the traditional concept of God with his concept of absolute spirit. Baruch Spinoza, who changed the anthropomorphic concept of God into that of the underlying substance, was praised by Hegel, whose concept of absolute knowing fulfilled a similar function. Hegel claimed that you are either a Spinozist or are not a philosopher at all. Responses: Neo-Kantianism. Neo-Kantianism emphasized the critical dimension of Kant's philosophy as against the perceived excesses of German idealism. It was the dominant philosophy in Germany during the late 19th and 20th century. Although there were considerable disagreements among the Neo-Kantians themselves, they shared a commitment to some version of the transcendental method. British idealism. In England during the 19th century, philosopher Thomas Hill Green embraced German idealism in order to support Christian monotheism as a basis for morality. His philosophy attempted to account for an internal, eternal consciousness or mind that was similar to Berkeley's concept of God. John Rodham, in his introduction to his book on Thomas Hill Green's political theory, wrote, Green is best seen as an exponent of German idealism as an answer to the dilemma posed by discrediting of Christianity. In the United States, German idealism was initially introduced to the broader community of American literati through a Vermont intellectual, James Marsh, studying theology with Moses Stuart at Andover Seminar in the early 1820s. Marsh sought a Christian theology that would keep alive the heart in the head. Some American theologians and churchmen found value in German idealism's theological concept of the infinite absolute ideal of Geist, spirit. It provided a religious alternative to the traditional Christian concept of the deity. The absolute ideal, Weltgeist, world spirit, was invoked by the American ministries as they turned to German idealism in the hope of finding comfort against English positivism and empiricism. German idealism was a substitute for religion after the Civil War, when Americans were drawn to German idealism before a loss of faith in traditional cosmic explanations. By the early 1870s, the infiltration of German idealism was so pronounced that Walt Whitman declared in his personal notes that only Hegel is fit for America, is large enough and free enough. Okay, and let's also quickly look at idealism in general. And, because we're going to be covering a lot, just to put together, you have to start somewhere. So usually people ask, like, what should I read? And it's like, well, just start somewhere. The subject is so big, there's no real good point to start. You just have to jump in and start somewhere. And then you look, oh, had I known this before, I would have understood this better. But, really, no matter where you start, it's going to be like that. So you just have to jump in somewhere. So, but, to put in a little bit of perspective, historical analysis, I thought I'd open up talking about idealism. And you see, well, why does idealism not really exist? And someone like Brundle or Negation can say, well, I'm an idealist. These days, people don't even know what that means. It would mean something else. Okay, so let's look briefly at some of these parts of idealism. Idealism in philosophy, also known as philosophical idealism or metaphysical idealism, is the set of metaphysical perspectives asserting that most fundamentally reality is equivalent to mind, spirit, or consciousness, that reality is entirely a mental construct, or that there is some higher ideal form of reality. Because there are numerous forms of idealism, it is difficult to define the term. So here we see idealism came under heavy attack in the West at the turn of the 20th century. The most influential critics were G.E. Moore and Bertrand Russell, but its critics also included the New Realist and Marxists. The attacks by Moore and Russell were so influential that even more than 100 years later, any acknowledgement of idealistic tendencies is viewed in the English-speaking world with reservation. However, many aspects of the paradigms of idealism did still have a large influence on subsequent philosophy. So we started with Russell last week, and saying Russell, was the slayer of idealism, although many of the ideas of idealism were grandfathered in to some form of American pragmatism, logical positivism, without acknowledging it. So that's what Duvid is doing, the heavy lifting, intellectual rigor to demonstrate that these ideas of idealism are still relevant, and that to grandfather in these concepts of idealism into materialism is a fallacy. And that's one of the problems with atheism, materialism, and evolution, is that they base themselves off of these idealistic ideas that in reality are not legitimately part of their system. And hence, in order to be to reject metaphysics, you have to be a metaphysician, but most people don't even realize that today. So idealism is a term with several related meanings. It comes via Latin idea from the ancient Greek, meaning to see. The term entered the English language by 1743. The term idealism was first used in the abstract metaphysical sense of the belief that reality is made up of only ideas by Christian Wolff in 1747. The term re-entered the English language in this abstract sense in 1796. We will look at Christian Wolff in the future, and Christian Wolff is known as the major disciple of Leibniz, who we're going to look at in detail. A.C. Ewing gives this influential definition: the view that there can be no physical objects existing apart from some experiences, provided that we regard thinking as part of experience and do not imply by experience passivity, and provided we include under experience not only human experience, but the so-called absolute experience, or the experience of a God, such as Berkeley postulates. A more recent definition by Wilhelm de Vries sees idealism as roughly: the genus comprises theories that attribute ontological priority to the mental, empirically the concept of ideation over the non-mental. As such, idealism entails a rejection of materialism or physicalism, as well as the rejection of the mind-independent existence of matter, and as such also entails a rejection of dualism. So that's why I see, like, Descartes led to idealism, and idealism led to materialism. In the sense, Duvid still calls himself a dualist. Church of Entropy or others, put themselves in a monist camp. And so these are very complicated ideas, and we're going to come back to them over and over again. There are two main definitions of idealism in contemporary philosophy, depending on whether its thesis is epistemic or metaphysical. Metaphysical idealism or ontological idealism is the view which holds that all of reality is in some way mental, or spirit, reason, or will, or at least ultimately grounded in a fundamental basis which is mental. This is a form of metaphysical monism because it holds that there is only one type of thing in the universe. The modern paradigm of Western metaphysical idealism is Berkeley's immaterialism. Other such idealists are Hegel and Bradley. So Duvid is not an idealist because I'm actually a full-fledged dualist. Epistemological idealism or formal idealism is a proposition in epistemology that holds that all knowledge is based on mental structures, not on things in themselves. Whether mind-independent reality is accepted or not, all that we have knowledge of are mental phenomenon. The main source of Western epistemic idealism arguments is the transcendental idealism of Kant. Other thinkers who have defended epistemic idealism include Ludwig Boltzmann and Brand Blanchard. Thus, metaphysical idealism holds that reality itself is non-physical, immaterial, or experiential at its core, while epistemological idealist arguments merely affirm that reality can only be known through ideas and mental structures without necessarily making metaphysical claims about things in themselves. Because of this, A.C. Ewing argued that instead of thinking about these two categories as forms of idealism proper, we should instead speak of epistemic and metaphysical arguments for idealism. These two ways of arguing for idealism are sometimes combined together to defend a specific type of idealism, as done by Berkeley, but they may also defend as independent theses by different thinkers. For example, while Bradley and McTaggart focused on metaphysical arguments, Josiah Royce and Blanchard developed epistemological arguments. Furthermore, one might use epistemic arguments but remain neutral about the metaphysical nature of things in themselves. The metaphysically neutral position, which is not a form of metaphysical idealism proper, may be associated with figures like Rudolf Carnap, Quine, Donald Davidson, perhaps even Kant himself, though is difficult to categorize. The most famous kind of epistemic idealism is associated with Kantism and transcendental idealism, as well as with the related neo-Kantian philosophies. Transcendental idealism, like Kant, affirm epistemic idealist arguments without committing themselves to whether reality as such, the thing in itself, is ultimately mental. And we will be, looking at Boltzmann and Fichte. This thing in itself will become Bolzano will become extremely important. Types of metaphysical idealism. Within metaphysical idealism, there are numerous further subtypes, including forms of pluralism, which hold that there are many independent mental substances or minds, such as Leibniz monadology, we're looking at today, and various forms of monism and absolute idealism, like Hegelism or Advaita Vedanta, which holds that the fundamental mental reality is a single unity or is grounded in some kind of singular absolute. Beyond this, idealists disagree on which aspects of the mental are more metaphysically basic. Platonic idealism affirms that ideal forms are more basic to reality than the things we perceive, while subjective idealists and phenomenalists privilege sensory experiences. Personalism, meanwhile, sees persons or selves as fundamental. A common distinction is between subjective and objective forms of idealism. Subjective idealists like George Berkeley reject the existence of a mind-independent or external world, though not the appearance of such phenomenon in the mind. However, not all idealists restrict the real to the subjective experience. Objective idealists make claims about the trans-empirical world, but simply deny that the world is essentially divorced from, on, or ontologically prior to the mind or consciousness as such. Thus, objective idealism asserts that the reality of experiencing includes and transcends the realities of the object experience in the mind of the observer. Idealism is sometimes categorized as a type of metaphysical anti-realism or skepticism. However, idealists need not reject the existence of an objective reality that we can obtain knowledge of, and can merely affirm that this real natural world is mental. Thus, David Chalmers writes of anti-realist idealism, which would include Berkeley's and realist forms of idealism, such as panpsychist versions of idealism, where fundamental microphysical entities are conscious subjects, and of which matter is realized by these conscious subjects and their relations. Chalmers further outlines the following taxonomy of idealism. Microidealism is the thesis that concrete reality is wholly grounded in micro-level mentality, that is, the mentality associated with fundamental microscopic entities. Macro-idealism is the thesis that concrete reality is wholly grounded in a macro-level mentality, that is, a mentality associated with macroscopic entities such as humans and perhaps non-human animals. Cosmic idealism is the thesis that concrete reality is wholly grounded in cosmic mentality, that is, a mentality associated with the cosmos as a whole, or with a single cosmic entity such as the universe or a deity. Geyer also distinguishes between forms of idealism which are grounded in substance theory, often found in the Anglophone idealism of the late 19th and 20th century, and forms of idealism which focus on activities or dynamic processes favored in post-Kantian German philosophy. Classical Greek idealism. A Shivite Jugnath, God bless, thanks for being here. Pre-Socratic philosophy. Some precursors of idealism in ancient Greek philosophy, though scholars disagree on whether any of these thinkers could properly be labeled as idealist in a modern sense. One example is Anaxagoras, who taught that all things in the universe were set in motion by mind. In the Phaedo, Plato quotes him saying, "It is intelligence that arranges and causes all things." Similarly, Parmenides famously stated that thinking and being are the same. This led some scholars such as Hegel and Phillips to label Parmenides an idealist. Platonism and Neoplatonism. Plato's theory of forms or ideas, which we will cover next week or the week after the next episode, as described in dialogues like the Phaedo, Parmenides, and the Sophists describe ideal forms. For example, the Platonic solids in geometry or abstracts like goodness and justice as perfect beings which exist by itself, that is, independently of any particular instance, whether physical or in the individual thought of any persons. Anything that exists in the world exists by participating one of these unique ideas, which are nevertheless interrelated causally with the world of becoming, with nature. Arne Gran calls this doctrine the classical example of metaphysical idealism as a transcendent idealism. Nevertheless, Plato holds that matter as perceived by us is real, though transitory, imperfect, and dependent on the eternal ideas for its existence. Because of this, some scholars have seen Plato as a dualist, though some others disagree and favor a monist account. The thought of Plato was widely influential in later late Platonism or Neoplatonism. Thinkers developed Platonism in new direction. Plotinus, the most influential of the later Platonists, wrote being and intellect and therefore one nature. According to scholars like Nathaniel Alfred Bohl and Ludwig Nohr, with Platonist true idealism, which holds that only soul and mind exist, appears for the first time in Western philosophy. Similarly, for Maria Luisa Gatti, Platonist philosophy is a contemplationist metaphysics in which contemplation as creative constitutes the reason for the being of everything. For Neoplatonist thinkers, the first cause or principle is the idea of the good, the one from which everything is derived, a hierarchical possession. So we'll skip the other schools and look up in the modern era again. Modern philosophy. It is only in the modern era that idealism became the central topic of argumentation among Western philosophers. This was also when the term idealism, coined by Christian Wolff, though previous thinkers like Berkeley had argued for it under different names. Idealist tendencies can be found in the work of some rationalist philosophers like Leibniz and Mellenbrock, though they did not use the term. Mellenbrock argued that Platonic ideas, which exist only in the mind of God, are the ultimate ground of our experience and of the physical world, a view that prefigures later idealist positions. Some scholars also see Leibniz philosophy as approaching idealism. Geyer writes that his view that the states of monads can be only perceptions and appetitions, desires, suggest a metaphysical argument for idealism, while his famous thesis that each monad represents the entire universe from its own point of view might be taken to be an epistemological ground for idealism, even if he does not say that as much. However, there is still much debate in the contemporary scholarly literature on whether Leibniz can be considered an idealist. Subjective idealism. One famous proponent of modern idealism was Bishop George Berkeley, an Anglo-Irish philosopher who defended the theory he called immaterialism. This kind of idealism is sometimes also called subjective idealism, also known as phenomenalistic idealism. Berkeley holds that objects exist only to the extent that a mind perceives them, and thus the physical world does not exist outside of the mind. Berkeley's epistemic argument for this view, found in the treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, rests on the premise that we can only know ideas in the mind. Thus, knowledge does not extend to mind-independent things. From this, Berkeley holds that the existence of an idea consists in being perceived. Thus, regarding ideas, their esse is percipi, that is, to be perceived. Based on the restriction of existence to only what is being perceived, Berkeley holds that it is meaningless to think that there could exist objects that are not being perceived. That's the idea behind what has been called Berkeley's master argument or idealism, which states that one cannot conceive of anything existing unconceived because in trying to do so, one is still conceiving of the object. As to this question of how objects which are currently not being perceived by individual minds persist in the world, Berkeley answers that a single eternal mind keeps all the physical reality stable and causes ideas in the first place, and this is God. Berkeley also argued for idealism based on the second key premise: an idea can be like nothing but an idea, and as such there cannot be anything without or outside mind. This is because for something to be like something else, there must be something they have in common. If something is mind independent, then it must be completely different from ideas. Thus, there can be no relation between ideas in the mind and things without the mind, since they are not alike. As Berkeley writes, I ask whether those supposed originals or external things of which ideas are the pictures or representations be themselves perceived or no. If they are, then they are ideas, and if we have gained our point. But if you say that they are not, I appeal to any one, whether it be sense, to assert a color is like something which is invisible, hard or soft, like something which is intangible, and so of the rest. A similar idealistic philosophy was developed at around the same time as Berkeley by Anglican priest and philosopher Arthur Collier. Collier claimed to have developed his view that all matter depends on mind independently of Berkeley. Paul Brunton, a British philosopher and mystic, also taught a similar type of idealism called mentalism. A. Luque and John Foster are other subjective idealists. Luque, in Sense Without Matter, attempts to bring Berkeley up to date by modernizing his vocabulary and putting the issue he faced in modern terms, and treats the biblical account of matter and the psychology of perception and nature. Foster's The Case of Idealism argues that the physical world is the logical creation of a natural, non-logical constraint on human sense experience. Foster's latest defense of his views, phenomenalistic idealism, is in his book A World for Us, The Case for Phenomenalistic Idealism. Critics of subjective idealism include Bertrand Russell's popular 1912 book, The Problems of Philosophy, Austrian philosophers David Stove, Alan Musgrave and John Searle. Epistemic idealism, Kant's transcendental idealism. Transcendental idealism was developed by Immanuel Kant, who was the first philosopher to label himself an idealist. In his Critique of Pure Reason, Kant was clear to distinguish his view, which he also called critical and empirical realism, from Berkeley's idealism and from Descartes' views. Kant's philosophy holds that we only have knowledge of our experiences, which consists jointly of intuitions and concepts. As such, our experiences reflect our cognitive structures, not the intrinsic nature of mind-independent things. This means even time and space are not properties of things in themselves, mind-independent reality underlying appearances. Since it focuses on mind-dependent nature of knowledge and not on metaphysics per se, transcendental idealism is a type of epistemological idealism. Unlike metaphysical forms of idealism, Kant's transcendental idealism does not deny to the existence of mind-independent things or affirm that they must be mental. He thus accepts that we can conceive of external objects as distinct from our representations of them. However, he argues that we cannot know what external objects are in themselves. As such, Kant's system can be called idealistic in some respects regarding space and time, and also realist in that he accepts there must be some mind-independent reality, even if we cannot know its ultimate nature and thus must remain agnostic about this. Kant's system also affirms the reality of a free, truly existent self and of a God, which he sees as being possible because of non-temporal nature of the thing in itself, allows for radical freedom and genuine spontaneity. Kant's main argument for his idealism, found throughout the Critique of Pure Reason, is based on the key premise that we must always represent objects in space and time through our a priori intuitions, knowledge which is independent from our experiences. Thus, according to Kant, space and time can never represent any property at all of any things in themselves, nor any relations of them to other things, no determination of them that attaches to objects themselves, and that would remain even if one were to abstract from all subjective conditions or intuition. Kant's main point is that since our mental representations have spatial temporal structure, we have no real grounds for positing that the real objects of our mind represent in this way also have spatial temporal structures in themselves. Kant makes this argument in different parts of the critique, such as when he asked rhetorically, if there did not lie in you a faculty for intuiting a priori, if the subjective condition were not at the same time the universal a priori condition under which alone the object of intuition is possible, if the object were something in itself without relation to the subject, then how could you say that what necessarily lies in your subjective conditions for constructing must also necessarily pertain to the object in itself? Throughout his career, Kant labored to distinguish his philosophy from metaphysical idealism, as some of his critics charged him with being a Berkeleyan idealist. He argued that even if we cannot know how things are in themselves, we do know that they must exist, and that we know this through the representation which their influence on our sensibility provides us for us. In the second edition of his critique, he even inserted a refutation of idealism. For Kant, the perception of this persistent thing is possible only through a thing outside me and not through the mere representation of a thing outside me. Neo-Kantianism. Kant's philosophy was extremely influential on European Enlightenment thinkers and counter-Enlightenment ones as well. His ideas were widely discussed and debated. Transcendental idealism was also later defended by Kantian philosophers who adopted his method, such as Karl Leopold Reinhold and Jacob Sigismund Beck. The mid-19th century saw a revival of Kantian philosophy, which became known as Neo-Kantianism, with its call of back to Kant. This movement was especially influential in 19th century German academic philosophy and also continental philosophy as a whole. Some important figures include Hermann Cohn, Wilhelm Windelband, we'll look at today, Ernst Cassirer, Hermann von Helmholtz, Edward Zeller, Leonard Nelson, Heinrich Rickert, and Friedrich Albert Lang. A key concern of the Neo-Kantians was to update Kantian epistemology, particularly in order to provide an epistemic basis for the modern sciences, all while avoiding ontology altogether, whether idealist or materialistic. Neo-Kantianism rejected metaphysical idealism, while also accepting the basic Kantian premise that our experience of reality is always structured by the distinctive features of human mentality. Hence, Cassirer defended an epistemic worldview that held that one cannot reduce reality to an independent or substantial object, physical or mental, Instead, there are only different ways of describing and organizing experience. Neo-Kantianism influenced the work of the Vienna Circle and its ambassadors in the Anglophobe world, Rudolf Carnap and Hans Reichenbach. Charles Bernard Renouvier was the first philosopher in France to formulate a system based on Kant's critical idealism, which he termed neo-criticism. It is a transformation rather than a continuation of Kantianism. German idealism. Several important German thinkers who were deeply influenced by Kant are the German idealists. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, we're looking at soon, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling, and George Friedrich Hegel. Though heavily drawing on Kant, these thinkers were not transcendental idealists as such, as they sought to move beyond the idea that things in themselves are knowable, an idea they considered as opening the door to skepticism and nihilism. Post-Kantian German idealists thus rejected transcendental idealism by arguing against the opposition of a mind-independent world of being and a subjective world of mental constructs, or the separation between the knowledge and what is known, between subject and object, real and ideal. This new German idealism was distinguished by an inseparability of being and thinking and a dynamic conception of self-consciousness that sees reality as spontaneous conscious activity and its expressions. As such, this kind of metaphysical idealism focused on dynamic progresses and forces was opposed to older forms of idealism, which based itself on substance theory, which these Germans labeled dogmatism. The first thinker to elaborate this type of dynamic idealism was Fichte in the doctrine of Wissenschaft. For Fichte, the primordial act of the ground of being is called self-positing. Fichte argues that self-consciousness, or the I, is spontaneous, unconditioned, self-creating act, which he also called the deed act. Fichte argues that positing something unconditioned and independent at the ground of all is the only way to avoid an epistemic infinite regress. According to Fichte, this I am, or absolute subject, which originally posits its own being absolutely, is at the same time the actor and the product of the actor and that which the activity brings forth, act and deed are one and the same. Fichte also argued that the I has the capacity to counterposit a not I, leading to a subject-object relationship. The I has a third capacity Fichte calls divisibility, which allows for the existence of the plurality in the world, which, however, must be understood as manifestations of the I activity and as being within the I. Fichte's philosophy was adopted by Schelling, who defended this new idealism as a full monistic ontology, which tried to account for all nature, which he would eventually name absolute idealism. For Schelling, reality is an original unity or a primordial totality of opposites. This is the absolute, which he describes as an eternal act of cognition and is disclosed in subjective and objective modes, the world of ideas and nature. Hegel also defended a dynamic absolute idealism that sees existence as an all-inclusive whole. However, his system differs from his predecessors in that it is not grounded on some initial subject, mind, or I, and tries to move beyond all bifurcation, subject and object, of the dualism between thinking and being, which for Hegel just leads to various contradictions. As such, Hegel's system is an ontological monism fundamentally based on the unity between being and thought, subject and object, which he saw as being neither materialistic realism nor subjective idealism, which still stands in opposition to the materialism and thus remains stuck in the subject-object distinction. In his Phenomenology of Spirit, Hegel provides an epistemological argument for idealism by which focuses on proving the metaphysical priority of identities over and against their opposed elements. Hegel's arguments begins with his conception of knowledge, which he holds as a relation between a claim and a subject, and an object that allows for a correspondence between their structural features and is thus a type of correspondence theory. Hegel argues that if knowledge is possible, real objects must also have a similar structure as thought without, however, being reduced to thoughts. If not, there could be no correspondence between what the object is and what a subject believes to be true about the object. For Hegel, any system in which the subject that knows and the object which is known are structurally independent would make the relations necessary for knowledge impossible. Hegel also argues that finite qualities and objects depend on other finite things to determine them, and infinite thinking being, on the other hand, would be more self-determining and hence most fully real. Hegel argued that a careful analysis of the act of knowledge would eventually lead to an understanding of the unity of subjects and objects in a single all-encompassing whole. In this system, experiences are not independent of the thing in itself, as in Kant, but are manifestations grounded in metaphysical absolute, which is also experiential. But since it resists the experiential subject, can be known through this resistance. Thus, our own experiences can lead us to an insight into the thing in itself. Furthermore, since reality is a unity, all knowledge is ultimately self-knowledge, or as Hegel puts it, it is the subject being in the other with itself. Since all things have spirit, a Geist, a philosopher can attain what he termed absolute knowing, which is the knowledge that all things are ultimately manifestations of an infinite absolute spirit. Later in his Science of Logic, Hegel further develops a metaphysics in which the real and objective activity of thinking unfolds itself in numerous ways as objects and subjects. The ultimate activity of thought, which is not the activity of specific subjects, is an immediate fact, a given, which is self-standing and self-organizing. In manifestations of the entire world, the absolute enacts the process of self-actualization through a grand structure of master logic, which is what Hegel calls reason, and which he understood as a teleological reality. Hegelism was deeply influenced throughout the 19th century, even as some Hegelians rejected idealism. Later, idealist Hegelians, including Friedrich Adolf Trendelenburg and Rudolf Hermann Latz, who we'll also be looking at today. Schopenhauer's philosophy. The philosophy of Arthur Schopenhauer owes much to the thought of Kant and to that of German idealists, which he nevertheless strongly criticizes. Schopenhauer maintains Kant's idealist epistemology, which sees even space-time and causality as are mere mental representations conditioned by the subjective mind. However, he replaces Kant's unknowing thing in itself with an absolute reality underlying all ideas, that it is a single irrational will, a view that he saw as directly opposed to Hegel's rational spirit, the philosophies laid out in the world as will and representation. Schopenhauer accepts Kant's view that there can be no appearances without there being something which appears. However, unlike Kant, Schopenhauer writes that we have immediate cognition of the thing in itself when it appears to us as our own body. Schopenhauer argues that even though we do experience our own bodies through the categories of space-time and causality, we also experience it in another more direct and internal way through the experience of willing. This immediate experience reveals that it will be this will alone which gives him the key to his own appearance, reveals to him the meaning, and shows him the inner workings of his essence, his deeds, his movements. Thus, for Schopenhauer, it is desire, a dark, dull driving, which is at the root of action, not reason. Furthermore, since this is the only form of insight we have of the inner essence of any reality, we must apply this insight to the appearances in the organic and inorganic world as well. Schopenhauer compares willing with many natural forces. As such, will is a name signifying that being in itself of everything in the world and the sole kernel of every appearance. Because irrational willing is the most foundational reality, life is filled with frustration, irrationality, and disappointment. This is the metaphysical foundation of Schopenhauer's pessimistic philosophy of life. The best we can hope for is to deny and try to escape, however briefly, the incessant force of the will through art, aesthetic experience, asceticism, and compassion. Gentile's actual idealism. Actual idealism is a form of idealism developed by Giovanni Gentile, which argues that reality is the ongoing act of thinking, or in the Italian pensiero pensante, and thus only thoughts exist. He further argued that our combined thoughts defined and produced reality. Gentile also nationalizes the idea, holding that a state is a composition of many minds coming together to construct reality. Giovanni Gentile was a key supporter of fascism, regarded by many as the philosopher of fascism. His idealist theory argued for the unity of all society under one leader, which allows it to act as in one body. As we'll see, at a different time, a lot of the idealists led into fascism and Nazism in World War II, and hence why the school of idealism has largely been diminished or no longer existent. Anglo-American idealism. Idealism was widespread in Anglo-American philosophy during the 19th and 20th century. It was the dominant metaphysics of the English-speaking world during the last decades of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century. During this time, the defenders of British idealism made significant contributions to all fields of philosophy. However, other philosophers like MacTaggart broke from this trend and instead defended a pluralistic idealism in which the ultimate reality is a plurality of minds. Many Anglo-American idealists were influenced by Hegelism, but they also drew on Kant, Plato, and Aristotle. Key figures in this Atlantic movement include many of the British idealists such as Green, Bradley, Bernard Bosanquet, Muirhead, Joachim Taylor, Collingwood, Muir, and Oakeshott. American idealist philosophers include Josiah Royce and Brand Blanchard. Hey, Jenny, God bless. Yeah, I changed my mind, Jenny, that I was going to skip this week because I thought it'd be too much research to be ready, but I happened to have done the research, so here I am. British absolute idealism. One of the early British idealists was Thomas Hill Green, known for his pusillanimous prolongement to ethics. Green argues for an idealist metaphysics in the text as the foundation for free will and ethics in Kantian fashion. Green first argues that knowledge consists in seeing relations in consciousness, and that any sense of something being real or objective has no meaning outside of consciousness. He then argues that experience of consciousness of related events cannot be explained by any natural history properly so called, and thus the understanding which presents an order of nature to us is in principle one with an understanding which constitutes that order itself. Green then further argues that individual human beings are aware of an order of relations which extends beyond the bounds of their individual mind. For Green, this greater order must be in a larger transpersonal intelligence, while the world is a system of related facts which is made possible and revealed to individual beings by a larger intelligence. Furthermore, Green also holds that participation in the transpersonal mind is constituted by the apprehension of a portion of the overall order by animal organism. As such, Green accepts the reality of biological bodies when he writes that in the process of our learning to know the world, an animal organism, which has its history in time, gradually becomes the vehicle of internally complete consciousness. Another pragmatic British absolute idealist is Francis Herbert Bradley, who affirms that the absolute is not many. There are no independent reals. The absolute reality is one system, and its contents are nothing but sentient experience. It will hence be a single and all-inclusive experience, which embraces every partial diversity in concord. Bradley presents an anti-realist idealism which rejects the ultimate reality of relations, which for him are mere appearance, a makeshift, a mere practical compromise, most necessary, but in the end, most indefensible. Bradley presented his idealism in Appearance and Reality, 1893, for arguing that the ideas we use to understand reality are contradictory. He deconstructs numerous ideas, including primary and secondary qualities, substances and attributes, quality and relation, space, time and causality, and the self. Most famously, Bradley argued that any ultimate distinction between qualities and relations is untenable, since qualities are nothing without relations, since their plurality depends on relations, and without that relation they are not distinct. But if not distinct, then not different, and therefore not qualities. Furthermore, for Bradley, the same thing turns out to be true of relations and of both taken together, since for a relation to relate to a quality, it would then require further relation. As such, qualities and relations are appearance, not ultimate truth, since ultimate reality is such that it does not contradict itself. Even though all appearances are not truth, it is still possible to have true knowledge of ultimate reality, which must be a unity beyond contradiction, but which still allows for diversity. Bradley thinks that this character of reality as a diverse unity is revealed to us in sentient experience, since our various experiences must be grounded and caused by some undifferentiated and pre-abstract reality. However, he also admits our complete inability to understand this concrete unity in detail. Hey, Donald, God bless. Thanks for tuning in and joining the chat. American idealism. Idealism also became popular in the United States with thinkers like Charles Sanders Peirce, who defined an objective idealism in which, as he put it, matter is effete mind, inveterate habits becoming physical laws. Peirce initially defended a type of representationalism alongside his form of pragmatism, which was metaphysically neutral since it is no doctrine of metaphysics. However, in later years, Peirce defended an objective idealism, which held that the universe evolved from a state of maximum spontaneous freedom, which he associated with mind, into its present state, where matter were merely congealed mind. In arguing for this view, he followed the classical idealist premise that states there must be metaphysical equality and isomorphism between thought and being, and as such, the root of all being is one. A key feature of Peirce's idealism is tychism, which he defined as the doctrine that absolute chance is a factor in the universe. This allows for an element of chance or indeterminism in the universe which allows for cosmological evolution. Under the influence of Peirce, it was Josiah Royce who became the leading American idealist during the turn of the century. Royce idealism incorporated aspects of Peirce's pragmatism and defended in his Spirit of Modern Philosophy. One of Royce's arguments for idealism is his argument from meaning, which states the possibility of there being meaning at all requires an identity between what is meant, ordinary objects, and what makes meaning, ordinary subjects. In his The World and the Individual, Royce also links meaning with purpose, seeing the meaning of a term as its intended purpose. Royce was an absolute idealist who held that ultimately reality was a super self and absolute mind. Royce argues that for the mind to be able to represent itself and its representations and not lead to a vicious infinite regress, it must be a complex and capacious enough, and only an absolute mind has this capacity. The American philosopher Brand Blanchard was also a proponent of idealism who accepted the necessary isomorphism between knowledge and its object. His idealism is the most obvious in the nature of thought, where he discussed how all perception is infused with concepts. He then argues from a coherence theory of truth that the character of reality must also include coherence itself, and thus knowledge must be similar to what it knows. Not only that, but knowledge must be part of a single system with the world it knows, and causal relations must also involve logical relation. These considerations lead to an idealism which sees the world as a system of relations that cannot be merely physical. Pluralistic idealism takes the view that there are many individual minds, monads, or processes that together underlie the existence of the observed world and which makes possible the existence of the physical universe. Pluralistic idealism does not assume the existence of a single ultimate mind or absolute as with the total monism of absolute idealism. Instead, it affirms an ultimate plurality of ideas or beings. In personalism, the view that individual minds of persons or selves are the basis for ultimate reality and value, and as such emphasize the fundamentality and inherent worth of persons. Modern personalist idealism emerged during the reaction against what was seen as a dehumanizing impersonalism of absolute idealism, a reaction which was led by figures like Hermann Lotz. Personalists affirmed personal freedom against what they saw as monism that led to totalitarianism by subordinating the individual to a collective. Some idealistic personalists defended a theistic personalism, often influenced by Aquinas, in which reality is a social society of minds ultimately dependent on a supreme person, God. Defenders of a theistic and idealistic personalism includes Borden Parker Brown, Andrew Seth Pringle Pattison, Edgar Brightman, George Holmes Howison. These theistic personists emphasize the dependence of all individual minds on God. However, other personalists like the British idealist MacTaggart and Thomas Davidson merely argued for a community of minds, of individual minds or spirits, without positing a supreme personal deity who creates or grounds them. Similarly, James Ward was inspired by Leibniz to defend a form of pluralistic idealism in which the universe is composed of psychic monads at different levels interacting for mutual self-betterment. American personalism was particularly associated with idealism and with Boston University, where Brown, who had studied with Lotz, developed his personalist idealism and published his Personalism in 1908. Brown students like Edgar Sheffield Brightman, Knudsen, McConnell, Flueling continued to develop his personal idealism after his death. The Boston personalism tradition also influenced the late work of Peter Bertocchi, as well as the ideas of Martin Luther King Jr., who studied at Boston University with personalist philosophers and was shaped by their worldview. George Holmes Howison, meanwhile, developed his own brand of California personalism. Howison argued that both impersonal monistic idealism and materialism run contrary to the experience of moral freedom, while personal idealism affirms it to deny freedom to pursue truth, beauty, and benignant love is to undermine every profound human venture, including science, morality, and philosophy. Howison, in his book, The Limits of Evolution, and other essays illustrating the metaphysical theory of personal idealism, developed a democratic idealism that extended all the way to God, who instead of a monarch was seen as the ultimate democrat in eternal relation to other eternal persons. Another pluralistic thinker was Thomas Davidson's apeirotheism, theism, which he defined as a theory of God's infinite in number. The theory was indebted to Aristotle's view of the eternal rational soul and the nous. Identifying Aristotle's God with rational thought, Davidson argued, contrary to Aristotle, that just as the soul cannot exist apart from the body, God cannot exist apart from the world. Another influential British idealist, MacTaggart, defended a theory in which reality is a community of individual spirits connected by the relation of love. MacTaggart defends ontological idealism through a mere logical argument, which argues only spirits can be substances, as well as through an argument for the unreality of time, a position defended in the unreality of time. In the nature of existence, MacTaggart's argument relies on the premise that substances are infinitely divisible and cannot have simple parts. Furthermore, each of the infinite parts determines every other part. He then analyzes various characteristics of reality, such as time, matter, sensation, and cognition, and attempts to show that they cannot be real elements of real substances, but must be mere appearances. For example, the existence of matter cannot be inferred based on sensations, since they cannot be divided to infinity, and thus cannot be substances. Spirits, on the other hand, are true, infinite, divisible substances. They have the quality of having content, all of which is the content of one or more selves, and know themselves through direct perception as substances persisting through time. For MacTaggart, there is a multiplicity of spirits which are nevertheless related to each other harmoniously through their love for each other. MacTaggart also criticizes Hegel's view of the state in his studies of Hegelian cosmology, arguing that metaphysics can give very little guidance to the social and political action, just like it can give us very little guidance in other practical matters like engineering. Modern critiques. In the Western world, the popularity of idealism as a metaphysical view declined severely in the 20th century, especially in English language analytical philosophy. This was partly due to the criticism of British philosophers like Moore and Russell, and also due to the critiques of the American new realists like Holt, Perry, and Roy Wood Sellers. More famously critiqued idealism and defended realism in The Refutation of Idealism and A Defense of Common Sense. In The Refutation, Moore argues that arguments for idealism most often rely on the premise that to be is to be perceived, but that if this is true, how can we infer that anything whatever, let alone everything, is an inseparable aspect of any experience? Bertrand Russell's popular 1912 book, The Problems of Philosophy, also contained a similar critique. Their main objection is that idealism falsely presupposes that the mind's relation to any object is a necessary condition for the existence of the object. Russell thinks this fallacy fails to make the distinction between act and object in our apprehending of things. Geyer writes that the success of these arguments might be controversial, and that the charge that they simply conflate knowledge and object hardly seems to do justice to the elaborate arguments of the late 19th century idealist. It also relies on a realist epistemology in which knowledge stands in an immediate relation to the independent individual object. Regarding positive arguments, Moore's most famous argument for the existence of external matter found in the proof of the external world was an epistemological argument from common sense facts, sometimes known as here is one hand. Idealism was also more recently critiqued in the Australian philosopher David Stove and by Alan Musgrave and John Searle. Contemporary idealism. Today, idealism remains a minority view in the Western analytical circles. In spite of this, the study of the work of Anglo-American idealists saw a revival in the 21st century, with an increase in publications at the turn of the century, and they are now considered to have made an important contribution to philosophy. Several modern figures contribute to defend idealism. Recent idealist philosophers include Luce, Sense Without Matter; Timothy Sprigg, The Vindication of Absolute Idealism; Leslie Amour, Victor Hassel, Objective Idealism; John Andrew Foster, A World for Us; John Leslie, Infinite Minds of Philosophical Cosmology; and Bernardo Kastrup, The Idea of the World. Furthermore, modern analytical philosophy has also seen the revival of related conceptions of panpsychism, discussed by figures like Thomas Nagel and David Chalmers. Both Foster and Sprigg defend idealism through an epistemic argument for the unity of the act of perception with its object. Sprigg also made an argument from grounding, which held that our phenomenal objects presuppose some noumenal ground. As such, for Sprigg, the physical world consists of innumerable mutually interacting centers of experience, or what comes to the sense or of pulses and flows of experience. Thus, the noumenal ground is the totality of experiences, which are one concrete universal that resembles Bradley's absolute. Idealist theories based on 20th century science. Idealist notions that took strong hold among physicists in the early 20th century, confronted with the paradox of quantum physics and the theory of relativity. In the Grammar of Science, preface to the second edition, Carl Pearson wrote that there are many signs that the sound idealism is surely replacing as a basis for natural philosophy the crude materialism of the older physics. The book influenced Einstein's regard for the importance of the observer in scientific measurements. Pearson asserted that science is in reality classification and analysis of the contents of the mind. Also, the field of science is much more consciousness than an external world. Arthur Eddington, a British astrophysicist and early 20th century, wrote his book, The Nature of the Physical World, that the stuff of the world is mind stuff, adding that the mind stuff of the world is, of course, something more general than our individual conscious minds. Ian Barber, in his book Issues in Science and Religion, cites Arthur Eddington's The Nature of the Physical World as a text that argues the Heisenberg uncertainty principle provides a scientific basis for the defense of the idea of a human freedom, and his Science in the Unseen World for support of philosophical idealism, the thesis that reality is basically mental. The physicist Sir James Jeans wrote, the stream of knowledge is heading towards a non-mechanical reality. The universe begins to look more like a great thought than like a machine. Mind no longer appears to be an accidental intruder into the realm of matter. We ought rather hail it as a creator and governor of the realm of matter. Jeans, in an interview published by The Observer, when asked the question, do you believe that life on this planet is a result of some sort of accident, or do you believe that it is a part of some great scheme? Replied, I incline to the idealistic theory that consciousness is fundamental. In general, the universe seems to me to be nearer to a great thought than to a great machine. The chemist Ernst Lester Smith, a member of the occult movement Theosophy, wrote a book, Intelligence Came First, in which he claimed that consciousness is a fact of nature and that the cosmos was grounded in and pervaded by mind and intelligence. Bernard D'Espagnat, a French theoretical physicist best known for the work on the nature of reality, wrote a paper titled The Quantum Theory in Reality. According to the paper, the doctrine that the world is made up of objects whose existence is independent of human consciousness turns out to be in conflict with quantum mechanics and with facts established by experiment. In a Guardian article entitled Quantum Weirdness, What We Call Reality is Just a State of Mind. D'Espagnat wrote, the basic components of objects, the particles, electrons, quarks, cannot be thought of as self-existent. He further writes that his research in quantum physics has led to conclude that ultimate reality exists, which is not embedded in space and time. Okay, so I originally hadn't actually planned to do that. So the Wang, God bless, thanks for tuning in. Jenny Jacob Rothschild passed away this week at almost 90. But we talked about that week in review. Have so much to cover this week to talk about really anything else. So just briefly on the multiple truth hypothesis. So, just reading through that, you see like, okay, idealism, there's this form and that form and this form, kind of like chunking theory or analysis trees where you have, the exponential tree, like candidate moves and analysis where there's like, here's the issue and that forks and branches out into a whole bunch of possibilities. And you could only take one of the possibilities, and each one of those possibilities is a school. And then within that school, there's going to be another fork in the road that's going to lead you down. And so you have uncertainty at every fork because you don't necessarily know which one's the right road, but you have to, so to say, take one to progress. So as you get more and more in depth, you have countless, infinite forks in the road that all lead to different possibilities. That's why you have the different schools. And so the multiple truth hypothesis would try to help navigate where does truth fit into all this with all the uncertainty and the possibilities. So just trying to tie things together with this idealism for, what I covered last week and this week, and the philosophy of science and kind of idealism has largely disappeared and maybe, resurging. Duvid's, trying to bring back dualism, which is much less popular than bringing back idealism, although they're related, and we'll get to that in future episodes. So just some quick thoughts on that. And so we're going to focus mostly on biographies, and the biography will cover the full relation of his work. And so idealism or some of these topics, just to have a name and the full breadth of these different thinkers' works, and bringing them together because they largely were even students of each other, direct disciple teacher disciple relationship, and they thought about the same issues and were largely part of similar schools, although they diverged in many ways. So like idealism, you will start with the continental idealism that in many ways you say that Leibniz is one of the first major thinkers, foundational of the school. Spinoza, Mellenbrook, different thinkers, but Spinoza, Descartes. Leibniz largely becomes the most important thinker in continental idealism, pushing back from. I'm not sure I have a Duvidism, like just the multiple truth hypothesis. I'm not sure I have any of my own unique thoughts. And just doing this research, you're saying like you really have to know a lot to know what you're saying is unique. So if you're doing something like technology or producing a gadget or something, but like in terms of philosophy and ideas, like there's so many great minds that have been thinking about these subjects. So that's why I'm just trying to do the due diligence to cover the history and say like, well, what has already been thought beforehand, to say like, am I actually saying something unique, which is really rare because education is limited these days, and especially education in the classics. So Leibniz, most well known for his creation of the calculus, in theological circles for his theology, the best of all possible worlds, which T-Jump has been using the monadology and various thoughts. But like every educated person knows Leibniz largely for his role in the creation of calculus. And I mentioned last week where I was talking about the creation of universal laws of nature described in mathematics and trying to unify mathematics under logic. Leibniz plays an important role across the board for a huge level of achievements. But I wanted to go into detail about idealism just to show a certain frame of reference for how to put the metaphysical thought, because like just the history of math, the history of science, but to put it together and Leibniz's advancements in calculus and math and science together with his larger metaphysics and how that goes together. And to mentioning that post Wittgenstein, really Frege and Bertrand Russell, Wittgenstein, almost all metaphysics now is done in symbolic form. And when we look at Lutz, at Bolzano, we'll see that the concept. Well, what is the truth? And there's language, there's thought, and then there's the ideas that thought is representing. And so, how do you represent those underlying ideas? And so, modern metaphysics, scientific realism, logical empiricism, based on Wittgenstein, has all of that reduced to logical form. And so Leibniz is one of the start of that. And then also you have the pushback against Aristotelian logic, where Aristotelian logic was limited. One of the big critics of that, Ashish Dallela on his Shabda Media channel from the Vedic view, which you hopefully will come back. We'll look at some of the Vedic forms of metaphysics and the subject. But so Leibniz is not only creating the new mathematics and the new metaphysics, he's also creating new logic. And we'll see that with Bolzano and some of what we covered last week with Frege and Wittgenstein and Russell, the importance of the logical notation to reduce philosophy and metaphysics to unified within a logical notational system. So Leibniz will be extremely important with that. So let's jump right in. One of the most important thinkers of all of philosophy, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, 1646 to 1716, was one of the great thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries and is known as the last universal genius. He made deep and important contributions to the field of metaphysics, epistemology, logic, philosophy of religion, as well as mathematics, physics, geology, jurisprudence, and history. Even the 18th century French atheist and materialist Denis Diderot, whose views were very often at odds with those of Leibniz, could not help being awed by his achievement. Writing in his entry of Leibniz in his encyclopedia, perhaps never has a man read as much, studied as much, meditated more, and written more than Leibniz. What he has composed of the world, God, nature, and the soul is of the most sublime eloquence. If his ideas had been expressed with the flair of Plato, the philosopher of Leipzig would cede nothing to the philosopher of Athens. Indeed, Diderot was almost moved to despair within his piece. When one compares the talent one has with those of Leibniz, one is tempted to throw away one's books and go die quietly in the dark of some forgotten corner. More than a century later, Gottlieb Frege, who fortunately did not cast his books away in despair, expressed similar admiration, declaring that in his writings Leibniz threw out such profusion of seeds of ideas that in this respect he is virtually in a class of his own. The aim of this entry is primarily to introduce Leibniz's life and summarize and explicate his views in the realm of metaphysics, epistemology, and philosophical theology. And kind of why Duvid, doesn't write, because I keep on seeing the great accomplishments of these great thinkers, and oh man, I have to keep on studying more and more and more. And even though I read modern thinkers, I think I know more than these guys. But I read thinkers like Leibniz, I didn't know more than this guy, and makes me want to return to the books. But hopefully with these series, Duvid's due diligence will be coming around. Life. Leibniz was born in Leipzig on July 1st, 1646, 2 years prior to the end of the 30 Years' War, which had ravaged Central Europe. His family was Lutheran and belonged to the educational elite on both sides. His father, Friedrich Leibniz, was a jurist and professor of moral philosophy at the University of Leipzig, and his mother, Katharina Schmuck, the daughter of a professor of law. Leibniz's father died in 1652, and his subsequent education was directed by his mother-uncle, and according to his own reports himself, he was given access to his father's extensive library at a young age and proceeded to pore over its content, particularly the volumes of ancient history and the church fathers. In 1661, Leibniz began his formal university education at the University of Leipzig, as the modern philosophy of Descartes, Galileo, Gassendi, Hobbes, and others had not made a great impact by this time in German-speaking lands. Leibniz's philosophical education was chiefly scholastic in nature, though he was also exposed to elements of Renaissance humanism. While in Leipzig, Leibniz met Jacob Thomasius, who would have an important influence on Leibniz and who supervised Leibniz's first philosophical treatise on the principle of individuation. It was Thomasius, more than anyone else, perhaps, who instilled in Leibniz a great respect for ancient and medieval philosophy. Indeed, one of the elite motifs of Leibniz's philosophical career is his desire to reconcile the modern philosophy with the philosophy of Aristotle, Plato, and the scholastics, and the Renaissance humanist tradition. After receiving his bachelor from Leipzig, he continued his studies at the University of Altdorf, where there Leibniz published his 1666, the remarkable original dissertation on the art of combinations, a work that sketched a plan for universal characteristics and logical calculus, a subject that would occupy him for much of the rest of his life. Although Leibniz was offered a position on the faculty of law upon his completion of his doctorate of law in 1667, he had a different future in mind. In that year, Leibniz met Baron Johann Christian van Boinenberg, a Protestant convert to Catholicism, who was able to secure a position for Leibniz with the Elector of Mainz. Well, in the court of the Elector, Leibniz composed a series of works in philosophical theology, the Catholic Demonstrations, which are another manifestation of Leibniz's lifelong Irenicism. In this case, in their attempt to provide a basis and justification for the reconciliation of Protestantism and Catholicism, Leibniz also turned his mind to natural philosophy. Having finally been able to study some of the works of the moderns, the result was a two-part treatise in 1671, the New Physical Hypothesis. The first part, the Theory of Abstract Motion, was dedicated to the Academy of Sciences of Paris, and the second part, the Theory of Concrete Motion, was dedicated to the Royal Society in London. These works, however, were not likely to impress their audiences, for given his circumstances, Leibniz could not but produce amateurish works in the field. This changed, however, in 1672, when Leibniz was given the single most important opportunity of his life, The Elector of Maine sent him on a diplomatic mission to Paris, the center of learning and science at the time. Leibniz was able to stay in Paris for 4 years, with a brief trip to London in 1673, during which time he met many of the major figures of the intellectual world, among them Antoine Arnauld and Nicolas Mellenbach, and most important, the Dutch mathematician and physicist Christian Huygens. It was he, the great Hugenius, as John Locke would call him in the dedicatory epistle in his essays concerning human understanding, who took Leibniz under his wing and tutored him in the development in philosophy, physics, and mathematics. Not only was Leibniz able to converse with some of the greatest minds of the 17th century while in Paris, he was also given access to the unpublished manuscript of Descartes and Pascal. And according to Leibniz, it was while reading the mathematical manuscripts of Pascal that he began to conceive what would eventually become his differential calculus and his work on infinite series. In this time, Leibniz also designed a calculating machine able to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. And his trip to London in 1673 was meant to, in part, to present his designs to the Royal Society. While Leibniz was living the life of mind in Paris, his employer died, and Leibniz was thus forced to look for another position. He eventually found one as the librarian for Duke Johann Friedrich of Brunswick, who ruled in Hanover. On the way to Hanover, Leibniz stopped in Amsterdam to meet with Spinoza between November 18th and 21st on 1676, 3 months before the latter's death. According to Leibniz's own notes, they spoke of Spinoza's yet-to-be-published Ethics, Cartesian Physics, and Leibniz's improved version of the ontological argument. Although Leibniz would travel to Italy for a time in the late 1680s in order to conduct historical research for the House of Hanover and make many shorter trips, including to Vienna, the rest of his life was essentially spent in Hanover and its environs, working in different capacities for the court. First Johann Friedrich until his death in 1680, and then for Johann Friedrich's brother Ernst August till 1698, and finally for the latter's son George Ludwig, who in 1714 would become George I of England. Leibniz's relation with Ernst August and George Ludwig were not as amicable as his relations with his original employer, but he was close to Sophie, the wife of Ernst August, and the youngest sister of Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia, with whom Descartes had an important philosophical correspondence. While Leibniz may have felt physically isolated from the intellectual scene of Europe, he did manage to stay connected through a vast network of correspondence. Leibniz exchanged letters with over 1,100 different people in the course of his life. Despite the great demands placed on Leibniz as librarian, then historian, and privy councillor at the court of Hanover, he was able to complete work that, in its breadth, depth, and sheer quantity, is staggering. Leibniz's final years were bleak. He was engaged in a vituperative debate with Newton and his followers over the priority of the discovery of the calculus, even being accused of stealing Newton's ideas. Most historians of mathematics now claim that Newton and Leibniz developed their ideas independently, Newton developing the ideas first, with Leibniz the first to publish. At the court, he was mocked for his wig and old-fashioned clothing. When Gord became George, the acrimony surrounding Leibniz in England was so great that Leibniz was asked to remain in Hanover rather than follow his employer to London. Leibniz died November 14th, 1716. Chronology of my major writings. 1864, Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas. 1886, Discourse on Metaphysics, in correspondence with Arnauld. 1689, Primary Truths. 1695, New System and Specimen Dynamicum. 1697, On the Ultimate Origination of Things. 1698, On Nature Itself. 1704, New Essays on Human Understanding. 1710, Theodicity. 1714, Monadology and the Principles of Nature and Grace. Overview of Leibniz philosophy. Unlike most of the great philosophers of the period, Leibniz did not write a magnum opus. There is no single work that can be said to contain the core of his thought. While he did produce 2 books, The Theodicity and New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, the student of Leibniz thought must piece together Leibniz philosophy from his myriad writings, essays published in scholarly journals and more popular journals, published works left abandoned by their author, and his many letters. Moreover, many of Leibniz's writings have not yet been published. The authoritative scholarly version of Leibniz's work, the Academy edition, has thus far only published his philosophical writings from 1663 to 1690. In other words, only half of his writing life has been covered, and the mere act of dating pieces often depends upon careful analysis of the paper Leibniz wrote on and the watermarks and so on. Piecing together Leibniz philosophy into a systematic whole is made more difficult because Leibniz seems to have changed or at least refined his views on a number of issues over the course of his career, and because he was always very aware, some might say too aware, of the audience for any of his writings. As stated above, Leibniz's intellectual training was squarely in the tradition of scholasticism and Renaissance humanism. His background then was of Aristotelianism, Platonism, and Orthodox Christianity. Yet, as he became more familiar with the modern philosophy of the 17th century, he came to see many of its virtues. Although there is some reason to be skeptical of the details, the spirit of the self-portrait Leibniz paints to Nicholas Ramond in 1714 can be a helpful guide for approaching his work. He writes, I've tried to uncover and unite the truth buried and scattered under the opinions of all the different philosophical sects, and I believe I've added something of my own which takes a few steps forward. The circumstances under which my studies proceeded from my earliest youth have given me some facility in this. I discovered Aristotle as a lad, and even the scholastics did not repel me. Even now I do not regret this, but then Plato too, and Plotinus gave me some satisfaction, not to mention other ancient thinkers whom I consulted later. After finishing the trivial schools, I fell upon the moderns, and I recall walking in a grove in the outskirts of Leipzig called the Rosenthal at the age of 15 and deliberating whether to preserve substantial forms or not. Mechanism finally prevailed and led me to apply myself to mathematics. But when I looked for the ultimate reasons for mechanism and even for the laws of motion, I was greatly surprised to see that they could not be found in mathematics, but that I should have to return to metaphysics. This led me back to Entelechy, and from the material to the formal, and at last brought me to understand, after many corrections and forward steps in my thinking, that monads or simple substances are the only true substances, and the material things are only phenomenon, though well-founded and well-connected. Of this, Plato and even the later academics and the skeptics too had caught some glimpses. I flattered myself to have penetrated into the harmony of these different realms, and to have seen that both sides are right, provided that they do not clash with each other, that everything in nature happens mechanically and at the same time metaphysically, but that the source of mechanics is metaphysics. Again, there's some reason to doubt whether Leibniz was really 15 when he made his philosophical preambulations, and whether and to what extent he had actually read any of the moderns. Nevertheless, the self-portrait does express something that one sees in Leibniz's writings, the weaving together of varying strands of ancient and modern philosophy in a remarkably creative and sophisticated manner. The letter to Ramond makes clear that Leibniz has reservations about certain aspects of the modern philosophy, qualms that rose from and led him back to the eclectic mix of Aristotle and Christian Platonism. It is probably most helpful then to see Leibniz's philosophy as a reaction of two sets of modern opponents, on the one hand Descartes and his followers, and on the other hand Hobbes and Spinoza. Leibniz's critique of Descartes and his followers were focused principally on the Cartesian account of body or corporeal substance. According to Descartes, the essence of body is extension. That is, a corporeal substance is simply a geometric object made concrete, an object that has size and shape and is in motion. This view, indeed, is the cornerstone of the new mechanical philosophy to which Leibniz was originally attracted. Nevertheless, Leibniz came to see two distinct problems with this view. First, in claiming that the essence of a body is extension. Descartes is endorsing the view that matter is infinitely divisible. But if matter is infinitely divisible, then one could never arrive at the simple unities that must exist at some ontological ground level. Second, if matter is simply extension, then there is in it nature no source of activity. If this is so, Leibniz thought, then the bodily objects of the world cannot count as substances. Hobbes and Spinoza, despite their own differences, advanced or were read as advancing a number of objectionable and deeply troubling theses which Leibniz and most of his contemporaries saw as an enormous threat: materialism, atheism, and necessitarianism. It is Leibniz's response to Hobbesian and Spinozistic necessitarianism that is perhaps of greatest interest, for he sought to develop an account of action and contingency that would preserve divine and human freedom. As will be shown, essential to Leibniz's philosophy was the view that God freely chose the best world from an infinite number of possible worlds, and that a person could be said to act freely when the contrary of the action does not imply a contradiction. Some fundamental principles of Leibniz philosophy. Leibniz asserts in the Monadology, our reasons are based on two great principles, that of contradiction and that of sufficient reason. To these two great principles could be added four more: the principle of the best, the predicate in notion principle, the principle of the identity of indiscernibles, and the principle of continuity. The relation among these principles is more complicated than one might expect. Leibniz sometimes suggests that the principle of the best and the predicate in notion principle can be said to ground his two great principles, and in other times, however, all four principles seem to work together in a system of circular implication. And while the principle of identity of indiscernibles is often presented in contemporary discussions in analytic metaphysics as a standalone axiom, Leibniz tells us that it follows from two great principles. Finally, the principle or law of continuity is actually a principle that Leibniz takes from his work in mathematics and applies to the infinite hierarchy of monads in the world and the quality of their perceptions. It appears to derive only tenuous support from the principle of sufficient reason. The principle of the best. Leibniz presented a number of arguments for the existence of God, which represent great contributions to the philosophical theology and which will be discussed below. But one of the most basic principles of his system is that God always acts for the best. While this is generally treated as an axiom, the opening of the discourse on metaphysics does present something of an argument for it. God is an absolutely perfect being. Power and knowledge are perfections, and insofar as they belong to God, they do not have limits. Whence it follows that God, possessing supreme and infinite wisdom, acts in the most perfect manner, not only metaphysically, but also morally speaking. This might not appear a surprising claim from a theist, but it is not obvious that God must always act for the best or even create the best world. And Leibniz sometimes implicitly, sometimes explicitly appeals to this principle in his metaphysics, most notably when he is also employing the principle of sufficient reason. Indeed, when it comes to the creation of the world, the sufficient reason for God's choice of this world is that the world is the best of all possible worlds. In other words, in this case, the principle of sufficient reason is essentially the principle of the best. Predicate in notion principle. Leibniz has a very distinctive notion of truth, one which underlies much of his metaphysics. But this notion of truth goes back to Aristotle's organon, as Leibniz himself says, and it is also present in Arnold's and Nicolai's logic, or the art of thinking. As Leibniz puts in his letter to Arnold, in every true affirmative proposition, whether necessary or contingent, universal or particular, the notion of the predicate is in some way included in that of the subject. Predicatum inest subjecto. Otherwise, I do not know what truth is. And he tells us in the primary truths and the discourse on metaphysics, many things follow from the predicate in notion principle, including what he believes to be the correct analysis of necessity and contingency. Principle of contradiction. Leibniz also follows Aristotle in placing great emphasis on the principle of identity and the principle of contradiction. The principle of contradiction states simply that a proposition cannot be true and false at the same time, and that therefore A is A and cannot be not A. According to Leibniz, the primary truths of his metaphysics systems are identities, but in a striking move, he combines the principle of contradiction with the predicate in notion principle and asserts in primary truths that all remaining truths are reduced to primary truths with the help of definitions, that is, through the resolution of notions. Furthermore, the combination of the principle of contradiction and the principle predicate in notion principle will mean that since any true proposition, the predicate is contained explicitly or implicitly within the subject, this is so for all affirmative truths, whether they be universal or particular, necessary or contingent. Leibniz will use this seemingly innocuous principle to draw profoundly strong metaphysical conclusions about the nature of substance and modality. The principle of sufficient reason. The principle of sufficient reason in its classic form is simply that nothing is without a reason. Nihil est sine rationale. And there is no effect without a cause. As Leibniz remarks, this principle must be considered one of the greatest and most fruitful of all human knowledge, for upon it is built a great part of metaphysics, physics, and moral science. In the principles of nature and grace, Leibniz suggests that the claim that nothing takes place without a sufficient reason means that nothing happens in such a way that it is impossible for someone with enough information to give a reason why it is so and not otherwise. In the Monadology and elsewhere, however, Leibniz frankly admits that most of the time these reasons cannot be known to us. Well, the idea that every event must have a cause and that there is a reason why everything is so and not otherwise, again, might not seem novel. It is the connection that Leibniz sees between this principle and his other metaphysical principles that is noteworthy. According to Leibniz, the principle of sufficient reason must actually follow from the predicate in notion, for if there were a truth that had no reason, then there would be a proposition whose subject did not contain the predicate, which is a violation of Leibniz's conception of truth. The principle of the identity of indiscernibles. The principle of contradiction, the principle of sufficient reason, may seem innocent enough, but Leibniz's other well-known principle, the principle of identity of indiscernibles, is more controversial. In one of Leibniz's typical formulations, the principle of the identity of indiscernibles states that it is not true that two substances can resemble each other completely and differ only in number. In other words, if two things share all properties, they are identical. What is particularly important to note, however, is that Leibniz is adamant that certain kinds of properties are excluded from the list of properties that could count as difference-making properties, chiefly among them spatial temporal properties. This is what Leibniz means in part when he asserts that there can be no purely extrinsic relational determinations. Therefore, it is not the case that there could be two chunks of matter that are qualitatively identical but existing in different locations. In Leibniz's view, any such extrinsic difference must be founded on an intrinsic difference, as he puts it in the New Essays. Although time and place, the relationship to what lies outside, do distinguish for us things which we would not easily tell apart by reference to themselves alone, things are nevertheless distinguishable in themselves. Thus, although diversity in things is accompanied by diversity of time and place do not constitute the core of identity and diversity, because they, different times and places, impress different states upon the things, to which it can be added that it is by means of things that we must distinguish one time or place from another rather than vice versa. There's also the related, though uncontroversial, principle of indiscernibility of identicals. If two things are identical, then they share all properties. The combination of these principles is sometimes called Leibniz laws. Two things are identical if and only if they share all properties. Now, it was said above that Leibniz excludes purely extrinsic denominations of relational properties from the kinds of properties that are constitutive of an individual. To allow purely extrinsic denominations would be to accept the possibility that two things could be discernible in terms of their relational properties while being identical in terms of their intrinsic properties, for their relational properties would not follow from their intrinsic properties. Again, if relational properties were allowed to factor into a nature of an individual, then the principle of the identity of indiscernibles would be relatively weak. Of course, two things that exist in different spatial temporal locations are distinct, and that is what Leibniz admits in the passage from the New Essays above. But if we follow Leibniz in excluding such relational properties as difference-making properties and reflect on the above argument, then we see that worlds are distinguished in terms of their intrinsic properties of individuals, and that this difference has a bearing on the relative greatness of perfection of a world. As we shall see, Leibniz employs this principle in a range of arguments against the mind as a tabula rasa, against atomism, against Newtonian absolute space, and so on. Principle of continuity. According to Leibniz, there are two famous labyrinths where reason very often goes astray. The first concerns human freedom, and the latter the composition of the continuum. Leibniz, however, thought that he had found the way out of each labyrinth, and his solution to the problem of the continuum is related ultimately to the maximum of law that he employs, not only his mathematical writings, but also his metaphysics. As he put it in the preface to the New Essays, nothing takes place suddenly, and it is one of my great and best confirmed maxims that nature never makes leaps. More exactly, Leibniz believes that this law or principle implies that any change passes through some intermediate change, and that there is an actual infinity in things. The principle of continuity will be employed to show that no motion can arise from a state of complete rest, and that noticeable perceptions arise by degrees from ones which are too minute to be noticed. Okay, God forbid, it looks like Duvid has completely lost my whole audience, but anyone enjoying this. Hope this is useful to other people, but it's useful just to me and my research alone, even if no one else watches. Metaphysics, a primer on substance. So I'll be skipping some of the more technical parts and say Leibniz is one of the precursors for Frege and Russell and Wittgenstein, the modern conception of metaphysics reduced to a symbolic logical notation. Metaphysics and advancing and expanding or even rejecting the former Aristotelian form of logic that was dominant till the Renaissance, till the Enlightenment. Metaphysics, a primer on substance. I consider the notion of substance to be one of the keys to the true philosophy. For Leibniz, the fundamental question of metaphysics were reducible to questions of ontology. What is there? What is the most basic components of reality? What grounds what? In a certain sense, his answers remain constant throughout his lifetime. Everything is composed or reducible to simple substances. Everything is grounded in simple substances. Well, Leibniz appears to have given slightly different accounts of the precise nature of these simple substances over the course of his career. There are many features that remain constant in his mature philosophy. Leibniz always believed that a substance has a complete individual concept and that it was essentially an active unity endowed with perception and appetition. The logical conception of substance. In the Discourse on Metaphysics, Leibniz gives one of his most important accounts of the nature of individual substance. There he claims that the Aristotelian idea that a substance is that which is the subject of predication and which cannot be predicated of something else is insufficient for a true analysis of the nature of substance. He next appeals to the principle of contradiction and to the predicate in notion. In every true predication, the concept of the predicate is contained in the concept of the subject. Since this is so, Leibniz claimed, we can say that the nature of an individual substance or a complete being is to have a notion so complete that it is sufficient to contain and to allow us to deduce from it all the predicates of the subject to which the notion is attributed. In other words, X is a substance if and only X has a complete individual concept. That is, a concept that contains within it all the predicates of X, past, present, and future. The complete individual concept then serves to individuate substances if it is able to pick out its bearer from an infinity of other finite created substances. Leibniz gives as an example Alexander the Great. Now God, seeing Alexander's individual notion or aesthety, sees in it at the same time the basis and reason for all this predicates which can be said of him. Leibniz's invocation of the Scottish notion of haesiety is intriguing. What Leibniz is telling us is that thisness is determined by the sum of qualitative properties. Moreover, we can see a metaphysical aspect to this logical conception of a substance. The complete individual concept of a substance is the notion or essence of the substance as is known by the divine understanding. Leibniz concludes this section with his celebrated doctrine of marks and traces. When we consider carefully the connection of things, we can say that from all time in Alexander's soul, there are vestiges of everything that has happened to him and marks of everything that will happen to him, and even traces of everything that happens in the universe, even though God alone could recognize them all. The doctrine of marks and traces therefore claims that because the complete individual concept contains all predicates true of a substance past, present, and future, the entire history of the universe can be read, if only by God, in the essence of any individual substance. The consequence that Leibniz draws from the logical conception of substance and the doctrine of marks and traces are remarkable. In the Discourse on Metaphysics, we are told they include the following. No two substances can resemble each other completely and be distinct. The principle of the identity of indiscernibles. A substance can only begin in creation and end in annihilation. A substance is not divisible, One substance cannot be constructed from two. The number of substances does not naturally increase and decrease. Every substance is like a complete world and like a mirror of God or the whole universe, which each expresses in its own way. Unfortunately, Leibniz's reason for drawing these consequences are not at all, in all cases, obvious. Why should the principle of the identity of indiscernibles follow from the complete individual concept account of substance? If we consider the complete individual concept as that which allows us to pick out and individuate any individual substance from an infinity of substances, then we realize that if the individual concept of two substances, A and B, does not allow us or God to distinguish the one from the other, then their individual concepts are not complete. That is, there must always be a reason found within the complete individual concept of substances and issuing from the free decree of God that A is discernible from B. And this fact points to another important fact about the interpretation suggested above. It is not only the case that each substance has a complete individual concept, the essence of the substance as it exists in the divine mind, but for every essence or complete individual concept, there is one and only one substance in a world. Further, why should it be the case that substances can only arise naturally in God's creation if the world and end is his annihilation? If one takes quite literally Leibniz's claim that a complete individual concept contains within it all predicates true of the substances past, present, and future, then one might be able to say that this must include truths extending back to the creation and forward either infinitely or to the end of time. This argument might be somewhat weak in itself, but certainly would seem to follow from Leibniz's logical notion of substance and one of the other consequences, namely that each substance is a mirror of the entire universe. If this is the case, then a substance, insofar as it is a mirror of the entire universe, must have within its complete individual concept predicates that extend back to the creation and forward in time. At first glance, it is also not readily apparent merely from the complete individual concept and doctrine of marks and traces why a substance cannot be constructed from two substances or be divided into new substances. Since substances can only naturally arise from God's creation of the world, and since substances cannot undergo fission or fusion, it is obvious that the number of substances must remain constant. Finally, it is the case that it is of the nature of a substance to have a notion so complete that one can deduce from it all its predicates past, present, and future. If one substance exists from the creation of the world, then it would seem relatively natural to conclude that each substance contains within it a kind of story of the entire universe from its own particular perspective. While more will be said below, what Leibniz is suggesting here is a set of doctrines that he will develop in greater detail: the worlds apart doctrine, the mirroring or expression thesis, and the doctrine of universal harmony. Another notable consequence of the logical conception of substances is the denial of causal interaction of finite substances. This is clearest in primary truths, where a very similar argument concerning the nature of substance is given. Not only is it the case, Leibniz claims, that genuine physical influx, the transfer of some property within one substance to a second substance, is inexplicable, but more important, the logical conception of substances shows us the reasons for any property that a substance may have are already contained within its complete individual concept. In other words, every state of a substance is explained, grounded, or caused by its own notion or complete individual concept. Of course, the ground or reason for the existence or actuality of any particular substance is to be found in God and his free choice of worlds. As we shall see below, the denial of the causal interaction of substances forms an essential premise in Leibniz's argument for pre-established harmony. Unity. If a finite substance is said to have a complete individual concept, as Leibniz claims in the Discourse on Metaphysics, what is its ontological status? That is, what kind of thing could have such a complete individual concept or such a nature? Leibniz's answers to this question brings to the fore another paradigm of substancehood, unity. While it is the nature of an individual substance to have a complete individual concept, only a genuine unity can qualify as a substance. Leibniz expresses his position in a letter to Arnault in a very clear and forceful manner. To put it briefly, I hold this identical proposition differentiated only by the emphasis to be an axiom, namely, that is what is not truly one being is not truly one being either. In the period of the Discourse on metaphysics in correspondence with Arnold, Leibniz appeals to certain scholastic notions, chief among them the notion of substantial form. In later years, the scholastic way of speaking fades away, but the fundamental idea remains the same. There must be something that guarantees or makes possible the unity of a substance, and this is the substantial form or the soul. The point Leibniz wants to make is that only a soul or a substantial form is the kind of thing that can be said to have or underlie a complete individual concept, for only a soul or substantial form is by its nature an imperishable unity. Leibniz makes this point very clear in another letter to Arnold. A substantial unity requires thoroughly indivisible and naturally indestructible being, since its notion includes everything that will happen to it, something which can be found neither in shape nor in motion, both of which involve something imaginary, as I could demonstrate, but which can be found in a soul or substantial form, or in the model of what is called me. Thus, unity is the hallmark of a genuine substance, but equally important in Leibniz's paradigm case is the substance, the self. This thought underlies much of Leibniz's reflection on the nature of substance and has important consequences. For following not only Descartes, but also the entire Augustinian tradition, the I is essentially immaterial, a mind or soul. Similarly, he writes in Primary Truths, something lacking extension is required for the substance of bodies, otherwise there would be no source principium for the reality of phenomenon or for true unity. But since atoms are excluded, what remains is something lacking extension analogous to the soul, which they once called form or species. Material atoms, as advocated by Democritus in the classical period and by Gassendi and others in the 17th century, are excluded. Leibniz thinks, because of the principle of the identity of indiscernibles, that is, two purely material atoms which seem to be qualitatively identical and yet distinct, which is impossible if one accepts the principle of contradiction, the principle of sufficient reason, and the derivation of the principle of identity of indiscernibles. Leibniz is not as clear as one would like him to be, for at this point in his career it is possible to read him as seeing that something is a substance as long as it has a soul or a substantial form, whereas later in his career it seems more clearly to be the case that the only substances are soul-like or souls-like entities, the monads. In other words, Leibniz can be interpreted as of advocating, at least in this period, a kind of Aristotelian hylomorphism in which substances are composites of form and matter. This has been the subject of debate in the field, but this entry cannot adjudicate the matter. Nevertheless, in declaring that a substance is necessarily indivisible, Leibniz renders it impossible for a body or matter alone to be a substance. Thus, Cartesian corporeal substance, the essence of which is simply extension, cannot exist as a substance. But differently, Leibniz's argument is that nothing that is divisible is a substance. A Cartesian chunk of matter is divisible. Therefore, a Cartesian chunk of matter is not a substance. This point to the first part of Leibniz's critique of the Cartesian mentioned above, namely that according to Leibniz, Cartesian matter fails to have the unity required of a genuine substance. Indeed, in the correspondence of Arnold, Leibniz considers the case of the human body deprived of a soul and says the body or cadaver would not be a substance at all, but merely an aggregate of substances. Moreover, anything lacking a substantial form or soul is not a substance. That is, if a thing is not truly animated, then it is only a true phenomenon. It should be noted how strong Leibniz's claim is. He is arguing that Cartesian corporeal substances or any such chunks of matter are not real beings, at least not as real as simple substances. Aggregates of simple substances, therefore, have a different ontological status from simple substances. This distinction between simple substance and aggregates becomes an important one in Leibniz philosophy. To Arnold, he writes the following: I hold that philosophy cannot be better reestablished and reduced to something precise than by recognizing only substances or complete beings endowed with a true unity, together with the different states that succeed one another. Anything else is only phenomenon, abstractions, or relations. If this is the case, then aggregates of simple substances are merely phenomenon and fail to have the reality of the underlying simples. Further, the bodies of natural philosophy, the bodies of the world we observe around us, would seem to be, in some sense, mere phenomena. While some scholars of Leibniz thought have suggested this, it does not get the full story of Leibniz's metaphysical system. The distinction that Leibniz draws is one between a real unity and a phenomenal unity, or as he puts it, between a unum per se and a unum per aggregationem. bodies of the natural world result from the genuine simple substances. Put differently, the simple substances ground the phenomena of bodies of the world. This relationship between the phenomenon and the underlying simple substances is what Leibniz means when he talks about well-founded phenomenon. But insofar as the bodies of the natural world are well-founded phenomenon, that is, insofar as they are grounded in the simple substances, they are not principally phenomenon as in the Berkeley's philosophy. Activity. The second part of Leibniz's critique of the Cartesian doctrine of corporeal substances relates to the notion of activity. According to Leibniz, substances are not only essentially unities, but also active. As he says in the opening line of the Principles of Nature and Grace, a substance is a being capable of action. But Cartesian corporeal substances, insofar as its essence is extension, cannot be itself a source of activity. There are at least two strands to Leibniz's argument on this point. First, Leibniz holds that this is so because he adheres to the classical and scholastic idea that actions pertain to supposita, that is, only something that can be the subject of predication can be active, and only true unities can be genuine subjects of predication and not mere phenomenon. But differently, Cartesian extended stuff cannot, insofar as it is indefinitely divisible, constitute a suppositum or a subject of predication. But second, Leibniz believes that something is active if and only if the source of the activity can arise within itself. That is, if and only if the activity arises spontaneously from within itself. This is another reason, then, that the individual substances will be understood as mind-like, for Leibniz believes that only minds or mind-like things can originate and alter their modifications. If saying that substances are essentially active, Leibniz means that they are endowed with forces. More precisely, according to Leibniz, the very substance of things consists in a force for acting and being acted upon. That is, each simple substance is endowed with what Leibniz calls primitive, active, and passive powers. The idea here again sounds Aristotelian. A substance has a certain, essentially active component, the sole or substantial form of first entelechy, and a passive component, primary matter. In Leibniz's mature account, the primitive active force is an inherent law impressed by divine decree. That is, it is the law of unfolding or the laws of the series of the simple substance. As he puts in a letter to De Volder, I think that it is obvious that primitive forces can be nothing but the internal strivings of simple substances, striving by means of which they pass from perception to perception in accordance with certain laws of their nature, and at the same time harmonize with one another, representing the same phenomena of the universe in different ways, something they must necessarily arise from a common cause. Since simple substances are minds, their modifications are representations of perceptions, and the activity of the simple substance will relate to the change or succession of its perceptions. One way to think of this is that each substance has a unique series of perceptions programmed by God to play in harmony with all other substances, and the internal tendency of a substance is to move from perception to perception, is an active force, or what Leibniz also calls appetite or appetition. Hey, Nathaniel, God bless. Pre-established harmony. While separate entries detail Leibniz's account of causation and his account of mind, it will still be useful to provide a short exegesis of Leibniz's celebrated solution to the mind-body problem, which Leibniz has inherited from Descartes and his followers. The problem, briefly, is this: if mind is essentially thought and nothing else, and body is essentially extension, then how can mind and body interact or form a unity as we know from experience they must? Or how do thinking substances and extended substances unite in the substance of a human being? Leibniz established this question by first denying the possibility of the causal interaction of finite substances. In this way, Leibniz undermines Cartesian dualism because it takes as a premise the idea that mind-body interaction is to be explained by the influence of the one on the other via the pineal gland. But Leibniz also saw pre-established harmony as an account of the mind-body relation that avoided the difficulties inherent in occasionalist theories of the mind and the interaction of substances. More precisely, Leibniz argues that God created the world so perfectly that each substance acts according to its own law of unfolding and is at the same time in perfect harmony with all other substances. Further, that the mind has a distinct point of view of the world by virtue of its being the center of some mass body, and that the law of unfolding of the mind is in accord with the laws of the corporeal machine. He puts this most succinctly in his 1695 essay, New System of Nature, in which he effectively presents a five-step argument for pre-established harmony. 1. There is no real influence of one created substance on another. 2. God originally created the soul and any other real unity in such a way that everything must arise for it from its own depths through perfect spontaneity relative to itself, and yet with perfect conformity relative to external things. 3. This is what makes every substance represent the whole universe exactly and in its own way, from a certain point of view, what makes the perceptions or expressions of external things occur in the soul at a given time in virtue of its own laws, as if in a world apart, and as if there existed only God and itself. 4. The organized mass in which the point of view of the soul's lies, being expressed more closely by the soul, is in turn ready to act by itself following the laws of the corporeal machine at the moment when the soul wills it to act without disturbing the laws of the other, the spirits and blood then having exactly the motions that they need to respond to the passions and perceptions of the soul. And 5, it is this mutual relation regulated in advance in each substance of the universe which produces what we call their communication and which alone brings about the union of soul and body. Now, when Leibniz speaks of in metaphysical rigor, he denies the underlying premise of Cartesian dualism. Body is not a substance, so there can be no question of how it, qua substance, interacts with or is related to the mind or thinking substance. Nevertheless, Leibniz was able to express his view for the vulgar, that is, for those expecting a Cartesian metaphysics, by saying that the mind and body can be said to form a union and interact insofar as the mind follows its laws, the body follows its laws, and they are in perfect harmony. The body and soul are not united to each other in the sense that Descartes had suggested, but the perceptions and appetitions of the soul will arise spontaneously from its own stores and will correspond to the actions of the body as well as the events of the world. In other words, while the perceptions and appetitions of the mind or soul will be independent of the body, they will nevertheless correspond precisely to the actions of the particular body to which it is attached and be in perfect conformity with all the other substances of the world. On Leibniz's view, to individual substances there belong only perceptions and appetitions, and these perceptions and appetitions can be understood to form a series within the individual substance. In other words, every individual substance can be thought to have a set of perceptions and appetitions such that one could say that at any given time a particular substance was experiencing such and such a perception and such and such an appetition. Indeed, Leibniz's view is that a given substance has within its individual concept information of the following sort: at a specific time will have the perception and or appetition, and at preceding times and appetitions and perceptions, and so on. In fact, the position is more complex, for as will be shown in subsequent section, the mind has at any moment an infinity of petite perceptions within it, perceptions of everything that is occurring in the universe, but the human mind at least will be truly aware of one thing at a time. That is, Leibniz speaks as if perceptions and appetitions follow naturally from prior perceptions and appetitions, and it is in this respect, after all, that a finite individual substance is causally independent from all other finite created substances. The crucial idea is that the body will follow its own laws, the mind its own laws, and there will be no true influence between the two. The mind and the body thus seem to constitute, as it were, worlds apart, and indeed Leibniz claims later, when he explains the world in terms of monads, and these worlds apart are, according to Leibniz, unified solely by virtue of the correspondence of their actions and perceptions. Further, to these separate realms there will apply two distinct means of explaining the events of the world. We may explain things according to the final causes of the mind, or according to the efficient causes of the body, or of bodies in general. Thus, not only do the mind and body each seem to follow a different set of laws, but the world, according to Leibniz, can be described in terms of either set of laws. Efficient and final causes of the kingdoms of nature and grace. Leibniz's account of the pre-established harmony of mind and body is part of a more general position in his metaphysics, the existence of parallel modes of explanation. As we saw above, Leibniz believes that mind will act according to its laws and the body according to its laws, and the two will be in harmony. But Leibniz also believes that the mind or soul operates for particular ends, and that therefore its actions are explicable in terms of final causes, whereas the actions of bodies, purely instances of matter in motion, according to the claims of mechanical philosophy, are to be explained in terms of efficient causes, as he puts it in the monadology. Souls act according to the laws of final causes, through appetitions, ends, and means. Bodies act according to the laws of efficient causes or of motions, and these two kingdoms, that of efficient causes and that of final causes, are in harmony with each other. According to the system, bodies act as if there were no souls, though this is impossible, and souls act as if there were no bodies, and both act as if each influenced the other. In the realm of natural philosophy, Leibniz will clearly say that all corporeal phenomenon can be derived from efficient and mechanical causes, though there are final causes or higher reasons that underlie them. But Leibniz pushes the parallelism even further. In general, we must hold that everything in the world can be explained in two ways: through the kingdom of power, that is through efficient causes, and through the kingdom of wisdom, that is through final causes. Through God governing bodies for his glory, like an architect governing them as machines that follow the laws of size or mathematics, governing them indeed for the use of souls, and through God governing for his glory, souls capable of wisdom, governing them as his fellow citizens and members with him of a certain society, governing them like a prince, indeed like a father, through laws of goodness and moral laws. Though Leibniz speaks here of the kingdoms of power and wisdom, the two-tiered explanatory approach, the phenomena of the natural world explained through efficient causes and the actions of the mind explained through final causes, leads to the distinction between what is he more commonly calls the kingdom of nature and the kingdom of grace. Thus, on Leibniz's view, we can understand the world as if designed by God, the perfect engineer or architect, and we can also understand the world as if ordered and guided by God, the supreme monarch, who is concerned solely with the happiness of his subject. Metaphysics, Leibnizian idealism. Monads in the world of phenomenon. Thus far, we have seen that Leibniz rejected the Cartesian account of matter, according to which matter, the essence of which is extension, could be considered a substance. Leibniz held instead that only beings endowed with true unity are capable of action, can count as substances. The ultimate expression of Leibniz's view comes in his celebrated theory of monads, in which the only beings that will continue as genuine substances and hence be considered real are mind-like simple substances endowed with perception and appetite. What was said above concerning the unity and activity of simple substances should suffice to explain Leibniz's reason for holding such a position. Now, a fuller version of Leibniz's idealism must be presented. According to Leibniz, if the only genuinely real beings are mind-like simple substances, then bodies, motion, and everything else must result from or be derivatable of those simple substances and their perceptual states. In a typical statement of his idealism, Leibniz says, I don't really eliminate body, but reduce it to what it is. For I show that corporeal mass, which is thought to have something over and above simple substances, is not a substance, but a phenomenon resulting from simple substances, which alone have unity and absolute reality. Yet this position, denying the reality of bodies and asserting that monads are the ground of all corporeal phenomenon, as well as metaphysical corollaries, have shocked many. Bertrand Russell, for example, famously remarked in the preface to his book on Leibniz that he felt that the monadology was a kind of fantastic fairy tale, coherent perhaps, but wholly arbitrary. And perhaps the wittiest and most biting rhetorical question asked of Leibniz, Voltaire gibes, can you really believe that a drop of urine is an infinity of monads, and that each of these has ideas, however obscure, of the universe as a whole? Well, if you are Leibniz, you can, but how so? Panorganism and idealism. When Leibniz argues that bodies are the results of monads and that matter itself is a phenomenon, he has something very specific in mind. First, in Leibniz's system, there is a special kind of order in the natural world corresponding to a hierarchy of monads. Consider first a well-known comment that Leibniz makes to de Volder, introducing a five-fold ontological scheme. I distinguish 1, the primitive entelechy of soul or soul; 2, the matter, namely the primary matter or primitive passive power; 3, the monad made up of these two things; 4, the mass or secondary matter or the organic machine in which innumerable subordinate monads come together; and 5, the animal, that is the corporeal substance which the dominating monad makes into one machine. One of the points Leibniz is making here is that in animal there is a dominant monad that bears a special relation to all the monads subordinate to it that makes the organic machine of that animal. But ultimately the picture is even more complex than this, for each of the subordinate monads can be considered as having an organic machine attached to it, and this relationship continues on to the infinitely small. Thus, for example, Leibniz writes in the Monadology, thus we see that each living body has a dominant entelechy, which in the animal is the soul, but the limbs of the living body are full of other living beings, plants, animals, each of which also has its entelechy or its dominant soul. Similarly, in a letter to Bierling, he writes, any mass contains innumerable monads, for although any one organic body in nature has its corresponding dominant monad, it nevertheless contains in its parts other monads endowed in the same way with organic bodies subservient to the primary one, and the whole of nature is nothing else, for it is necessary that every aggregate results from simple substances as if from elements. In other words, each monad will have an organic body, which is in turn composed of other monads, each of which likewise has an organic body. Similarly, any seemingly inanimate chunk of matter, a stone, or yes, a drop of urine will be the result of an infinity of monads and their organic bodies, which are nothing more than monads and their organic bodies. This view is associated with the pan-organicist strand in Leibniz thought, and it is this reason that Leibniz will claim that all of nature is full of life, and that there are infinite degrees of life in the monads. A hot Q, God bless, thanks for tuning in. Second, there is what can best be described as a genuinely idealist strand of Leibniz thought. That is, if idealism is the thesis that only things that truly exist are minds and their ideas, then Leibniz clearly espouses this doctrine. Here's the operative idea is that bodies, and in particular the bodies associated with particular minds, are intentional objects, though they result from or are grounded in monads. This is what Leibniz is getting at in the following passage from another letter to De Volder. Considering the matter carefully, we must say that there is nothing in things but simple substances, and in them perception and appetition. Moreover, matter and motion are not substances or things as much as they are phenomenon or perceivers, the reality of which is situated in the harmony of the perceivers which with themselves at different times and with other perceivers. Thus, the only real things are simple substances. The bodies that we perceive in motion are around us are phenomena and not themselves substances, though they are grounded ultimately in simple substances or monads. Furthermore, the bodies of the natural world ought to be considered intentional objects, in that they are objects about which we have certain beliefs. This is what Leibniz means in saying that they have reality insofar as there is harmony between perceivers and or between the same perceiver's beliefs or perceptions at different times. In other words, one's body or even a stone is real because it is an object of perception that fits into an account of the world that is both coherent from the point of view of the single perceiver and in harmony with the perceptions of other minds. Perspective and divine emanation. Still, Leibniz's version of idealism tends to produce confusion precisely because of these two strands, the commitment to the embodiment of monads, along with the rejection of the reality of bodies, the view that monads are not spatial but have a point of view. Leibniz's point, however, is that while monads are not extended, they do have a situation insofar as they bear an ordered relation to other bodies through the body in which they are present or through the body to which they represent themselves as being attached. In other words, in the Leibnizian monadology, simple substances are mind-like entities that do not, strictly speak, exist in space, but that represent the universe from a unique perspective. Leibniz's conception of such a perspectival universe has, however, a distinctively Platonist origin. Again, each mind-like simple substance represents itself as having a body and a position relative to other bodies, but in doing so, each simple substance offers a perspective on the world for the divine mind. This idea comes out very clearly in the Discourse of Metaphysics, where Leibniz writes the following. Now, first of all, it is very evident that created substances depend on God, who preserves them and who even produces them continually by a kind of emanation, just as we produce our thoughts. For God, so to speak, turns on all sides and in all ways the general system of phenomenon, which he finds it good to produce in order to manifest his glory, and he views all the faces of the world in all ways possible. Since there is no relation that escapes his omniscience, the result of each view of the universe as seen from a certain position is a substance which expresses the universe in conformity with this view, should God see fit to render his thought actual and to produce this substance. This is a striking passage. Leibniz is telling us that each finite substance is the result of a different perspective that God can take of the universe, and that each created substance is an emanation of God. The argument here can be expressed in several different ways. First, since God could occupy any and all points of view of the universe, there must be a simple substance to represent the world from that perspective. And since this simple substance must have representations of its unique perspective, it must be a mind-like substance, the monad, capable of having perceptions. Second and stronger, God's omniscience entails knowledge of the world from every perspective simultaneously, and the infinite perspective of the world originating from God's nature simply are monads. Monadic hierarchies. If the only thing that truly exists are mind-like entities, monads, then the difference between them must be explicable in terms of mental features. Now, it was stated above that the central feature of Leibniz's account of substance was his claim that substances are endowed with active and passive forces. In his mature metaphysics, Leibniz expresses this view somewhat differently by saying that a substance is an active insofar as it has distinct perceptions and passive insofar as it has confused perceptions. Thus, for example, in the monadology, Leibniz writes that we attribute action to a monad insofar as it has distinct perceptions and passion insofar as it has confused perception. But as we learn later in the same work, monads all go confusedly to infinity, to the whole, but they are limited and differentiated by the degrees of their distinct perceptions. The fundamental idea here is twofold. First, activity and passivity are features of the relative clarity and distinctness of the representations of the monad, and second, insofar as the organic bodies of a particular monad are themselves constituted by monads, they, the monads of the organic body, will have confused perceptions. This chain goes down to the infinitely small, with monads having only very confused and inexact perceptions of the world. Since there is a hierarchy among monads within any animal, from the soul of a person down to the infinitely small monad, the relation of domination and subordination among monads is a crucial feature of both Leibniz idealism and pan-organicism. But the hierarchy of substances is not simply one of containment, in which one monad has an organic body which is the result of other monads, each of which has an organic body, and so on. In the case of animals, brutes, and human beings, the hierarchy of monads is also related to the control of the machine of nature, as Leibniz had put it in a letter to de Volder considered above. What is it then that explains the relation of a dominant and subordinate monad? As Leibniz tells de Bossis, domination and subordination consist of degrees of perfection. Since monads are to be differentiated in terms of their perceptions, one neutral reading would simply be that suggested in the paragraph above, monad X is dominant over monad Y when X has clear perceptions than Y. But if we follow the description of the appearances of causal interaction that we find in the monadology, we can get a slightly more sophisticated picture. Monad X is dominant over monad Y when X contains within it reasons for the actions of Y. This is why the mind of an animal can be said to direct the actions of its body. In Y, for example, there will be a hierarchy of functionality within one animal. Thus, one's mind has clearer perceptions than those contained in the monads of its organic body, but it contains the reasons for everything that happens in one's body. One's liver contains the reason for what happens in the cell, and the cell contains the reasons for whatever happens in its mitochondria, and according to Leibniz, the relation continues infinitely on down. Epistemology. Leibniz's reflection on epistemology matters do not rival his reflections on logic, metaphysics, divine justice, and natural philosophy in terms of quantity. Nevertheless, he did think deeply about the possibility and nature of human knowledge, and his main doctrines will be presented here. Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas. In 1684, Leibniz published a short treatise with the above title. It was his first mature publication and one to which he often referred in the course of his philosophical career. In it, Leibniz set out a series of distinctions from human knowledge or cognition. Knowledge is either obscure or clear. Clear knowledge is either confused or distinct. Distinct knowledge is either inadequate or adequate, and adequate knowledge is either symbolic or intuitive. Now, according to Leibniz, clear knowledge means being able to recognize something that is represented to us. When one can give such an enumeration, one possesses a distinct notion of concept and is thus able to give a nominal definition of the thing. Further, if all the marks that form part of the distinct notion are themselves distinctly known, then the cognition is adequate. And finally, if a notion is complex and we are able to consider all of its component notions simultaneously, then our knowledge of it is intuitive. Ultimately, Leibniz holds that human beings have intuitive knowledge only of primary notions and propositions, whereas God, of course, has intuitive knowledge of all things. Leibniz believes his distinctions also serve to show the difference between true and false ideals An idea is true, he writes, when its notion is possible and false when it includes a contradiction. Now, possibility can be established a priori and a posteriori. On the one hand, we can know a priori that something is possible, and if we can resolve it into a component notions which are themselves possible, and if we know that there is no incompatibility among those component notions, on the other hand, we know a posteriori that something is possible merely through experience, for the actual existence of a thing is proof of its possibility. Truth of reason and truth's effect. Well, Leibniz's principles of contradiction and principle of sufficient reason were discussed above. It is not mentioned that these two principles are employed in the service of Leibniz's distinction between truths of reasoning and truths of fact, that is, between necessary truths and contingent truths. Leibniz's account of modality is treated elsewhere, but a short account of this distinction is here required. In the case of a truth of reasoning, its reason or explanation can be discovered by the analysis of notions or concepts, resolving it into simpler matters and simpler truths until we reach the primitives. Ultimately, all truths of reasoning will be resolved into primitives or identities, and the principle of contradiction is thereby operative. In the case of the truth or fact, on the other hand, its reason cannot be discovered through a finite process of analysis or resolution of notions. However, there must be a reason that some particular fact is so and not otherwise, the principle of sufficient reason, and according to Leibniz, the reason is found outside the series of contingent things. Innate ideas. Leibniz is often put in the camp of rationalists who opposed to the empiricist, for example, Locke, Berkeley, and Home. While there are good grounds to be unhappy with the standard textbook distinction, Leibniz does fit the bill in two important respects. He is a rationalist insofar that he holds the principle of sufficient reason, and he is a rationalist insofar as he accepts innate ideas and denies that the mind is at birth a tabula rasa or a blank slate. In terms of Leibniz's classical allegiances, it is interesting to see that in the realm of metaphysics he often couched his philosophy in Aristotelian and scholastic terms, but that in the realm of epistemology he was a fairly open Platonist, at least in terms of the existence of innate ideas. Indeed, in the opening passages of the New Essays on Human Understanding, his book-length commentary on Locke's essay concerning human understanding, Leibniz explicitly aligns himself with Plato on the fundamental question of the origin of ideas. Leibniz has several straightforward metaphysical reasons for denying that the mind could be a tabula rasa. First and most obviously, since there can be no genuine causal interaction among substances, then there could be no way that all our ideas could come from experience. Indeed, no idea could, strictly speaking, come from experience. Leibniz will, however, adopt a more liberal understanding of sense experience so that this is not mooted to core. But second, and ranked and rarely remarked upon, Leibniz believes that the view that our minds are blank slates at birth violates the principle of the identity of indiscernibles. In short, the principle of the identity of indiscernibles works against qualitatively identical physical atoms and against qualitatively identical because blank souls. Further, if one telling passage, it shows us the metaphysical underpinnings of the empiricist view that he finds so objectionable. He writes, experience is necessary. I admit if the soul is to be given such and such thoughts, and if it is to take heed to the ideas that are within us. But how could experience in the senses provide the ideas? Does the soul have windows? Is it similar to writing tablets or like wax? Clearly, those who take the view of the soul are treating it as fundamentally corporeal. Locke famously entertained the possibility of thinking matter, and Leibniz found such a thesis abhorrent. Throughout his career, Leibniz expressed no doubt that the human mind or soul is essentially immaterial, and Locke's skepticism about the nature of substance is fundamentally at odds with Leibniz's most deeply held philosophical commitments. But of course, the consequence of this is that Leibniz seeks to undermine Locke's position with respect to the origin and nature of ideas. That the mind, according to Leibniz, must be essentially immaterial has been shown above in the section on metaphysics, but Leibniz does not have a particular argument for the mind's immateriality or against its mechanisms that concerns the nature of thoughts and ideas. This is his famous metaphor of a mill, which comes forth both in New Essays and the Monadology. According to Leibniz, perceptions cannot be explained in a mechanical or materialistic terms. Even if one were to create a machine to which one attributes thought and the presence of perceptions, inspection of the interior of this machine would not show that the experience of thoughts or perceptions, only the motions of various parts. But even when Leibniz accepts the common way of speaking, that is, as if the senses are causally responsible for some ideas, he has arguments against the empiricist claim that the senses are the origin of all ideas. According to Leibniz, while the empiricist's position can explain the source of contingent truths, it cannot adequately explain the origin and character of necessary truths, for the senses could never arrive at the universality of any necessary truth. They can at best provide us with the means of making relatively strong induction. Rather, it is the understanding itself, Leibniz claims, which is the source of such truths and which guarantees their very necessity. While we are not aware of all our ideals at any time, the fact demonstrated by the function and role of memory, certain ideas or truth are in our minds as dispositions or tendencies. This is what is meant by innate idea or an innate truth. Indeed, Leibniz believes that the mind has a special affinity for necessary truths. On this subject, Leibniz uses a distinctive metaphor. A piece of marble has veins that indicate or are disposed to indicate shapes that a skillful sculptor can discover and exploit. Similarly, there is a disposition, an aptitude, a preformation which determines our soul and brings it about that necessary truths are derivable from it. Apperception, memory, and reason. The hierarchy of monads mentioned above has a corollary in Leibniz's epistemology. Monads are more or less perfect depending upon the clarity of their perceptions, and a monad is dominant over another when one contains reasons for what happens in the other. But some monads can rise to the level of souls when, for example, they experience sensations. That is, when their perceptions are very distinct and accompanied by memory. This is a position occupied by animals. Furthermore, some souls are sometimes also in a position to engage in a perception, that is, to reflect on their inner states or perceptions. As Leibniz tells us the principles of nature and grace, it is good to distinguish between perceptions, which is the internal states of the monad representing external things, and a perception, which is consciousness, or the reflective knowledge of the internal state, something not given to all souls nor at all times to a given soul. The point that Leibniz wants to make clear is that in anti-Cartesian one, it is not the case that animals lack souls or are mere machines. There is a continuum here from God, angels, and human beings through animals to stones and dull monads, which underlie the muck and grime of the world. And this continuum is not solely to be understood in terms of the comparative clarity of the mind's perception, but also in terms of the kinds of mental activity possible for a particular being. Indeed, according to Leibniz, animals operate not as mere automata as they do in the Cartesian philosophy, but rather have fairly sophisticated mental faculties. Even a dog, for example, is capable by virtue of its memory of having a perception of a prior perception. Well, this resembles reasoning. It is not the kind of reasoning that human beings are capable of, for the mental processes of the dog are only founded in memory of facts or effects, and not at all in the knowledge of causes. At the same time, Leibniz is quick to add that the mental activity of the dog is the same as the mental activity of the human beings in three-fourths of their actions. For most of us, most of the time, are not actually reasoning from causes to effects, and yet we are different from the beast. Leibniz believes some creatures are capable of knowing the necessary and eternal truths of logic and mathematics, and a priori truths from causes to effect, and they are properly called rational animals, and their souls are called minds. As Leibniz says, these souls are capable of performing reflective acts and capable of considering what is called I, substance, soul, mind, in brief, immaterial things and immaterial truths. And what it makes in it, and that is what makes us capable of the science of demonstrative knowledge. Thus, what makes human beings and higher minds special is the capacity via apperception to formulate a conception of the self. Indeed, we have seen in this passage, Leibniz suggests that rationality itself follows from the capacity for reflection. We begin with a conception of the self. We move from the point to thinking of being, of substance, of God, and we become aware of, as well, of eternal and necessary truths. Rationality, however, is really only the ability to form indubitable connections of ideas and to follow them to their infallible consequences. In other words, animals and most human beings most of the time are purely empiricists. A rational person, however, is one who can engage in genuine a priori reasoning, moving from knowledge of a true cause via deduction to necessary effects. Petite's perceptions. One of the fundamental theses of Leibniz, so the last Australian, God bless. Good to see you, as always. Petite's perceptions. One of the fundamental theses of Leibniz philosophy is that each substance expresses the entire universe. In order to incorporate this thesis into his general epistemology and philosophy of mind, Leibniz develops his account of Petite's perceptions, or minute perceptions, mentioned briefly in the section of pre-established harmony. As he puts it in the preface to the new essays, at every moment there is in us an infinity of perceptions unaccompanied by awareness or reflections, that is, of alterations in the soul itself, of which we are unaware because these impressions are either too minute or too numerous, or else too unvarying, and that they are not sufficiently distinctive on their own. In other words, everything that takes place in the universe really is expressed by each finite mind, but the infinite perceptions present in the mind are usually too minute to and or too indistinct to outweigh. The infinity of uh, petite perceptions are then simply epistemologically white noise. For Leibniz, the simplicity and unity of mind still allows for the multiplicity of perceptions and appetitions. The multiplicity, however, should not only be interpreted as diachronous, but also synchronous. That is, the mind, despite its simplicity and unity, has within it at a time an infinity of different petitest perceptions. A human being in a waking state is conscious of a particular perception, but never all. And here we see that Leibniz doctrine is important insofar as it offers a contrast to Cartesian theory of mind. According to Leibniz, the mind is always active, for there are always perceptions present to it, even if those perceptions are minute and do not rise to such a level that we are cognizant of them. Thus, even as a deep and dreamless sleep, the mind is active and perceptions are in the mind. Moreover, if Descartes really did advocate the perfect transparency of mind, then it should be clear that Leibniz also allows for a subtler picture of mental contents. There are many things in the mind that are confused and minute, and to which we do not always have complete access. The extent of human knowledge. Leibniz, however, does not simply disagree with Locke about the nature of the mind and the possibility of innate ideas. It is also Leibniz's contention that human beings are capable of knowledge in a way that Locke has clearly denied. As shown above, Leibniz is convinced that our knowledge of necessary truths has a completely different foundation from that of which Locke argues. Similarly, Leibniz holds that we can have a genuine knowledge of the real essences of things, something called into question by Locke. After all, Locke has argued that we ought to admit that essence is really just a word that we use to describe nominal essence, a set of sortal concepts based on sensible qualities. We ought not to act as if essence means anything about the real or inner constitution of a thing, for we will remain ignorant of that. Leibniz, however, holds that we can know certain things not only about individuals, but also about their species in general. In Book 4 of the New Essays, in which Philethes, the Locke character, gives his critique of the possibility of a certain knowledge about substances qua natural kinds, Theophilus Leibniz says, "Let me tell you that there are, for example, hundreds of truths that we can be certain of concerning gold, the body whose inner essence reveals itself through the greatest weight known here on earth, or through the greatest ductility, or by other marks. For we can say that the body with the greatest known ductility is also the heaviest of all known bodies." Early in the New Essays, Leibniz has said that the essence is fundamentally nothing but the possibility of the things under consideration, and essences are everlasting because they only concern possibilities. It would seem then that Leibniz has something like the following in mind. Experience informs us of a certain consistent set of sensible properties in, for example, gold, that is a certain set of properties is compossible. And more important, we ought to be able to assert with certainty that if some object has the greatest ductility, then it also has the greatest weight. And finally, philosophical theology. Like most of his great contemporaries, Descartes, Spinoza, Mellenbrock, Leibniz developed a number of arguments for the existence of God. Two of these are presented and considered in condensed versions of the monadology as a priori and a posteriori arguments, or ontological and cosmological arguments, to borrow Kant's terminology. But they have long histories in Leibniz thought, yet unlike Descartes and Spinoza, at least Leibniz also extended great efforts in explaining and justifying God's justice and benevolence in this world. In other words, Leibniz was keen to answer the problem of evil. His work on this subject led to his thesis, so roundly mocked in Voltaire's Candide, that we live in the best of all possible worlds. The existence of God, the ontological argument. Leibniz made an important contribution to the history of the ontological argument. His reflection on this form of argument goes back to the 1670s, and we know that he shared his thoughts of the matter with Spinoza when Leibniz visited him on the way to Hanover. According to Leibniz, the argument that Descartes gives implicitly in the fifth meditation and explicitly in the first set of replies is faulty. Descartes has argued that God is a being having all perfections. Existence is a perfection, therefore God exists. But Leibniz thinks one needs to show that it's possible for such a being to exist, that is that it's possible for all perfection to coexist in one being. If this is so, then and only then an ens perfectissimum can be said to exist. In his short essay that a most perfect being exists from 1676, Leibniz argues just this. He defines perfection as a simple quality which is positive or and absolute, or which expresses without any limits whatever it does express. And with this definition in hand, Leibniz is then able to claim that there can be no inconsistency among perfections, since a perfection in being simple and positive is unanalyzable and incapable of being closed in limits. That is, if A and B are perfections, then the proposition A and B are incompatible cannot be demonstrated because A and B are simples, and nor can the positions be known per se. Therefore, it is possible that any and all perfections are in fact compatible, and therefore Leibniz reasons a subject of all perfections is indeed possible. But this argument by itself is not sufficient to determine that God necessarily exists. Leibniz must also show that the existence is itself perfection, so that a being having all perfections may be said to exist. More exactly, Leibniz needs to show that necessary existence belongs to the essence of God. And this he does in another short piece from this period, writing again, a necessary being is the same as a being from whose essence existence follows. For a necessary being is one which necessarily exists, such that for it not to exist would imply a contradiction, and so would conflict with the concept or essence of this being. In other words, if it is the case that a necessary being is the same thing as a being whose existence follows from its essence, then existence must in fact be one of its essential properties. Leibniz continues in his short reflection, and so existence belongs to its concept or essence. From this we have a splendid theorem, which is the pinnacle of modal theory, and by which one moves in a wonderful way from potentiality to act. If a necessary being is possible, it follows that it exists actually, or that such a being is actually found in the universe. The pinnacle of modal theory that Leibniz mentions here is none other than the notorious axioms of modal logic. In short, Leibniz's argument is as follows. God, definition, God is a being having all perfection. Another definition of perfection is simple and absolute property. Existence is a perfection. If existence is part of the essence of a thing, then it is a necessary being. If it is possible for a necessary being to exist, then a necessary being does exist. It is possible for a being to have all perfections, therefore a necessary being, God, does exist. It should be noted that Leibniz's argument bears a certain affinity with the ontological argument that Gödel gives, insofar as it also seeks to demonstrate the possibility of being having all simple positive properties. The cosmological argument. As we have seen, the principle of sufficient reason is one of the bedrock principles for all of Leibniz's philosophy. In the monadology, Leibniz appeals to the principle of sufficient reason, saying that even in the case of contingent truths or truths of fact, there must be a sufficient reason why there are so and not otherwise. But since each particular truth of fact is contingent upon some other prior truth of fact, the reason for the entire series of truths must be located outside the series, and the ultimate reason is what we call God. In the Theodicity, Leibniz spills out this argument with a fascinating account of the nature of God. First, insofar as the first cause of the entire series must have been able to survey all other possible worlds, it has understanding. Second, insofar as it was able to select one world among the infinity of possible worlds, it has will. Third, insofar as able to bring about this world, it has power. Leibniz adds here that power relates to being, wisdom, or understanding to truth, and with to good. Fourth, insofar as the first cause relates to all possibilities, its understanding, will, and power are infinite. And fifth, insofar as everything is connected together, there's no reason to suppose more than one God. Thus, Leibniz is able to demonstrate the uniqueness of God, his omniscience, omnipotence, and benevolence from the twin assumptions of the contingency of the world and the principle of sufficient reason. Naturally, if one were to deny the existence of possible worlds in the sense conceived by Leibniz, or deny the principle of sufficient reason by, say, admitting brute facts, then one would hardly be moved to this kind of argument. And finally, the last section, optimism. Leibniz's account of the nature of possible worlds is dealt with in a separate entry. Here, the following simple question will be addressed. How can this world be the best of all possible worlds? After all, as Voltaire brought out so clearly in Candide, it certainly seems that this world, in which one finds no short supply of natural and moral horrors, is far from perfect. Indeed, it seems pretty lousy. Certainly, only a fool could believe that this is the best world possible, but Leibniz speaks on behalf of the fool with an argument that is essentially the following structure. 1. God is omnipotent and omniscient and benevolent and the free creator of the world. The definition. 2. Premise. Things could have been otherwise. There are other possible worlds. 3. Suppose that the world is not the best of all possible worlds. The world could be better. 4. If this world is not the best of all possible worlds, then at least one of the following must be the case. God was not powerful enough to bring about a better world, or God did not know how this world would develop after creation of it. God lacked foreknowledge, or God did not wish this world to be the best, or God did not create the world, or there were no other possible worlds from which God could choose. 5. But any one or more of the disjuncts of 4 contradict 1 or 2. 6. Therefore, the world is the best of all possible worlds. In other words, Leibniz seems to argue that if one is to hold to the traditional theistic conception of God and believe that one can meaningfully assert that the world could have been other than it is, then one must hold that this world is the best possible. Naturally, this argument is simply the Christian retort to Epicurean argument against theism. But what are the criteria by which one can say that this world is the best? It should be clear that Leibniz nowhere says that this argument implies that everything has to be wonderful. Indeed, Leibniz is squarely in the tradition of all Christian apologists going back to Augustine, arguing that we cannot have knowledge of the world, of the whole of the world, and that even a piece of the mosaic that is discoverable to us is ugly. The whole may indeed have great beauty. Still, Leibniz does offer at least 2 considerations relevant to the determination of the happiness and perfection of the world. He tells us in the Discourse on Metaphysics, first, that the happiness of minds is the principal aim of God, and second, that God has chosen the most perfect world, that is the one in which is at the same time the simplest in hypothesis and the richest in phenomena. So, is this world of genocide and natural disaster better than a world containing only one multifoliate rose? Yes, because the former is a world in which an infinity of minds perceive and reflect on the diversity of phenomenon caused by a modest number of simple laws. To the more difficult question, whether there is a better world with perhaps a little less genocide and natural disaster, Leibniz can only respond that if so, God would have brought it into actuality. And this, of course, is to say that there really is no better possible world. Okay, so that was a lot, and we will definitely return more to Leibniz, but just to throw it out there, in totality, an overview of the breadth of Leibniz thoughts. And for the future of metaphysics, the series, Leibniz was extremely important. Like I mentioned, it's kind of the beginning of idealism and will bridge the ancient world to the modern world. Because like last week, I talked about the creation of the postmodern world through Bertrand Russell. Today, we're going to look from the modern world of the German idealism that led up to that. And then next week or the next episode, I will probably return to metaphysics and the ancients and Aristotle and Plato, and we'll see from there. But Leibniz covering the whole breadth of thought on a whole bunch of topics that would have been common to ancient metaphysics, where much of Leibniz today seems hard to understand in the modern world. But at the same time, Leibniz created the foundation for the modern world, largely with the calculus and different parts of logic and reasoning. So let me just pour a drink, and then we'll get to Bernard Bolzano. Okay, so I wanted to cover Bolzano last week, but I had the power outages, and it was going very long. And hopefully this week I'll have energy to finish 4 more. I've already been going for 3 hours, and I only have a handful of people watching. But the research has to go on. So even just for my own purposes and my own due diligence, but I hope it's useful to other people. So let's jump right into Bernard Bolzano, not a well-known person, although he does have a theory in calculus or mathematics that still might bear his name. If you took mathematics in university, maybe you heard Bolzano's name. But he's an important logician that paves the way from idealism to logical empiricism, and also covers a breadth of metaphysics from a whole bunch of topics, but most importantly in the history of logic. And he's somewhat in the disciple of Leibniz and Kant. And we'll see Bolzano is an Italian name, but he's German, came from Italy to Germany. Bernard Bolzano, 1781 to 1848, was a Catholic priest, a professor of the doctrine of Catholic religion at the philosophical faculty of the University of Prague, an outstanding mathematician and one of the greatest logicians, or even as some would have it, the greatest logician who lived in the long stretch of time between Leibniz and Frege. As far as logic is concerned, Bolzano anticipated almost exactly 100 years before Tarski and Carnap their semantic definitions of logical truth and logical consequence, and in mathematics he is not only known for his famous paradoxes of the infinite, but also for certain results that have become and are still standard in textbooks of mathematics, such as the Bolzano-Weierstrass theorem. Bolzano also made important contributions to other fields of knowledge and outside of philosophy due to the versatility of his talents and the various fields to which he made substantial contributions. He became one of the last great polymaths in the history of ideas. The presentation of Bolzano's personality that is given here will still be incomplete unless it were added that Bolzano was also a great philanthropist. This becomes evident not only by Bolzano's writing in ethics and political philosophy, but it also manifests itself in the practice by his activities for the benefit of the poor, subjugated, discriminated, and disadvantaged people. Together with his friends and pupils, he supported activities in favor of such things as poorhouses, homes for the blind, loan banks for the working class, and libraries and elementary schools in the countryside. The first section of the article deals with Bolzano's biography, and the second section presents a survey of Bolzano's main writings. The following sections 3 to 12 are devoted to the different branches of philosophy to which Bolzano made contributions. In the final section, 13, Bolzano's influence on the development of the sciences and the intellectual life in Bohemia is considered. So this is a long one. Bolzano's life and scientific career. When he was 10 years old, Bolzano entered the gymnasium of the Piarist in Prague, where he attended from 1791 to 6. He subsequently began his philosophical studies at the University of Prague that lasted 3 years, roughly corresponding to a higher level of high schools. Included in the philosophical studies, besides philosophy itself, were subjects such as history, languages, and biology, but above all, also mathematics and physics. In the autumn of 1800, Bolzano began his study of theology at the University of Prague. At a time such a course of studies lasted 4 years, he finished it around in the summer of 1804. Bolzano got ordained as a Roman Catholic priest on the 7th of April, 1805. A few days later, on the 17th of April, 1805, he received his doctorate of philosophy at the University of Prague. Just 2 days later, on the 19th of April, 1805, he took up the newly established chair for religious doctrine in the philosophical faculty at the University of Prague, which he had been granted to him provisionally by the Austrian Emperor Kaiser Franz. The definitive occupancy of this chair was followed by his appointment as professor ordinaris in September 1806. According to the decree of February 1804, the chairs for religious doctrine were established for the sake of improving religious instruction. Connected with these professorships was the important assignment to deliver the Sunday homilies, also called exhortations, or to the students. Bolzano gave them voluntarily also on holidays. The effectiveness of these chairs, whose occupants were therefore also called catechists, was thereby essentially enhanced. Bolzano's liberal intellectuality and his progressive theology and political ideas, combined with his practical activities and his enormous influence as a priest and as a university professor on people in general and the opinion leaders in Bohemia in particular, were a highly explosive mixture in the political and religious atmosphere in which Bolzano lived. All kinds of liberal and national movements were suppressed in the political system. No wonder that Bolzano's progressive political ideals and activities were found to be unacceptable to the political authorities. This situation, in combination with personal intrigues, resulted in January of 1820 in Bolzano's removal from his professorship by Emperor Franz, who signed personally all decrees of appointments and dismissals of professors of all universities in the empire. From that time on, Bolzano was forbidden to teach, preach, or publish, and he had to sustain himself on a meager pension that was graciously granted to him by the emperor. It came to be a blessing in disguise that Bolzano was now exempted from teaching duties, had all the time he needed to elaborate and write his new foundation of logic. It was published in 1837 in 4 volumes as a theory of science. After that, Bolzano took great pains to elaborate a new foundation of mathematics. The realization of the project was considerably developed but not yet completed when Bolzano died in 1848. Small pieces of voluminous philosophical and mathematical literary remains have been published from time to time. The complete edition of his work that was planned several times had to wait until 1969, when the two most meritorious Bolzano scholars, Edward Winter and Jan Berg, together with the publisher Gunther Holzbrug, started the Bernard Bolzano Gesamtausgabe, which, due to the effort of the 3 persons, became one of the most distinguished complete editions of the work of a philosopher in our time. 99 volumes of the edition have already appeared, and the next volumes are forthcoming. Bolzano's main writings. Bolzano's uncommonly versatile work culminated in 3 extensive main writings in 3 different areas of knowledge. Theology, his 4-volume textbook of the science of religion, 1834, and philosophy, the 4-volume Theory of Science, 1837, which provides a new foundation for logic and is at the same time an extensive manual of logic, and in mathematics and the theory of quantities, conceived as a monumental work but not completed. Bolzano's teaching was concerned exclusively with fundamental topics of theology. In addition, he worked mainly in logic. Nevertheless, his scientific developments began in mathematics. Already in 1804, Bolzano's first scientific publication, namely Considerations on Some Objects of Elementary Geometry, appeared. Further mathematical publications followed between 1810 and 17. Bolzano returned ultimately to mathematics in order to create a new foundation on which mathematics as a whole could be built. He succeeded in doing this, however, only in bits and pieces. Logic. Due to the affinity of many ideas of Bolzano, logic with ideas of modern logic attempts to reconstruct Bolzano's logic by means of techniques of modern logic started very early. Bolzano's concept of logic. The term logic was understood in Bolzano's time, as also by Bolzano himself, not in the narrow sense of formal logic as it is commonly used today, but rather in the broad sense of which includes, besides formal logic, also both epistemology and the philosophy of science. Thus, Bolzano used, instead of logic, also the term theory of science. By logic or theory of science, Bolzano means that discipline or science which formulates rules according to which we must proceed in the business of dividing the entire realm of truth into single sciences and in the exposition thereof in special textbooks if we want to proceed in truly expedient fashion. This definition of logic makes a strange impression at first glance and was also often misunderstood, but putting it forward, Bolzano ascribes to logic a task that is generally not included in philosophy at all, but rather in the technique of scientific procedure. Bolzano, however, considered the task to be important enough to subject it to a scientific treatment, since he did not see how it could otherwise be brought within the purview of a science. He assigned this task to logic, which seemed to him to be the best candidate for this. What Bolzano mentioned in his definition is, in his own view, by no means the only task of logic. In order to avoid superfluous criteria, Bolzano stated that only the most concrete purpose in his definition for the other tasks are entailed in it. Bolzano's logic is a composite of the theory of foundations, the theory of elements, and the theory of knowledge, the art of discovery, heuristics, and the theory of science proper. Thus, logic is for Bolzano an encompassing philosophical discipline, and the theory of science proper is only a sort of appendix of his logic. Bolzano's conception of logic. Bolzano's logic was based upon a fundamental view that the very opposite of the common view of his time. Whereas it was quite common in his time to mix logical with psychological investigations, Bolzano made every attempt to separate them. For him, logical concepts are concepts by their own, and their definition, therefore, must be kept free from any psychological admixture. Bolzano's approach to logic was, long before Frege and Husserl, unmistakably anti-psychologistic, even though it did not yet use this term. In order to overcome psychologism and to achieve a strict separation of logic from psychology, Bolzano opened up for logic a realm or world of its own. different from the world of material objects as well as from the world of mental phenomena. A world 3 to speak with Karl Popper. Bolzano's motive for postulating such a logical realm of its own obviously was the erroneous belief that logical properties such as logical truth and logical relations such as logical consequence need purely logical objects as their bearers in order to remain purely logical and free from any psychological admixtures themselves. What is more, Bolzano had an unshakable intuition that there must be such purely logical objects, namely objective sentences or sentences in themselves, and these parts, objective ideas or ideas in themselves in today's terminology. Bolzano's sentences in themselves are called propositions. This term without any epithet will be used for them in what follows. The term sentence without epithet, however, will be used in its linguistic sense for a certain string of words or symbols. Moreover, following Bolzano's practice, we will use the term idea, Vorstellung, without epithet for an idea in itself. Propositions and ideas are the objects which can be grasped by mental phenomenon, subjective propositions of particular judgment, and subjective ideas, and expressed in a language, but despite their close connection to their mental and linguistic correlates, they must be rigorously distinguished from them. Due to his conception of logic, Bolzano was in need of propositions and ideas, and therefore postulated that there are such genuinely logical objects. He himself, however, was convinced that he need not postulate them, but can undoubtedly prove that there must be propositions and ideas. The basis of Bolzano's logic and his whole philosophy. Something could be true even if nobody knew it were true. We therefore need a concept of truth that does not require of every truth that someone knows it. For this concept, Bolzano introduced the term truth in itself, Wahrheit an sich. If something is a truth and no human being knows that it is true, then for Bolzano it must be a truth in itself. A truth in itself is nothing but a true proposition, a proposition that is the property of being true. Bolzano takes the proof that there is at least one truth in itself to be fundamental not only for logic and for philosophy in general, but for any science. Bolzano offers, therefore, several arguments, such as the following ones for the claim that there must be truths in themselves. There are obviously truths that are unknown and therefore truths in themselves. The Pythagorean theorem and the Copernican theory that the Earth rotates around the sun have not become true by their discoveries, but have always been true. They are truths in themselves. If no thinking being existed, if it were true that there exists no thinking being, but this, according to Bolzano, could only be a truth in itself, there is one proof for the existence of a truth in itself, or a true proposition, however, which Bolzano takes to be decisive. It is an improved version of the traditional refutation of skepticism by self-application. Before we present and discuss this proof, a terminological remark seems to be in order. The word truth, as well as the German word Wahrheit, is ambiguous insofar as it denotes a property of being true on the one hand and a bearer of this property, a true proposition, a true sentence, a true judgment. On the other hand, only the latter can be meant. However, as soon as the word truth is preceded by the indefinite article a truth, or it is put into the plural form truths, it is in such clear cases only that we will allow the word troops without epithet to be used in the sense of Bolzano's truth in itself or troops in themselves, but otherwise we will use true propositions instead to avoid confusions. In general, we would therefore reserve the word truth for the property of being true. That being said, we can now turn to Bolzano's alleged proof for the existence of true propositions. And many of this is very technical, so skipping some of it, more technical parts. Bolzano is not content with having proven allegedly that there is at least one true proposition. He wants even to prove by mathematical induction that there are more and even infinitely more true propositions. The above derivation is an illustrative example of Bolzano's importation of proof methods from mathematics, such as the methods of indirect proof and mathematical induction, into philosophy. Nevertheless, this alleged proof for the existence of a true proposition does not reach its goal for a simple reason. The proof is in no way peculiar for truths in the sense of true propositions as Bolzano needs to have it. Bolzano unwittingly displayed its failure due to an informal fallacy. Bolzano himself, however, was convinced that he had correctly and successfully proven that there are truths in themselves. From this, it follows that there must be propositions, since truths in themselves are a certain kind of propositions, and since in every proposition ideas are contained as its parts, a further consequence is that there are also ideas. For every proposition, there is also another proposition, that it's its propositional negation. the propositional negation of a true proposition is a false proposition. Therefore, among propositions, there must also be false ones. They are often overlooked because a special name such as falsehood in itself was never introduced officially for them, or at least not customarily. As far as the ontological status of propositions and ideas is concerned, Bolzano stresses again and again their objectivity, their independence from thinking in general and from the mind and mental phenomenon of thinking beings by which they are grasped in particular. Bolzano does not only accentuate the objectivity of propositions and ideas, but he also lays particular emphasis on their being not real, whereby real means in Bolzano's terminology the same as efficacious, wirksam, which derives etymology from the word wirken, from which also werklich is derived. The realm of reality includes everything in space and time, and herewith all material objects and events of the physical world, Popper's World 1, as well as all mental or physical phenomena in our inner world, World 2. In addition, Bolzano includes in his realm of reality also God, who is outside of space and time. Propositions and ideas belong to the third realm, outside of Bolzano's realm of reality, which encompasses World 1 and 2. Unfortunately, Bolzano uses the nouns existence and being synonymously with reality. He therefore states again and again that there are propositions and ideas, but they do not exist and they do not have being. This particular, if not odd terminology, has caused numerous misunderstandings, not only about Bolzano's view, but also for Bolzano himself. In his discussion about Kant's dictum that being is not a real predicate, despite Bolzano's terminology convention, we will here use the English word existence in general in the broad sense of Bolzano's es gibt. If not only for this terminological reason that Bolzano's characterization of ontological status of propositions and ideas remains in the last analysis nebulous and is therefore repeatedly evoked criticism, one must of course add, for the sake of doing justice to Bolzano, that no other advocate of such a World 3, including Husserl, Popper, and even Frege, has done better than he had done and has succeeded in saying anything clearer about this than what can already be found in Bolzano's work. Despite all these deficiencies, Bolzano's unproven assumption or postulation of propositions and ideas turned out to be extremely fruitful in his own research. Bolzano's analysis of propositions of his sentences in themselves. Although Bolzano contributed many highly interesting and valuable insights to the analysis of propositions, they all are shaped in the subject-predicate scheme. We must explain some of these insights before we discuss Bolzano's main contributions to logic. Bolzano starts his analysis of propositions by claiming the traditional subject-predicate view as a dogma. Despite the variety of their linguistic expressions, all propositions are of the form A has B, and therefore has exactly three parts, namely a subject idea A, a predicate idea B, and the copula has, the idea expressed by the word has, or another form of to have. Due to the stylistic preference of adjectives over abstract nouns, everyday language very often does not even provide us with an abstract noun corresponding to an adjective. In such cases, we therefore use the adjective at hand, although we could always easily introduce a corresponding artificial noun into our language. Since every proposition has the same copula, two propositions can be different only if they have either different subject ideas or different predicate ideas or both. This results in Bolzano's identity criterion for two propositions. Two propositions, A1 has B1 and A2 has B2, are identical if and only if A1 equals A2 and B1 equals B2. In order for A has B to be a proposition, it will suffice that the predicate idea B is an arbitrary idea, in a way at least pretending to be an idea of an attribute. In order for A has B to be true, however, it is necessary for the predicate idea B is an idea of an attribute. An attribute can be an inner attribute, a property of an object, or an outer attribute, a relation among objects. Examples of properties are wisdom or omnipotence. Examples of relations are friendship to so-and-so, fatherhood to so-and-so, being twice as long as such and such. The main trouble resulting from the traditional subject-predicate view in general and from Bolzano's uniform A has B structure of every proposition is that under its subject idea A, two different cases are concealed insofar as it can be singular or general. In order to confirm his thesis that every proposition has the form every A has B, Bolzano shows all kinds of verbal forms of significant sentences, how to transfer them into a standard form. So much of this is extremely technical And I have almost no audience. Yeah, God bless. Welcome back, Jenny. So I'm skipping a lot of the technical aspects here. Predicate negation, propositional negation, subjunctive and disjunctive propositions, particular propositions, and there is propositions. This analysis is completely in accordance with Kant's and, of course, even more so with Frege and Russell's later on, although Bolzano never stopped criticizing Kant for his dictum that existence is not real predicate. Bolzano took this dictum to be about existence in his own narrow sense of existence or being in the sense of reality, and not, as he should have, in the broad sense of es gibt. His disagreement with Kant on this point is therefore merely verbal in nature. In his analysis of propositions, Bolzano distinguishes clearly different levels in his realm of propositions and ideas. He even introduced a special name for ideas of ideas, such as the idea of the idea. He called them symbolic ideas. In his effort to show that all propositions can be shaped into A as B, Bolzano makes extensive usage of such symbolic ideas and also of ideas of propositions of the subject idea of proposition. Bolzano took pains to systematize his attempts of shaping all propositions into A has B. His attempts, however, remained only at the level of examples, since he missed a key for their systematization, such as Frege's function argument scheme. For Bolzano, every proposition is either true or false, and this forever or better timelessly. If we get under certain circumstances the impression that one and the same proposition can sometimes be true and sometimes be false, this is merely due to the fact that we do not talk about a proposition, but about an ambiguous linguistic chain of words that expresses two or even more propositions, some of which can be true and others false. If it is the proposition itself, however, of which we get the impression that it can be true as well as false, this is due to the fact that we take a part of it to be variable. In this case, we do not consider a single proposition, but a whole set of propositions, propositional form. In order to express a proposition, the variables have to be bound or replaced by constants. Bolzano usually replaces them for convenience by indexicals. Even if Bolzano makes extensive usage of indexicals in the expression of ideas and propositions, there is no place for indexicals within his World 3. There is neither indexical ideas nor indexical propositions. What sometimes seems to be an indexical idea or proposition is in fact merely an indexical expression of an idea or proposition. Bolzano combines his doctrine that the form A has B is common to all propositions with a correspondence theory of truth, whereby he, like Aristotle, avoids speaking of correspondence or adequation. A proposition A has B is true, according to Bolzano, if and only if A has in fact B. Bolzano's theory of ideas and his ideas in themselves. The three immediate parts of a proposition are its subject idea, its predicate idea, and the copula has. In further analyzing the subject and its predicate idea of a proposition, we will find out that in special cases, a complete proposition will turn out to be part of an idea. In general, however, the parts of an idea are themselves ideas. After careful considerations, Bolzano decided against the view to define a proposition as something constructed out of an idea as a connection of two arbitrary ideas by means of a copula has. He rather suggested that we defined ideas as those parts of a proposition which are not themselves propositions. In the sense, he granted priority to propositions over their non-propositional parts of ideas, thereby anticipating Frege and Wittgenstein. There is a clear demarcation between propositions and ideas. Whereas each proposition is either true or false, an idea cannot be true or false. There are two dimensions to be distinguished in each idea: its internal dimension, its divisibility or its indivisibility into parts, and its external dimension, its having or not having objects. Already in his theory of ideas, Bolzano used a method which he was very proud to have invented, the method of idea variation. He made the most fruitful usage of this method, however, by applying it to whole propositions. Bolzano's method of idea variation. In his analysis of propositions, Bolzano did not break through the traditional paradigms. In another respect, however, namely concerning the definition of basic semantic concepts, he opened a wide gate to modern logic. The main instrument to do so was the method of idea variation that he invented. He himself took it to be his main contribution to logic. That was for himself, who certainly did not suffer from arrogance of epoch-making importance. The basic insight underlying Bolzano's method of idea variation is quite simple. This provisio is a typical feature of Bolzano's approach and mentioned by him again and again, since according to his truth condition, a proposition with an empty subject idea is trivially false. Whenever we perform the operation of variation on the subject idea of a proposition, and sometimes also when we perform it only on a certain part of it. However, we will have variance with an empty subject ideas. This only in exceptional cases, all variants of a proposition will turn out to be true. If all variants of a proposition with non-empty subject ideas are true, Bolzano says that the proposition is universally valid with respect to all variants. Hereby, we have to take into account that for Bolzano, also in his meta-language, words such as all, every, and each have an existential import, and that therefore his definition must explicitly stated as follows. A. Tinkle, God bless, welcome, pleasure as always. A proposition is universally valid with respect to a sequence of ideas if and only if there's at least one true idea variant of the proposition with a non-empty subject idea is true. Analogously, we define what it is for a proposition to be universally contravalid. A proposition is universally contravalid with respect to a sequence of ideas if and only if every idea variant of the proposition is false. If a proposition is universally valid or universally contravalid with respect to the idea, Bolzano says that it is analytic with respect to the idea, otherwise it is synthetic with respect to the idea. If a proposition is analytic or synthetic with respect to at least one sequence of ideas, Bolzano calls it analytic or synthetic respectively without further qualification. Herewith, Bolzano starts a new tradition of uses of the term analytic as opposed to that from Kant up to Carnap and Quine, whereas in the latter tradition, the term analytic includes exclusively true propositions. In Bolzano's terminology, also all universally contravalid propositions are subsumed under this term, and even a universally valid proposition could be false if it had an empty subject idea, but all of its variants with non-empty subject ideas are true. On this point, however, Bolzano is not always consistent. Logical properties of a proposition are, according to a classical view, of a formal character. They are primary properties of the form of a proposition rather than of the proposition itself. The former character of logical properties suggests the following alternative way of presenting Bolzano's view. Bolzano himself identifies explicitly the form of a proposition with a set of propositions. Bolzano's definition of logical truth. The result of applying the operation of variation to a proposition depends essentially on our choice of ideas to be varied in the proposition in question, and it can depend on matters of fact, whether or not a proposition is universally valid or contravalid with respect to a sequence of ideas. From a logical point of view, the most interesting result will turn up if all extra logical parts of a proposition, which are simple, are taken to be variable. Bolzano's definition of material consequences and of logical consequence. Bolzano's logical rule 3 includes, in addition to ideas and propositions, also what we will call arguments. Bolzano is dealing with arguments at length in his theory of science, but if he does not introduce a name for them, a Bolzanian argument consists of two sets of proposition, the set of the premises and the set of its conclusions. Further applications of the method of idea variation. Beyond the usage of the method of idea variations of his truly pioneering definitions of logical truth and logical consequence and related concepts, Bolzano made use of this method also for a series of other purposes, above all his development of the theory of probability. Bolzano's theory of probability is based on his distinction of different degrees of validity of a proposition with respect to a sequence of ideas. In his Tractus, Ludwig-Wittgenstein came close to Bolzano's definition of probability that George Henrik von Wright felt it would be appropriate to speak of one definition of probability here and calls it the Bolzano-Wittgenstein definition. Bolzano's work on probability was not only of purely theoretical interest to him, but also had interesting practical consequences with respect to the problems of the philosophy of science, and in particular also with respect to religious questions. Okay, Tinkle, God bless. Yeah, I mean, metaphysics could help with everything, like meditation. So, good luck with your dentist. Just take it in stride. Take good care of yourself. If you need something done, get it done. Take good care of yourself. Okay, so I skipped over most of the logic, and that's the most important part of Bolzano. We'll be coming back to that, and just to cover, say like Leibniz, Bolzano, Frege, Russell, till today. These are fundamental in the conception of modern metaphysics, the creation of a modern logical system. And so we'll be coming back to these ideas. So just today to get a little bit of an overview, um, some serious heavy lifting, but can't lift that much in one day because there's just so much to cover. But we will go over the breadth of Bolzano's work, especially into other fields like theology and ethics, and we'll come back in the future to the logic when we get into more detail of specific fields of metaphysics. Epistemology and philosophy of science. Bolzano strove for an objectivity in pure logic in the sense that the concepts of laws of logic are mind independent. In applied logic, in particular in epistemology, however, we have to take into account also the real empirical conditions of the human mind and thinking according to Bolzano. Nevertheless, he defined the basic concepts of epistemology primarily on the level of ideas and proposition. This gave rise to the misunderstanding that investigations are worthless for epistemology proper, or even that there is no epistemology proper in all of Bolzano's work. The fact that this is by no means the case will hopefully emerge from the following survey of Bolzano's epistemology. Appearances of proposition and ideas in human minds. In epistemology, we're primarily and directly not concerned with propositions and ideas, but rather with their appearances in the minds of thinking beings. On one and the same proposition or idea can, as Bolzano say, appear in the minds of different thinking beings, or also at different times in the minds of one and the same thinking being without thereby being multiplied. Bolzano says in such a case that the thinking being and its mind grasp the proposition or idea in question. What happens in such a case is that the mind of the thinking being under consideration, a mental phenomenon occurs or a mental process takes place in it that is called by Bolzano a Gedanke, a thought. It can be a subjective idea or a subjective proposition, depending on whether the idea or proposition appears in it. In contrast to ideas and propositions, objective ideas and objective propositions, subjective ideas and subjective propositions belong into the real world, in particular to world 2 of mental phenomena and mental processes. For Bolzano, subjective idea as well as a subjective proposition is a real property or adherence of the thinking being in whose mind it appears, or rather of this being mind or soul itself. A subjective idea is a mental phenomenon, an attribute of a mind that grasps an idea in the objective sense of the word, and the mental phenomenon that grasps the proposition called judgment by Bolzano. In addition to judgments, there is a second kind of subjective proposition, propositions that are merely thought. A merely thought proposition is in fact a subjective idea of a proposition, a mental phenomenon which grasps an idea whose object is a proposition. Merely having a subjective idea of a proposition does not require that we assert the truth of the proposition in question, whereas a judgment is an act of asserting the truth of a proposition grasped by the judgment. Whenever we say a subjective idea or a judgment that grasps an idea or a proposition, respectively, the word grasp is used in a more restrictive sense than before, where it was a thinking being or its mind of which it was said that it grasped an idea or proposition. The stricter relation of grasping, holding between subjective ideas and between judgments and propositions is fundamental to Bolzano's epistemology. Subjective intuitions and subjective concepts. An intuition for Bolzano, an idea that is simple and singular. The question arises immediately whether such intuitions exist after all, and if so, what it can contribute to epistemology. Both questions are answered by Bolzano at once. In order to show that there are intuitions, he hints at subjective ideas in our mind that grasp objective intuitions as defined before. And since these subjective intuitions exist in our actual world, the corresponding objective intuitions must exist in the logical realm of world 3. What are examples of subjective intuitions? However, that Bolzano can put forward in support of his claim. It is subjective ideas such as the subjective idea on the change in our mind that is the immediate reaction on an outer object that stimulates our senses. In everyday language, we usually express such an idea only by the word that. Bolzano's rather long-winded explication reveals subjective ideas of a particular sensation or sense datum as his favorite example of subjective intuitions. The object and the cause of a subjective intuition of this kind in itself a mental phenomenon such as a subjective idea or a judgment. If a subjective intuition is directly caused by an outer object, Bolzano calls it an outer intuition. Also, in the case of an outer intuition, its proper object is not the outer cause, of it, but an inner mental event. Human beings are capable only of having subjective intuitions whose proper object is a change in their mind. Judgments a priori and a posteriori. Using the distinction between intuitions and other idea, Bolzano is now able to draw an important epistemological distinction among propositions, and in particular among the true propositions. A proposition is a conceptual proposition if and only if it does not contain any intuition, but consists exclusively of concepts. All the other propositions are called empirical propositions, or also perceptual propositions by Bolzano. There's no problem in transferring this distinction from the sphere of propositions to the sphere of judgments, since, as already mentioned, by every judgment, a certain proposition is uniquely determined as its material. At first glance, the subjective distinction among propositions seems to be far away from the Kantian distinction between judgments a priori and a posteriori. Nevertheless, the two distinctions are closely irrelated and they almost coincide. Hence, Bolzano warns against confusing them. The close relationship of the two distinctions becomes obvious as soon as we ask ourselves how to discover of a conceptual or empirical proposition whether or not it is true. In the case of conceptual propositions, it is mere reflection and inner inspection of our subjective concepts without any experience that is required to find out whether or not it is true, whereas in case of the empirical propositions, experience is indispensable for judging its truth or falsity. This Kantian distinction of the different ways of recognizing the truth or falsity of such judgments, however, as important as it is, must be based on the more fundamental objective distinction between conceptual and empirical propositions on Bolzano's view. Empirical propositions contain at least one intuition. Most important are those empirical propositions whose subject idea is an intuition. There are propositions about perceptions or sensations, in Bolzano's words, about certain changes in our mind caused by other inner events or by external sensory stimuli. The subject idea of a private empirical proposition of this kind is usually expressed by a word such as that, denoting a certain color sensation. No wonder that the indexicals that and I play a prominent role in Bolzano's epistemology. Although they do not have a place in his logical world 3, the reason for this seems to be that our empirical knowledge is based on immediate perceptual judgments, judgments that grasp a certain kind of empirical proposition. The subjective subject idea of such an immediate perceptual judgment is a subjective intuition for whose expression and indexical such as that or I seems to be indispensable. Bolzano quite clearly faced the problem of how to get from these immediate perceptual judgments whose objects are completely private phenomenon, which we usually denote by means of indexicals, to an objective description of our world. His epistemology, therefore, reminds us in many respects of the discussions concerning protocol sentences among the representatives of phenomenalist and physicalism in the Vienna Circle, and even more of Bertrand Russell's program in his inquiry into the meaning of truth. The highly interesting similarities between Bolzano and Russell's program are still awaiting further investigation. Immediate and mediated judgments. Judgments are psychical phenomenon, and they belong therefore not to world 3 but to our real world. Each judgment is an act or event that takes place at a certain time and a certain mind, and herewith part of a causal network. As part of our real world, each judgment comes into being in time and will pass away later on. From an epistemological point of view, it is of particular relevance whether a judgment is caused or mediated by other judgments, or whether this is not the case, whether the judgment is immediate. If a judgment is caused or mediated by a set of judgments, Bolzano calls the mind's transition inference. From the obvious existence of mediated judgments, however, it will follow that there must also be immediate judgments. Immediate judgments cannot be false and must therefore be certain. Certainty has therefore thereby not to be taken in its objective sense, in which a proposition is certain relative to a set of propositions if and only if the logical possibility of the proposition relative to the set of proposition is 1, if and only if the proposition of its logical consequences of the set of propositions. In the present context, certainty must rather be taken in a subjective sense, in which it is primary property of judgment. If two judgments grasp one of the same propositions, one of them can be certain in the subjective sense of the term, whereas the other one is not. As the two most important kinds of immediate judgments among the empirical ones, Bolzano mentions judgments in the form I have an experience, and that what I just now perceive of has a property. Judgments of these two kinds are called immediate perceptual judgments, whereas the term empirical judgment is normally used only for mediated judgments containing a subjective intuition. The propositions grasped by the immediate perceptual judgments and our empirical propositions whose subjects' ideas are intuitions that are usually expressed by means of the indexical I and that. Bolzano's philosophy of science can thus be found to be empiricist, founded on a phenomenalist basis. With respect to empirical judgments, considerations of probability are in the foreground. Logical consequences transfer certainty, also in the subjective sense, from the premises to the conclusions of an inference. Error and uncertainty have two possible sources, according to Bolzano. Either the premises that one presupposes are uncertain or even false, or one has used a mere probability inference, an inference whose conclusion asserts the truth of a proposition itself instead of merely asserting the truth of the proposition. Considerations of this kind amount to quite a refined epistemological system of subjective probability, in which Bolzano distinguishes degrees of credibility and assurances by using his probability theory. Unfortunately, these investigations are little known, since they are only developed in the third volume of his theory of science, which receives far less attention than it deserves. The entailment relation. Explication of the entailment relation, in addition to logical consequences of probability, there is a third category, however, that is brought into play by Bolzano within this context. This relation of entailment is, to be clear, primarily not an epistemological relation, but like logical consequences and logical probability, a relation between a set of propositions and a single proposition. Entailment and proof theory. The idea of using a concept of entailment and of developing it further emerged from Bolzano originally, in fact, in connection with his mathematical studies. He criticized in his first publication some classical proofs for the theory of triangles and parallels for using inappropriate concepts such as motion of the plane. With hindsight, we could say that he thought such proofs could not express the entailment relations needed to give objective grounds to the propositions to be proved, and that they are therefore not, as they should be, objective justifications, but merely subjective proofs or certifications. The motivation of searching for such objective proofs in many areas of mathematics led to many original and fruitful concepts not appreciated or rediscovered until many decades later. No wonder that Bolzano developed special rules for the relation of entailment in cases where it obtains between sets of conceptual propositions, as in mathematics and metaphysics. The relation of entailment between sets of conceptual truths has the characteristic feature that, according to it, from the smallest number of premises, the largest number of conclusions will follow, none of which has simple components which are not also contained in its premises. Ideas such as those sound akin to Gerhard Getzin's characterization of normal proofs. They do not make a detour. They do not introduce concepts which are not contained in the final result and must therefore be used necessarily in order to get it. It has been pointed out, therefore, by several commentators, and there are interesting parallels between Bolzano's semantic notion of entailment and Gertzin's syntactic concept of normal proofs. In spite of a certain lack of clarity in Bolzano's explication, it is obvious that his concept of entailment is of great relevance not only for the philosophy of the empirical sciences, but also with respect to proof theory. It is hard, however, to see how to reconcile the characteristic features of the entailment relation in its application to causality in the empirical sciences with those of its application to proof theory. Entailment and grounding. Also, the recent philosophical movement on grounding has an obvious affinity to Bolzano's theory of entailment, as witnessed by numerous publications. So when we finally get to some of these complicated issues like categories, cause and effect, grounding, you'll see that most of it has this mathematical language, and even modern science has basically a direct correlation to mathematical and logical form. Say like Bolzano's World 3. So the things in themselves. So that's why I wanted to do last week Bolzano, the heavy lifting, and we will come back to this, like the actual mathematical logical rigor. So I think the rest of this entry is the full breadth of Bolzano's thought, and Bolzano was a polymath who related his thoughts to almost every single issue. Ethics. In addition to his trailblazing works in logic, Bolzano made valuable contributions to other subdisciplines in philosophy, in particular to ethics. Ethical considerations entered, to be sure, into various works of Bolzano's, especially, of course, into the ones concerning the science of religion, but also, which is perhaps to be expected, less into his logical works. These ethical considerations of Bolzano were, however, never published together. Critique of Kant's categorical imperative. Bolzano's main objection against the categorical imperative was that we cannot derive from it alone, as Kant supposed, whether a given act ought to be done or not. Kant's instruction to ask ourselves of a maxim whether we can will without contradiction ourselves that it should be done a universal law is of no use, according to Bolzano, since for him there is no practical proposition or ought proposition whose contradictory opposite is self-contradictory. This, however, is not decisive argument against Kant's categorical imperative for several reasons. Nevertheless, Bolzano refused to accept the categorical imperative strictly and replaced it with the utilitarian principle of the advancement of the general welfare, as he proudly reports in his autobiography. Bolzano's supreme moral law. The supreme moral law that Bolzano put in place at Kant's categorical imperative was by no means original. Bolzano, however, modified and justified it as an original way and consistently applied it in many different areas. By the supreme moral law, Bolzano means a practical truth, a true ought proposition for which every other practical truth can be derived objectively as a consequence from its ground. Thus, on the basis of the asymmetry of Bolzano's entailment relation, the supreme moral law must be an ought proposition that does not objectively follow from, is not entailed by any other ought proposition. It must therefore be a basic truth, a truth that does not have an objective ground, but can only be an objective ground or of other practical truths. Bolzano's supreme moral law consists in a utilitarian requirement of advancing the general welfare. Briefly, this supreme moral law is formulated thus: strive to bring about the greatest amount of happiness, or always act as the best for all, or the welfare of the whole's demands. On the basis of careful considerations, Bolzano arrives at the following definitive version of a supreme moral law: always choose from all actions that are possible for you the one which, all consequences considered, most advances the welfare of the whole in whatever parts. Similar to the Ahimsa principle, Bolzano specifies the content of the thus obtained formulation of the supreme moral law in several respects. His explanations exhibit a remarkable awareness of problems. Thus, he points out that the sentient beings are equal and must be equally involved in the increase of happiness or decrease of suffering. The addendum that this goes for beings for whom there are no varying degrees of virtue indicate that Bolzano would allow for certain distinctions in the case of beings which are capable of being virtuous and for which there are consequently also different of degrees in regards to the kinds of happiness which other beings cannot appreciate. The capacity of being virtuous is therefore no less than sentience, a morally relevant quality for him. In this, Bolzano agrees with considerations in contemporary ethics, according to which the quality of personhood is, in addition to sentience, morally relevant. Bolzano stresses that in assessing an action according to the principle of advancing the general welfare, one must not only look to its proximate consequences, but also at further ones. Since we can never know all the consequences of an action, the principle of advancing the general welfare demands that we always decide in favor of the action which seems most conducive to the welfare of the whole, according to the consequences thereof which we can foresee arising from it. With a similar argument, Bolzano replies to the objection that according to this principle, the moral value of our actions would depend on mere chance. According to Bolzano, the moral goodness of an action, its claim to being rewardable, is always a matter of whether the action has been undertaken with a view to agreeing with the law. Bolzano's ethics as a mixed normative theory. Bolzano developed his ethics in explicit opposition to Kant's moral philosophy. Nevertheless, Bolzano's ethics contain also essential elements of Kantian ethics, and there is even a basic coincidence between Bolzano and Kant's ethics. The only thing that can be regarded as good without qualification, according to Kant, is a good will. Yet it is a basic postulate of Bolzano's deontic logic that an ought always primarily refers to a willing. You ought to will to act such that the welfare of the whole, due to the consequences foreseeable by you, are intended by your actions, undergoes the greatest possible advancements among all possible alternative actions. Bolzano himself infers from this the supreme moral law demands properly only a willing, not the accomplishment. What is primarily judged as obligatory or forbidden is not to act, but a willing or decision, as Bolzano emphasizes. An action that is willed must thus be assessed according to those consequences which the agent thereby intends or wills to achieve. For an action to be morally good, it is not enough, as we have already seen, that it is in accordance with the moral law, but it must be undertaken also with the intention for it to be so due to the moral law. In this manner, Bolzano abandons the scope of the purely consequentialist position, which claims that the moral assessment of an action or the willing an action as being obligatory permissible or forbidden depends solely on its consequences. Bolzano's utilitarianism is consequently not a purely consequentialist normative theory, but rather a mixed theory. In presenting such a mixed ethical theory, Bolzano came already close to a modern conception of ethics, which is very common within today's applied ethics. Bolzano's deontic logic. Bolzano developed a particular logic for ought propositions, which, without today's formalism, comes already close to modern deontic logic in certain respects. When it comes to the question of how to interpret ought statements, sentences, Bolzano, like most of his contemporaries, was obviously not aware of the fundamental problems involved in this question. Bolzano took ought sentences in his standard formulation without further ado as expressions of propositions, and he took it therefore for granted that they are true or false in the usual sense of these words, as explained by his definitions of truth and of falsity. He thus clearly held a cognitivist meta-ethical position, probably even a naturalistic one, using his utilitarian principle as a meaning postulate for ought sentences. In support of this understanding of Bolzano's position, it can be put forward that Bolzano interpreted also other kinds of linguistic sentences in a simple naturalistic way. Even questions are interpreted by Bolzano not as sentences expressing a wish for information, but as describing such a wish, and therefore being true or false in the usual sense of these words. The most important field in which Bolzano applied his ethical view was political and social philosophy. Aesthetics. Bolzano published 2 treatises in aesthetics. On the concept of the beautiful appeared while he was alive, while the other, entitled On the Division of the Fine Arts, was presented by him in the Royal Bohemian Society of Sciences in 1847, but was published only posthumously. In the first of these 2 aesthetic essays, Bolzano proposes the following definition of the concept of the beautiful. The beautiful must be an object whose contemplation can give to all human beings properly developed in their cognitive faculties of pleasure, and the reason for this is that upon apprehending some of the object's properties, neither is it too easy for them, nor does it cause for them the effort of distinct thinking to form a concept of this object which allows them to guess the other properties that are apprehended only by further contemplation, and thereby gives them at least an obscure intuition of the proficiency of their cognitive faculties. It is hard to see how, according to this definition, there could be a beautiful object if there did not exist certain human dispositions, and obviously there can be human dispositions only if there are human beings. Bolzano's definition seems therefore to make beauty ontologically dependent on the existence of human beings as possible beholders of beautiful objects. This makes Bolzano's aesthetics, in a certain sense, subjectivist. By taking Bolzano's definition to be a conditional definition in today's sense, we could avoid this consequence, but it is the case. In this case, beauty would not be defined for a world without human beings, and in such a world there would be no beautiful objects. Bolzano himself, however, did not draw such a conclusion from his definition, but quite on the contrary, he claimed explicitly that there would be beautiful objects in the world even if no human beings existed, but that as it may, Bolzano does not by no means advocate an extreme form of subjectivism in aesthetics. For him, the beauty of an object depends also and even primarily on certain inner properties, in particular on certain regularities of the object itself, which gives rise to its possible effects on the beholders. This puts Bolzano's basic aesthetic view in the middle proposition between extreme subjectivism and extreme objectivism. In any case, Bolzano's essay on the concept of the beautiful includes a quite subtle psychological analysis of the phenomenon that are relevant for aesthetics and play an important role in today's aesthetic research. In his second aesthetic treatise, Bolzano explains his understanding of fine arts and of works of fine art, and he presents a classification of fine arts based on an ontological analysis of the works of fine art. Political and social philosophy. In a series of writing, Bolzano was concerned also with political, social, national, and economic questions, and generally with philosophy of state. The central one of these writings was no doubt his booklet on the best state. Therein he summarizes his political philosophy systematically and developed his conception of an ideal state. For Bolzano, the main question to be answered is this connection. How can we eliminate or at least reduce human suffering and evil in the world most effectively? It was the question which, according to Bolzano's own statement, occupied him with the greatest frequency, intensity, and enthusiasm above all others. Some suffering of human beings and some evil in the world are unavoidable due to our finite nature and therefore cannot be excluded, even in an ideal state with optimal arrangements. Much suffering and evil, however, could be prevented by means of expedient political arrangements. It is the fault of poor arrangements in all civil constitutions, thus far, according to Bolzano, that the human condition is so deplorable. On the best state, Bolzano therefore devotes himself to the question of how a state would have to be most expediently arranged and how a perfect state would have to look. The leading principle that Bolzano applies in answering this question is his supreme moral law. The political arrangements are to be made in such a manner that the general welfare or virtue and happiness are all advanced as far as possible. From it, he tried to derive all rules and regulations, indeed, in a well organized state. In 28 chapters, Bolzano describes how the best state looks and therefore also how the currently existing state should be arranged. A mere comparison of these chapters in terms of their size is revealing. The longest chapter by far is the 10th concerning property, followed by a chapter on taxes and state expenditures, and the chapter on rewards and punishment. From this is clear that the unequal division of possessions was Bolzano's greatest concern. It was for him the main root of evil, which was to be removed by means of just redistribution. Bringing about a certain equality regarding the rights and duties of citizens is an important concern for Bolzano. How little Bolzano cares for the principle of liberty, however, becomes manifest already by the fact that the chapter on liberty is the second shortest chapter in the booklet, the shortest being the one on traveling. The constitution of Bolzano's best state turns out to be a very ambivalent mixture of regulations which make an impression of being very progressive with respect to the desired capacity for the citizens, but extremely objectionable with respect to the liberties conceded to them. Bolzano did not shy away from taking up also practical problems in publications and writing about them, for instance, in the improvement of poorhouses and about the elimination of misery and poverty in the population of Prague. Bolzano treated these and many other questions of practical relevance also in his edifying addresses. Philosophy of religion and theology. So I guess Jenny likes some of these later Bolzano's thoughts. Philosophy of religion and theology. In questions concerning the science of religion and theology, Bolzano exhibited views with which he was in part far ahead of his time and which sound very current at present. It is no wonder that he encountered rejection and resistance on certain points in which his departure from the church doctrine at the time was too great. Bolzano's main work in theology is a 4-volume textbook on the science of religion, which was published in 1834 by his pupils without any mention of the author, from their very deficient lecture notes, much to Bolzano's displeasure. What is meant by science of religion, also philosophy of science, or philosophical doctrine of religion, according to Bolzano, is the science of the most perfect religion. Here, Bolzano presupposes a concept of religion that is, to be sure, interesting, but not problematic from the Catholic standpoint. Bolzano starts with religion in the subjective sense, the religion of a person, that is, according to Bolzano, the set of religious opinions of this person. The content or material of a religion in the subjective sense is a religion in the objective sense. Thus, a religion in the objective sense is a set of propositions which can be grasped by a religion in the subjective sense. Bolzano's concept of religion is consequently based on his definition of religious propositions and religious opinions. A proposition, and analogously also a subjective proposition or judgment and opinion, is, on Bolzano's view, religious if and only if it is both generally important and moral. A proposition is generally important if and only if it generally exerts influence on our virtue and happiness, and a proposition is moral if and only if there is in the nature of man a reason for the temptation without being justified in this, to acknowledge it either as true or false. Thus, as a summary of Bolzano's definition of the concept of religion in the subjective sense, the following may be stated. The religion of a person is the collection of all those opinions of this person which manifest either an advantageous or disadvantageous influence on his virtue or his happiness, and are at the same time such that there was a special temptation without any sufficient reason to decide either in favor, for, or against them. Closely connected with this concept of religion is Bolzano's view that many doctrines of the Christian religion, like the doctrine of the descent of all human beings from a single paternal couple, or the doctrine of original sin, are only metaphorical in character. Original sin is for him not real sin, but rather it bears a name only insofar as it has its origin in Adam's sin and insofar as it displeases God. As regard to the question of descent, what is of importance in this doctrine is not its truth, but only that all human beings are essentially equal in such a way as if they had descended from one and the same parental couple, whereas it does not matter whatever they are also really descended from only a single couple. The image of the common descent of all human beings is independent of its truth content, very important in order to maintain the sentiments of brotherly love among us. Here, Bolzano's non-cognitivist, emotive, and directive interpretation of religious language is especially clear. The conception goes back to the key experience in his religious development, whereby he was able to overcome his religious doubts, in which essentially influenced his decision to become a priest. From Marian Mika, his professor in pastoral theology, he came to the conviction that a religious doctrine is justified independently of its truth content only insofar as the belief in it is morally advantageous. The question in regards to which Bolzano adopted an especially interesting position was the problem of miracles. According to the traditional view, there are supernatural events or even immediate effects of God. Sometimes this is understood in the sense that miracles are events which are not explainable by means of the laws of nature or even incompatible with these laws. This view, however, has to face serious problems, as Bolzano has painfully made clear. Bolzano rejects these definitions mainly for the following reason. If by the laws of nature one here meant laws a priori, no divergence from them would be possible. If by contrast one meant empirical laws of nature, a departure from these is nothing but what has been called an unusual occurrence. Being an unusual occurrence is, on Bolzano's own view, a necessary, though not sufficient, characteristic of a miracle. An unusual event, however, is simply an event that is improbable. It can happen, however, that in every possible explanation for a fact on certain unusual events would have to be presupposed, and that in such a case the assumption of a miracle of which we receive a report is the least improbable and consequently the most probable explanation. Such circumstances do not, however, detract from the divinity of miracles and revelation, but rather can have certain advantages, for these miracles thus become credible. A careful treatment of this problem, therefore, requires bringing into play considerations of probability theory. This makes understandable what could otherwise be seen as a very strange for a theological textbook. Bolzano's textbook of the science of religion contains a section on mathematical probability theory. However, also the choice of certain examples and the focus of certain methodological questions in the theory of science can be better understood if one sees that they are theologically motivated. Quite interesting in this respect are Bolzano's investigations into the discovery and credibility of testimonies and into the degree of credibility of a proposition with respect to testimonies that are in favor of it as well as testimonies against it. He uses these investigations as a basis for his theory of the divine revelation. The special treatment of proofs, which are only to show that the probability of a proposition exceeds a given magnitude, is closely connected with the topic of miracles. Bolzano's digression into probability theory in his textbook of the science of religion and his careful use of probability theory in the discussion of miracles are obviously directed towards arguments brought forward by David Hume, although Bolzano does not mention his name in the context. Metaphysics. Bolzano's most important metaphysical doctrines are found in his Athanasia and in the Paradoxes of the Infinite, and in his writings that he left unpublished. Bolzano's pupil Pirohansky, moreover, gave an exposition of Bolzano's atomism. Its full title, Athanasia, or Reasons for the Immortality of the Soul, make clear that the book pursues a theoretical goal. Bolzano combines with this theoretical goal of a book a practical purpose as well. It is a book of consolation, or a book for every educated person who wants peace of mind regarding this matter. From traditional metaphysics, Bolzano adopts the doctrine that everything real is either a substance or an adherence. Substances are either themselves simple or composed of simple substances. Simple substances, monads, according to Leibniz, are called atoms by Bolzano. The soul is a simple substance. Bolzano attempts to prove that no simple substance can begin or cease to be in time. This attempt at a proof on Bolzano's part, however, is deficient. As he himself observed from this brief sketch, it is already evident that Bolzano's metaphysical views bore a definite stamp from the tradition, especially from Leibniz. In contrast with Leibniz's doctrine of the windowlessness of the monads and of the pre-established harmony that this requires, however, Bolzano assumes an interaction among the finite atoms or monads. Every attribute of a real object is itself something real. An adherence is an attribute of something real, of a substance or another adherence. The adherences of human being or of a mind must therefore themselves belong to world 2 or world 1. They are therefore particulars and not universals. This view is supported by Bolzano's claim that each private mental phenomenon, such as feeling, a desire, volition, or a thought, a subjective ideal or a subjective proposition is an attribute of the individual mind that has it where has expresses the copula. It is a particular attribute of an individual, or in today's terminology, a trope, that can be shared by any other individual. Bolzano's theory of propositions, however, conveys the impression that attributes are universal. Obviously, we must admit that some of Bolzano's attributes are universals and others are particulars. In this case, however, the word has, which expresses the copula of each proposition according to Bolzano, is used ambiguously by him. Bolzano connected his metaphysical views with the physical doctrines of his time. Nevertheless, his metaphysical doctrines strike us, at least at first glance, as rather backward. This reproach seems to be justified with respect to the Athanasia. In his other writings, in particular in his theory of science, however, Bolzano developed quite modern metaphysical ideas that came close to the views of today's analytical ontology and mereology. For example, according to the analysis of propositions that Bolzano developed in his theory of science, a time qualification is required in the subject idea of every proposition whose the object of its subject idea is a real thing. This condition is required in order to avoid Hegelian contradictions in cases where the object of the proposition is about its subject undergoes a change. Sometimes Bolzano restricts this requirement to a proposition in which a non-permanent property is attributed to a changeable substance, since this is sufficient for avoiding the aforementioned contradiction. Contradictions such as these result in Bolzano's proposal to use this property for the definition of time. Time is for Bolzano the condition of or qualification that is required in order to make a proposition about a changeable real object true or false. Philosophy of nature and of physics. In a small step from some of Bolzano's rather traditional metaphysical views into the realm of philosophy of nature and of physics, Bolzano introduces a force of attraction among substances and later also a force of repulsion. Starting with these metaphysical questions concerning the foundation of physics, Bolzano then occupied himself in several works also with concrete questions of natural science, and in particular with physical and astronomical questions. Although he was not able to aim at new and enduring results in these areas, his writings nonetheless show that he was also seriously occupied with such questions and could be conversant in the status of these disciplines during his day. To be mentioned here are especially his work on the composition of forces and two essays in the Annals of Physics and Chemistry, in which he was concerned with the writings and theories of Doppler. Philosophy of mathematics. Early mathematical works. Bolzano began his mathematical investigations with a work in geometry and continued with publications in the area of analysis. He essentially formulated the modern criterion convergence in his purely analytical proof already 4 years prior to Cauchy's course de Analysis in 1821. This work already contains the so-called Bolzano-Weierstrass theorem, which again occurs in Bolzano's Puthianously edited theory of functions. Here we find also for the first time an example of a continuous and still non-differential function. For a long time, Weierstrass had been regarded as the first one who discovered this function until historical justice was done by Karl Reilich's investigations. Preparatory writings in set theory, in his paradoxes of the infinite, and in the theory of quantity, Bolzano took the first steps towards the development of set theory and anticipated many of the important ideas in this connection. Mentioned is especially often made of Bolzano's grasp of the paradoxical fact that an infinite set can and must be equipollent with one of its proper subsets, its reflexive. This special feature of infinite sets was later used for their definition by Dedekind. For Bolzano, equipollence and having exactly the same kind of construction are taken together as a sufficient condition for infinite sets being equinumerous or having the same cardinal number. This view, however, contradicts the unrestricted application of the classical Euclidean principle that the whole is greater than each of its parts. Bolzano was aware of this conflict and therefore restricted the principle to finite sets. From here, the step is not far to Dedekind's view that equipollence is a sufficient condition for equinumerosity. Bolzano's proof of the existence of an infinite set is well known among mathematicians, and there are references to it even in Cantor's, Dedekind's, and Russell's. Bolzano proves by mathematical induction that there are infinitely many truths in themselves, true propositions. For the induction basis that there are at least one true proposition, he uses an indirect proof. New foundations of mathematics. All these interesting achievements of Bolzano regarding details nevertheless seem insignificant in his view of his epochal attempts, which he unfortunately could not complete, to put all of mathematics on new foundations. The fact alone that Bolzano sensed the necessity of such a new grounding of mathematics shows his mathematical instinct, although this program could only much later be realized. Metaphilosophical and History of Philosophy. It is well known work, What is Philosophy? Bolzano elucidated his concept of philosophy and of philosophizing and put forward his view of the task of philosophy. Philosophizing is not restricted to a certain area of knowledge. According to Bolzano, as soon as you ask for reasons, you are philosophizing, and this can be done in any discipline. Also, outside the genuine field of philosophy, Bolzano does not conclude from this, however, as later Ludwig Wittgenstein, Mort Schlicht, and Rudolf Carnap did, that there are no proper realm of philosophical problems in philosophical subject matter. Quite to the contrary, he adhered to the traditional division of philosophy into subdisciplines according to the different subject matters that are concerned. Moreover, Bolzano was also learned in the history of philosophy. He had great historical knowledge, which he injected into his various works. Thus, in the second edition of the Athanasia, for instance, there is added an extensive appendix with a critical survey of the literature concerning immortality since 1827, and Bolzano's essay on the concept of beauty contains a detailed list of definitions of the concept of the beautiful, which were proposed by a variety of philosophers. Likewise, in the theory of science, contains in the notes a wealth of historical material, which makes it a great source for the historian of logic. The so-called Bolzanian circle and Bolzano's influence on intellectual history. The so-called Bolzano circle. Already in early time, Bolzano came to be surrounded by a circle of friends and pupils who spread his thoughts about and stayed connected with their teacher in spite of all reprisals. Michael Joseph Fessel and Franz Prohansky were Bolzano's close collaborators in many cases and responsible for the edition of his writings, which Bolzano himself did not publish due to the ban on publication hanging over his head. They wrote in addition various works, introductions to editions of works, reviews and discussions of books, and replies to unfavorable reviews, for which Bolzano himself often provided the outline. Only Robert Zimmermann, whom Bolzano had privately taught philosophy and mathematics, had a career professional philosopher. In 1859, he was called under Minister Thun to the philosophical chair of the University of Vienna, which he took up in 1861. Franz Brentano became his colleague there. Zimmermann was, however, mainly concerned with aesthetics and turned more and more away from Bolzano's philosophy to Herbart's. Bolzano's influence on intellectual history. Bolzano was a forerunner of important theories and ideas in various areas of knowledge. Many of Bolzano's ideas had to be discovered anew since Bolzano's preparatory work remained unknown in many cases and had come to light only from historical research. Superficially speaking, it seems as if Bolzano had hardly any direct influence at all on the proper sense of the development of the sciences, although he accomplished significant research. This may, of course, in a large part be due to the special circumstances under which Bolzano had to work and publish. His writings thus appeared anonymously and were for this reason often generally unknown, at least not known under his name. Although Bolzano did not directly influence modern developments in the area of logic, for instance, he obviously did achieve a very tangible, indirect, and subliminal effect, for Bolzano's views were very familiar to very many who passed them on, partly with the mention of his name and partly without any such mention. Thus, Bolzano's philosophy has not remained completely ineffectual. We know that Twardowski was well familiar with Bolzano, as well as Lukasiewicz, as well as was well acquainted with Bolzano's method of idea variation, as a section of his book Logical Foundations of Probability Theory shows. It is to be suspected that the whole famous Polish school of logic was thereby indirectly influenced by Bolzano, without knowing exactly the places where the influences were exerted, and without Bolzano being mentioned in a way which would have been appropriate. Franz Brentano had studied with particular interest, as he himself confessed, the paradoxes of the infinite. He was not, however, as well familiar with Bolzano's philosophy as one often suspected. Nevertheless, it seems improbable that this familiarity with Bolzano, as little as it was, could have remained without any effect on his pupils, such as Marty, Meinog, and Stumpf, although some of whom were outcast from the orthodox Brentanian circle. Bolzano's influence on Herzl, however, is well known, and Herzl himself made no secret of it. Bolzano also had effect on some great figures of Bohemian cultural life, such as Palacky, Helovich, and Szelegowski. This effect was based mainly on his moral, social, and political views, hence all things considered on those views for which he could not claim any particular originality, The offshoots of Bolzano's ethical and political ideas reached and influenced, however, even the Charta 77 movement of the former Czechoslovakia, some of whose representatives appealed explicitly to Bolzano. Okay, so a lot of information there, covering it in full, and we will be coming back to this in great detail. And so, this is just scratching the surface, and why I said I'm starting with biographies in general was just to cover the breadths of thought. And when we start looking at these ideas in more depth, then we'll start seeing these names and thinkers again and again. And just to, you got to start somewhere. Like I said, where should you start? Start somewhere. Sometimes, like a lot of these ideas, like, oh, if I'd only known this would have been clearer, or it makes you want to go back to it. But like the Talmud, Hadron Alach, you got to keep on returning to this stuff, and don't let not knowing where to start prevent you from starting. So that's why we're just jumping in, and in order to, I don't know, make it easier, because this stuff is extremely complicated. But sometimes it's a little bit easier to think in biographical terms and just see the breadths of thought. And so we will be returning to this again and again. So God willing, Duvid got strength. That might go on for a whole nother 3 hours, just a handful of people watching here. But whoever's tuning in, definitely appreciate your viewership. Hopefully this is benefiting to you as well. Just briefly looking at my eBay, and okay, so next let's look at Fichte. Fichte, was mentioned as one of the key German idealists, and like a disciple of Kant, contemporary of Kant, and important thinker. Covers some of these issues. Some of them will be a different view on the same issues, different takes, and we'll also see expanded into different areas. Johann Gottlieb Fichte. Inspired by his reading of Kant, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762 to 1814, developed during the final decade of the 18th century a radically revised and rigorously systematic version of transcendental idealism, which he called Wissenschaftslehre, or doctrine of scientific knowledge. Perhaps the most characteristic, as well as the most controversial feature of this Wissenschaftslehre, or at least in its earlier and most influential version, is Fichte's effort to ground his entire system upon the bare concept of subjectivity, or as Fichte expressed it, the pure I. During his career at the University of Jena, Fichte erected upon this foundation an elaborate transcendental system that embraced the philosophy of science, ethics, philosophy of law and right, and philosophy of religion. Life and work. Following when his projects failed, he was again forced to survive as a tutor. It was in this capacity that he began giving lessons on the Kantian philosophy in the summer of 1790. The first encounter with Kant's writing produced what Fichte himself described as a revolution in his manner of thinking. Whereas he had formerly been torn between, on the one hand, practical commitment to the moral improvement of humanity, on the other, a theoretical commitment to the intellectual fatalism, he found in the critical philosophy a way of reconciling his head and his heart in a system that could meet the highest intellectual standards without requiring him to sacrifice his belief in human freedom. Fichte eventually made his way to Königsberg, where he lived for a few months. After a disappointing interview with Kant, he resolved to demonstrate his mastery of the latter's philosophy by writing a treatise on the theme as yet unaddressed by Kant, namely the question of the compatibility of the critical philosophy with any concept of divine revelation. In a few weeks, Fichte composed a remarkable manuscript in which he concluded that the only relevant revelation consistent with critical philosophy is the moral law itself. Kant was sufficiently impressed by the talent of this unknown and impoverished young man to arrange for the publication of Ficci's manuscript, which was published by Kant's own publisher in 1792 under the title Attempt at a Critique of All Revelation. The first edition of this work, however, for reasons that have never been satisfactorily explained, appeared without the author's name and preface and was quickly and widely hailed as a work by Kant himself. When the true identity of the author was revealed, Ficci was immediately catapulted from total obscurity to philosophical celebrity. Meanwhile, Ficci was once again employed as a private tutor, this time on an estate near Danzig, where he wrote several anonymously published political tracts. The first of these was published in 1793 with the provocative title Reclamation of the Freedom of Thought from the Princes of Europe. In the summer of 1973, Ficci returned to Zurich, where he married his fiancée and oversaw the publication of the first two installments of his spirited contribution to the rectification of the public's judgment of the French Revolution. In this work, he not only defended the principles, if not all of the practices of the French revolutionaries, but also attempted to outline his own democratic view of legitimate state authority and insisted on the right of revolution. Despite the fact that these political writings were published anonymously, the author's identity was widely known, and Ficci thereby acquired a reputation not wholly deserved as a radical Jacobin. Following the completion of these projects, Ficci devoted his time in Zurich to rethinking and revising his own philosophical position while maintaining his allegiance to the new critical or Kantian philosophy. Ficci was powerfully impressed by the efforts of Reinhold to provide the critical philosophy with a new, more secure foundation and to base the entire system upon a single first principle. At the same time, he became acquainted with the works of two authors who were engaged in skeptical attacks upon the philosophies of both Kant and Reinhold, Salomon Maimon and Schultz. It was the need to respond to the sharp criticisms of these authors which led Ficci to construct his own unique version of transcendental idealism, for which in the spring of 1794 he eventually coined the name Doctrine of Science, or Theory of Scientific Knowledge. During the winter of 1793-4, he composed a long manuscript, Private Meditations on Elementary Philosophy, Practical Philosophy, in which worked out some of the fundamental features of his new systems. In February and March of 1794, he gave a series of private lectures on his conception of philosophy before a small circle of influential clerics and intellectuals in Zurich. Just want to see if it's Fitch or Ficci. Okay, it looks like it's Ficci. It was at this moment that he received an invitation to assume the recently vacated chair of critical philosophy at the University of Jena, which was rapidly emerging as the capital of the new German philosophy. Ficci arrived in Jena in May of 1794 and enjoyed tremendous popular success there for the next 6 years, during which time he had laid the foundations and developed the first systematic articulations of his new system. Even as he was engaged in this immense theoretical labor, he also tried to address a larger popular audience and also threw himself into various practical efforts to reform university life. As one bemused colleague observed, his is a restless spirit. He thirsts for some opportunity to act in the world. Ficci wants to employ his philosophy to guide the spirit of his age. Indeed, a passionate desire to have it in effect upon his own age remained a critical feature of Ficci's character, most notably expressed in a decade later in his celebrated Addresses to the German Nation, delivered in Berlin in 1806 during the French occupation. In Jena, this same desire is reflected in the enormously popular series of public lectures on morality for scholars, which he began to deliver immediately upon his arrival in Jena. The first 5 of these lectures were published in 1794 under the title Some Lectures Concerning the Scholar's Vocation. Though Ficci was already hinted at his new philosophy position in the 1794 review of Schultz's Innocentissimus, the first full-scale public announcements of the same came in a short manifesto that he published as a means of introducing himself to his new students and colleagues at Jena and attracting listeners to his lectures. This manifesto concerning the concept of the Wissenschaftslehre articulated some of the basic ideas of the new philosophy, but it mainly focused upon questions of systematic form and the relationship between philosophy and its proper object, the necessary actions of the human mind. Ficci's first truly systematic work was his foundation on the entire Wissenschaftslehre As the title implies, this work, which remains to this day Fichte's best-known philosophical treatise, was not meant to be a presentation of his entire system, but only of the rudiments of the first principles of the same. In fact, Fichte had not originally intended to publish this work at all, which was written less than a year after his first tentative efforts to articulate for himself his new conception of transcendental philosophy. The foundation was originally intended to be distributed in facsimiles to students attending his private lectures during his first 2 semesters at Jena, where the printed sheets could be subjected to analysis and questions and supplemented with oral examinations. Because of the great interest in Fichte's new philosophy, however, he soon authorized a public edition of the same in 2 volumes. Parts 1 and 2 of the Foundation were published in 1794, and Part 2 in 1795. In 1795, he also published a substantial supplement to the Foundation under the title Outline of the Distinctive Character of the Wissenschaftslehre with respect to the theoretical faculty. The title pages of all 3 publications, however, still stipulated that they were intended only as a manuscript for the uses of his listeners. While in 1802, Fichte issued a second 1-volume edition of the Foundation Outline. In 1801, the subtitle was dropped. Dissatisfied with many features of his initial presentation of the foundational portion of his system, and shocked by the virtual universal misunderstanding of his published foundation, Fichte immediately set to work out an entirely new exposition of the same, which he repeated 3 times in his private lectures on the foundation of transcendental philosophy. Though he intended to revise these lectures for serial publication under the title An Attempt, a New Presentation of the Wissenschaftslehre in the Philosophical Journal, of which he himself was by then co-editor, only the 2 introductions to and the first chapter of this new presentation ever appeared. Even as he was thoroughly revising his presentation in the foundational portion of his system, Fichte was simultaneously engaged in elaborating the various subdivisions or systematic branches of the same. As was his custom, he did this first in his private lectures and then in the published text based upon the same. The first such extension was into the realm of philosophy of law and social philosophy, which resulted in the publication of Foundations of Natural Right in accordance with the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre. The second extension was in the realm of moral philosophy, which resulted in the publication of the System of Ethics in accordance with the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre. Fichte then planned to extend his system into the realm of the philosophy of religion. Indeed, he announced lectures on the topic for the spring semester of 1799, but before he could commence these lectures, his career at Jena had come to an abrupt and unhappy conclusion in the wake of the so-called atheism controversy. In 1798, Fichte published in his philosophical journal a brief essay on the basis of our belief in a divine governance of the world, in which he attempted to sketch some of his preliminary ideas on the topic indicated in the title, and simultaneously to give first clear public hint of the character of a philosophy of religion. In accordance with the principle of Wissenschaftslehre, the occasion for this essay was another essay published in the same issue of the Philosophical Journal by Forberg. As it happened, these 2 essays provoked an anonymous author to publish a pamphlet charging the authors of both essays with atheism and demanding Fichte's dismissal from his post at Jena. The matter quickly escalated into a major public controversy, which eventually led to the official suspension of the offending issue of the journal and to public threats by various German princes to prevent their students from enrolling at the University of Jena. This crisis produced by the actions and the growing number of publications born against Fichte, which included an intemperate appeal to the public by Fichte himself in 1799, as well as a more thoughtful response entitled From a Private Letter, eventually provoked Jacobi to publish his famous open letter to Fichte, in which he equated philosophy in general and Fichte's transcendental philosophy in particular with nihilism. As the public controversy unfolded, Fichte badly miscalculated his own position and was finally forced to resign in his position at Jena and flee to Berlin, where he arrived in the summer of 1799. At this point, the Prussian capital had no university of its own, and Fichte was forced to support himself by giving private tutorials and lectures on the Wissenschaftslehre and by a new flurry of literary production, increasingly aimed at a large popular audience. The first of these popular writings was a brilliant presentation of some of the characteristic doctrines and conclusions of Fichte's system, with a strong emphasis on the moral and religious character of the same. The work The Vocation of Man, 1800, was perhaps Fichte's greatest literary achievements, was intended as an indirect response to Jacobi's public repudiation of the Wissenschaftslehre. The same year also saw the publication of a typically bold foray into political economy, The Closed Commercial State, in which Fichte propounds a curious blend of socialist political ideas and an autocratic economic principles. Defending his philosophy against the misunderstanding remained, however, Ficci's chief concern during this period, as is evidenced by the more direct response to Jacobi contained in his poignantly titled Sunclear Report to the Public at Large concerning the actual character of the latest philosophy, an attempt to force the reader to understand. At the same time that he was addressing the public in this manner, Ficci was becoming ever more deeply engrossed in the efforts to rethink and to re-articulate the very foundation of his system, beginning with his private lectures of the Wissenschaftslehre and culminating in 3 radically new versions of the same produced during the year 1804. Indeed, he continued to produce new versions of the Wissenschaftslehre right up until his death, delivering new versions of his system through 1814. However, with the single exception of the extraordinarily condensed and extraordinarily opaque presentation of the general outlines of the Wissenschaftslehre in 1810, none of these later versions was published during Ficci's lifetime. Some of them appeared in severely edited form in the collection of Ficci's work published by his son several decades following his death, but most of them are now only being published for the first time in the critical edition of Ficci's writing produced by the Bavarian Academy of Sciences. It appears that Ficci was so discouraged by the public reception of the first presentation of the foundation of a system that he concluded that it was prudent to limit future new presentations of the system to the lecture hall and seminar room, where he could elicit reactions and objections from his listeners and respond immediately with the requisite corrections and clarifications. Be that as may be, Ficci never stopped trying to refine his philosophical insights and to revise his systematic presentation of the same. Thus, there are more than a dozen different full-scale presentations of or versions of the Wissenschaftslehre, most of which were written after his departure from Jena. The Wissenschaftslehre is not the name of the book. It is the name of a system of philosophy, one capable of being expounded in a variety of different ways. Despite the striking differences between the earlier and later versions of his lectures on the foundations of his system, Ficci always insisted that the spirit of this same remained unaltered, a claim that continues to be challenged and debated by Ficci scholars. In 1805, Ficci spent a semester as a professor at the University of Erlangen, but returned to Berlin in the fall of the same year. The next year, 1806, he published a rapid succession of 3 popular and well-received books, all of which were based upon earlier series of public lectures that had been delivered in Berlin on the essence of the scholar, a reworking of some of the same themes addressed in the similarly titled lectures of 1794, the characteristics of the present age, an attempt to show the implications of a system of freedom for a speculative philosophy of history, and the Guide to Blessed Life, or the Doctrine of Religion, an eloquent and somewhat mystically tinged treatise on the relationship between transcendental philosophy and genuine religion. Taken together, these 3 popular works are remarkable blends of speculative profundity and rhetorical elegance. With the entry of the French army into the occupation of Berlin in 1806, Ficci joined the Prussian government in exile in Königsberg, where he delivered yet another course of lectures on the Wissenschaftslehre and wrote an important short book on Machiavelli as author, which defends a form of realpolitik that at least appears to contrast quite starkly with the liberalism and political idealism of Ficci's earlier political writing. Ficci soon returned to occupied Berlin, however, where in the winter of 1807-8 he delivered his celebrated addresses to the German nation. Though these lectures later obtained a place of dubious honor as founding documents in the history of German nationalism, they are mainly concerned with the issue of national identity, and particularly with the relationship between language and nationality, and the question of national education, which is the main topic of the work, both of which are understood by Ficci as a means towards a larger cosmopolitan end. Ficci had always had a lively interest in pedagogical issues and assumed a leading role in planning the new Prussian university to be established in Berlin, though his own detailed plans for the same were eventually rejected in favor of those put forward by Wilhelm von Humboldt. When the new university finally opened in 1810, Ficci was the first head of the philosophical faculty, as well as the first elected rector of the university. His final years was no diminishment of the pace either in his public activity or in his philosophical efforts. He continued to produce new lectures on the foundations and first principles of a system, as well as new introductory lectures on philosophy in general. Logic and Philosophy in 1812, and The Facts of Consciousness, 1813, Political Philosophy, The Systems and Doctrines of Right and the Doctrines of State, and Ethics, Systems, Ethical Theory. As presaged perhaps by his earlier book on Machiavelli, these late forays into the domain of practical philosophy betray a darker view of human nature and defend a more authoritarian view of the state than anything to be found in Ficci's earlier writing on these subjects. In 1813, Ficci canceled his lectures so that his students could enlist in the War of Liberation against Napoleon, of which Fichte himself proved to be an indirect casualty. From his wife, who was serving as a volunteer nurse in the Berlin military hospital, he contracted a fatal infection of which he died on January 29, 1814. Almost at the moment of his death, he continued his lifelong efforts to rethink and re-examine the basic foundations and systematic implications of his philosophy, as is rather poignantly reflected in the remarkable philosophical diary in which he recorded his thoughts during this final period. A Wesley, God bless. Fichte's philosophical project. The primary task of Fichte's system of philosophy, the Wissenschaftslehre, is to reconcile freedom with necessity, or more specifically, to explain how freely willing, morally responsible agents can at the same time be considered part of the world of causally conditioned material objects in space and time. Fichte's strategy for answering this question, at least in his early writings, was which are the ones upon which his historical reputation as a philosopher has, at least until recently, been grounded, and hence are the ones to be expounded here, was to begin simply with the underground assertion of the subjective spontaneity and freedom, infinity of the I, and then to proceed to the transcendental derivation of the objective necessity and limitation, finitude, as a condition necessary for the possibility of the former. This is the meaning of his description in his first introduction to the Wissenschaftslehre of philosophy's task as that of displaying the foundation of experience, or explaining the basis of the system of representations accompanied by a feeling of necessity. Fichte derived this conception of the task and strategy of philosophy from his study of Kant, and no matter how far his own system seemed to diverge from the letter of the critical philosophy, Fichte always maintained that it remained true to the spirit of the same. Central to the spirit for Fichte is an uncompromising insistence upon the practical certainty of human freedom and a thoroughgoing commitment to the task of providing a transcendental account of ordinary experience that could explain the objectivity and necessity of theoretical reason, cognition, in a manner consistent with the practical formations of human liberty. Though Fichte attributed the discovery of the task to Kant, he believed that it was first accomplished successfully only in the Wissenschaftslehre, which he therefore described as the first system of human freedom. In an effort to clarify the task and method of transcendental philosophy, Fichte insisted upon the sharp distinction between the standpoint of natural consciousness, which it is the task of philosophy to derive and hence to explain, and that of transcendental reflection, which is the standpoint required of the philosopher. He thus insisted that there is no conflict between transcendental idealism and the common sense realism of everyday life. On the contrary, the whole point of the former is to demonstrate the necessity and unavailability of the latter. However Kantian in spirit Fichte's enterprise might have been, he was at the same time all too keenly aware of what he considered to be certain glaring weaknesses in the inadequacies of Kant's own execution of this project. Taking to heart the criticism of such contemporaries as Jacobi, Maimon, and Schultz, Fichte propounded a radically revised version of the critical philosophy. First of all, he argued that the very concept of thing in itself, understood as a mind-independent external cause of sensations, is indefensible on critical grounds. In addition, he maintained that Kant's denial of the possibility of intellectual intuition, though certainly justified as the denial of the possibility of any non-sensory awareness of external objects, is nevertheless difficult to reconcile with certain other Kantian doctrines regarding the eye's immediate presence to itself, both as a theoretically cognizing subject, the doctrine of the transcendental perception, and as a practically striving moral agent, the doctrine of the categorical imperative. His study of the writings of Reinhold convinced Fichte that the systematic unity of the critical philosophy, specifically the unity of the theoretical and practical reason of the first and second critiques, was insufficiently evident in Kant's own presentation of his philosophy, and that the most promising way to display the unity in question would be to provide both theoretical and practical philosophy with a common foundation. The first task for philosophy, Fichte therefore concluded, is to discover a single self-evident standing point or first principle from which one could somehow derive both theoretical and practical philosophy, which is to say our experience of ourselves as finite cognizers of finite agents. Not only would such a strategy guarantee the systematic unity of philosophy itself, but more important, it would also display what Kant hinted at but never demonstrated, the underlying unity of reason itself. Since it is a central task of philosophy so constructed to establish the very possibility of any knowledge or science whatsoever, Fichte proposed to replace the disputed term philosophy or love of wisdom with the new term Wissenschaftslehre, or theory of science, a name intended to highlight the distinctively second-order character of philosophical reflection. Though Fichte's proposal never caught on as a general name for what was once called philosophy, it did become the universally acknowledged name for its own distinctive version of transcendental idealism. Here again, it is important to keep in mind that Wissenschaftslehre is not the name of any particular Fichtean treatise, but is instead the general name for his entire system or project, an allegedly all-encompassing system that consists of a number of interrelated parts or systematic subdisciplines and an overarching project that could and would be expounded in a series of radically different presentations employing a bewildering variety of systematic vocabularies. The starting point of the Gen of Wissenschaftslehre. In order to construct any genuine philosophy of freedom, maintain Fichte, the reality of freedom itself must simply be presupposed and thus treated as an incontrovertible fact of reason in the Kantian sense. This, of course, is not to deny the possibility of raising skeptical, theoretical, grounded objections to such claims. On the contrary, it was the very impossibility of any theoretically satisfactory refutation of skepticism concerning the reality of freedom that led Fichte to affirm the inescapable primacy of the practical with respect to the selection of one's philosophical starting point. To the extent that any proposed first principle in philosophy is supposed to be the first principle of all knowledge and hence of all argument, it clearly cannot be derived from any higher principle and hence cannot be established by any sort of reasoning. Furthermore, Fichte maintained that there are two and only two possible starting points for the philosophical project of explaining experience, namely the concept of pure selfhood, which Fichte associated with pure freedom, and that of pure thinghood, which Fichte associated with utter necessity, neither of which can be warranted qua philosophical starting point by direct appeal to experience, and each of which can be arrived at only by self-conscious act of philosophical abstraction from ordinary experience, within which freedom and necessity, subject and object, are invariably joined as well as distinguished. The two rival philosophical strategies made possible by these opposed starting points are unforgettably limned by Fichte in his 1797 introduction to the Wissenschaftslehre, in which he characterizes the sort of philosophy that begins with the pure I as idealism, and that begins with the thing in itself as dogmatism. Since, according to Fichte's earlier argument concerning the concept of the Wissenschaftslehre, unified system of philosophy can have one and only one first principle, and since there are two and only two possible first principles, then it follows that no mixed system of idealism dogmatism is possible. Moreover, since dogmatism is understood by Fichte unavoidably implies a strict form of determinism and intelligible fatalism, whereas idealism is from the start committed to the reality of human freedom, it is also practically impossible to reach any sort of compromise between the two such radically opposed systems. Though Fichte conceded that neither dogmatism nor idealism could directly refute its opposite, and thus recognized that the choice between philosophical starting points could never be resolved on purely theoretical grounds, he nevertheless denied that any dogmatic system, that is to say, any system that commences with the concept of sheer objectivity, could ever succeed in accomplishing what was required of all philosophy. Dogmatism, as he argued, could never provide a transcendental deduction of ordinary consciousness, for in order to accomplish this, it would have to make an illicit leap from the realm of things to that of mental events or representations. Idealism, in contrast, at least when correctly understood, as a kind of critical idealism that demonstrates that the intellect itself must operate in accordance with certain necessary laws, can at least in principle accomplish the prescribed task of philosophy and explain our experience of judgments, representations accompanied by feeling of necessity in terms of the necessary operations of the intellect itself, and thus without having to make an illicit appeal to things in themselves. To be sure, one cannot decide in advance whether or not any such deduction of experience from the mere concept of free self-consciousness is actually possible. Thus, this Fichte conceded is something that can be decided only after the construction of the system in question. Until then, it remains a mere hypothesis that the principle of human freedom, for all of its practical certainty, is also the proper starting point for a transcendental account of objective experience. It must be granted that the truth of Wissenschaftslehre's starting point cannot be established by any philosophical means, including its utility as a philosophical first principle. On the contrary, and this is one of Fichte's most characteristic and controversial claims, one already has to be convinced on wholly extra philosophical grounds of the reality of one's own freedom before one can enter into the chain of deductions and arguments that constitute Wissenschaftslehre. This is the meaning of Fichte's oft-cited assertion that the kind of philosophy one chooses depends on the kind of person one is. The only compelling reason why transcendental idealism comes to stop with and thus begins his system with the proposition that I freely posit itself is therefore not because he is unable to entertain theoretical doubts on this score, nor because he's simply unable to continue the process of reflective abstraction. Instead, he appeals to a principle eloquently expressed by Fichte in his essay on the basis of our belief in the moral governance of the world, namely, I cannot go beyond this standpoint because I'm not permitted to do so. It is precisely because the categorical imperative is in this way invoked to secure the first principle of his entire system that Fichte felt entitled to make the rather startling claim that the Wissenschaftslehre is the only system of philosophy that accords with duty. Systematic overview of the Gene of Wissenschaftslehre, the foundation. The published presentation of the first principles of the Gene of Wissenschaftslehre commences with the proposition the I posits itself. More specifically, the I posits itself as an I. Since this activity of self-positing is taken to be a fundamental feature of the I-hood in general, the first principle asserts the I posits itself as self-positing. Unfortunately, the starting point is somewhat obscured in part 1 of the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre by a difficult and somewhat forced attempt on Fichte's part to connect this starting point to the logical law of identity, as well as by the introduction of 2 additional first principles corresponding to the logical laws of non-contradiction and sufficient reason. Significantly, this distraction is eliminated entirely in the later Wissenschaftler Nova Methado, which begins with a simple postulate or summons to the reader, think the I and observe what is involved in doing this. To posit means simply to be aware of, to reflect upon, or to be conscious of. This term does not imply that the I must simply create its objects of consciousness. The principle in question simply states that the essence of I-hood lies in the assertions of one's own self-identity, that consciousness presupposes self-consciousness, the Kantian I think, which must, at least in principle, be able to accompany all our representations. Such immediate self-identity, however, cannot be understood as psychological fact, no matter how privileged, nor as an action or accident, or some previously existing substance or being. To be sure, it is an action of the I, but one that is identical with the very existence of the same. In Fichte's technical terminology, the original unity of self-consciousness is to be understood as both an action and as the product of the same, as a Tantalung or fact act, as a unity that is presupposed by and contained within every fact and every act of empirical consciousness, though it never appears as such therein. The same identity and difference of original self-consciousness might also be described as an intellectual intuition, in so much as it involves an immediate presence of the I to itself prior to and independently of any sensory content. To be sure, such an intellectual intuition never occurs as such within empirical consciousness. Instead, it must simply be presupposed that is posited in order to explain the possibility of actual consciousness, within which subject and object are always already distinguished. The occurrence of such an original intellectual intuition is itself inferred, not intuited. Unfortunately, Fichte confuses matters by sometimes using the term inner or intellectual intuition to designate something else entirely, namely the act of philosophical reflection or purified self-observation, through which the philosopher becomes conscious of the transcendental conditions for the possibility of ordinary experience, among which, of course, is the occurrence of the original intellectual intuition as a Tatenlung. On other occasions, he employs the term intellectual intuition, and yet another sense, namely to designate our direct practical awareness within everyday life of our moral obligations, categorical imperative qua real intellectual intuition. Given the subsequent abuse of the term by Schelling and the Romantics, as well as the confusion that one sometimes finds among expositors of Fichte on the issue, it is crucial to recognize the systematic ambiguity of the term intellectual intuition in Fichte's own writing. A fundamental corollary of Fichte's understanding of I-hood, Ichheit, and as a fact of fact act, is his denial of the I is originally any sort of thing or substance. Instead, the I is simply what it posits itself to be, and thus its being is, so to speak, a consequence of its self-positing, or rather is coterminous with the first principle of the Gene of Wissenschaftslehre, is thus equally practical and theoretical insofar as the act described by this principle is a doing as well as a knowing, a deed as well as a cognition. Thus, the problematic unity of theoretical and practical reason is guaranteed from the start, insomuch as this very unity is a condition for the possibility of self-consciousness. After establishing the first principle and conceiving the act expressed therein, the philosophical task is then to discover what other acts must necessarily occur as conditions for the possibility of the original, simply positive first act, and then to do the same for each of these successive discovered acts or the theorems in which they are formulated. By continuing in this manner, one will, according to Fichte, finally arrive at the complete deduction of the a priori structure of ordinary experience, or what amounts to the same thing, a complete inventory of the original acts of the mind. This is precisely the task of the first foundational portion of the genus system. Just as we are never directly aware of the original act of self-positing with which the system commences, so are we also unaware, except of course from the artificial standpoint of philosophical reflection, of each of these additional necessary but unconscious acts that are derived by as conditions necessary for the possibility of the original posited act of self-positing. Furthermore, though we must, due to the recursive character of the reflection itself, distinguish each of these acts from the others that is conditioned by and that are in turn conditioned by it, none of these individual acts actually occur in isolation from all the others. Transcendental philosophy is thus an effort to analyze what is in fact the single synthetic act through which the I posits for both itself and the world, thereby becoming aware in a single moment of both its freedom and its limitations, its infinity and its finitude. The result of such an analysis is the recognition that although the I simply posits itself, its freedom is never absolute or unlimited. Instead, freedom proves to be conceivable, and hence the I itself proves to be possible only as a limited and finite. Despite widespread misunderstanding of this point, the Wissenschaftler is not a theory of the absolute I. Instead, the conclusion, both of the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftler and the Wissenschaftler Nova Methado, is that the absolute I is a mere abstraction, and that the only sort of I that can actually exist is or act is the finite, empirical, embodied individual self. The I must posit itself in order to be an I at all, but it can posit itself only insofar as it posits itself as a limited and hence divided against itself insofar as it also posits itself in unlimited or absolute. Moreover, it cannot even posit for itself in its own limitations in the sense of producing or creating these limits. The finite I, the intellect, cannot be the ground of its own passivity. Indeed, according to Fichte's analysis, if the I is to posit itself at all, it must simply discover itself to be limited, a discovery that Fichte characterized as a check or Anstov to the free practical activity of the I. Such an original limitation of the I is, however, a limit for the I only insofar as the I posits it as such. I does this, according to Fichte's analysis, by positing its own limitation, first as a mere feeling, then as a sensation, then as an intuition, and then finally as a concept. The Anstab check thus provides the essential occasion or impetus that first sets in motion the entire complex train of activity that finally results in our conscious experience both of ourselves and empirical individuals and in a world of spatial, temporal, material objects. Though this doctrine of the Anstab may seem to play a role in Fichte's philosophy not unlike that which has sometimes been assigned to the thing in itself in the Kantian system, the fundamental difference is this: the Anstab is not something foreign to the I. Instead, it denotes the I's original encounter with its own finitude, rather than claim that the not I is the cause or ground of the Anstab. Fichte argues that the former is posited by the I precisely in order to explain to itself the latter, that is, in order to become conscious of the same. Though the Wissenschaftler demonstrates that such an Anstab must occur in self-consciousness to be actual transcendental philosophy itself is quite unable to deduce or to explain the actual occurrence of such an Anstab except as a condition for the possibility of consciousness. Accordingly, there are strict limits to what can be expected from any a priori deduction of experience. According to Fichte, transcendental philosophy can't explain, for example, why the world has spatial temporal character and a causal structure, but it can never explain why objects have the particular sensible properties they happen to have, or why I am this determinate individual rather than another. This is something that the I simply has to discover at the time that it discovers its own freedom, and indeed as a condition for the latter. Despite the important stricture on the scope of transcendental philosophy, there remains much that can be demonstrated within the foundational portion of the Wissenschaftler. For example, it can be shown that the I could not become conscious of its own limits in the manner required of the possibility of any self-consciousness unless it also possessed an original and spontaneous ability to synthesize the finite and the infinite. In this sense, the Wissenschaftler deduces the power of productive imagination as an original power of the mind. Similarly, it could be shown that the I could not be checked in the manner required for the possibility of consciousness unless it possessed, in addition to the original theoretical power of productive imaginative and equally original practical power of sheer willing, which once checked is immediately converted into a capacity for endless striving. The foundational portion of the Wissenschaftler thus also includes a deduction of the categorical imperative, albeit in a particularly abstract and morally empty form, and of the practical power of the I. For Fichte, therefore, the primacy of the practical means not simply the philosophy must recognize a certain autonomous sphere within which practical reason is efficacious and practical considerations are appropriate. Instead, it implies something much stronger, namely the recognition that, as Fichte puts it, the practical power of the innermost root of the I, and thus that our freedom itself is the theoretical determining principle of our world. The Wissenschaftler as a whole can therefore be described as a massive effort to demonstrate that reason could not be theoretical if it were not also practical, and at the same time, to be sure, that also demonstrates that reason could not be practical if it were not also theoretical. Freedom, according to Fichte's argument, is possible and actually only within the context of limitation and necessity, and thus it is never absolute but always limited and finite. On the other hand, just as surely as a free subject must posit its freedom absolutely, that is to say, purely and simply, and for no reason whatsoever, so must it never identify itself with any determinate or limited state of its own being. On the contrary, a finite free self must constantly strive to transform both the natural and human worlds in accordance with its own freely posited goals. The sheer unity of the self, which was positive as the starting point of the foundations, is thereby transformed into an idea of the reason in the Kantian sense. The actual I is always finite and divided against itself, and hence is always striving for sheer self-determinacy that it never achieves. Between the original abstraction of pure selfhood and sheer Talentum and the concluding necessary idea of the self that is only what it determines itself to be, in which is and ought wholly coincide, lies the entire realm of actual consciousness in real human experience. Philosophy of nature. Having established the foundation of his new system, Fichte then turned the task to constructing upon this foundation a fully articulated transcendental system, the overall structure of which is most clearly outlined in the concluding section of the transcript of his lectures on Wissenschaftliche Nova Methode. According to this plan, which has no analog in Fichte's later writing, the entire Wissenschaftler is consisting of four systematically interrelated parts. One, first philosophy, which corresponds to the foundation portion of the system, as presented in the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftler and revised in the lectures on Wissenschaftliche Nova Methode. Two, theoretical philosophy or philosophy of nature. Three, practical philosophy or ethics, corresponding to the content of the system of ethics. And four, philosophy of postulates, which includes the subdisciplines of natural law or theory of right as expounded in the foundation of natural right and philosophy of religion. By philosophy of nature, Fichte seems to have had in mind something similar to Kant's metaphysical first principles of nature, though Fichte himself devoted very little attention to the execution of such a project. The closest he ever came to developing a philosophy of nature according to the transcendental principles is the compressed account of space, time, and matter presented the outline of the distinctive character of the Wissenschaftler with respect to theoretical faculty, and the lectures of Wissenschaftliche Nova Methode. In neither of these works, however, does he make any effort to distinguish rigorously between theoretical aspects of the foundational portion of a system and distinctively theoretical subdivision of the same philosophy of nature. In fact, a philosophy of nature in accordance with the principles of the Wissenschaftler turns out to me even more modest than Kant's and more closely resembles what later came to be called the philosophy of natural science than it does with the speculative natural philosophy of Schelling and Hegel. Indeed, disagreement concerning the compatibility of a rigorously transcendental philosophy with speculative a priori philosophy of nature was the very issue that predicated the rift between Fichte and his erstwhile disciple Schelling. The popular picture of Fichte's attitude towards nature, namely that he viewed the latter almost entirely from the perspective of human projects, that is, as the necessary realm for moral striving, is therefore very close to the truth. Ethics. In contrast to Fichte's rather cursory treatment of purely theoretical philosophy, ethics or practical philosophy, which analyzes the determinate ways in which willing and acting are determined by principles of pure reason, constitutes a major portion of the genus system, and the system of ethics is Ficci's longest single book. Whereas theoretical philosophy explains how this world necessarily is, practical philosophy explains how the world ought to be, which is to say how it ought to be altered by rational beings. Ethics thus considers the object of consciousness not as something given or as even as something constructed by necessary laws of consciousness, but rather as something to be produced by a freely acting subject, consciously striving to establish and to accomplish its own goals and guided by its own self-legislated laws. The specific text of Ficci's ethics is therefore, first of all, to deduce the categorical imperative in its distinctively moral sense from the general obligation to determine oneself freely, and second, to deduce from this particular obligations that apply to every free and finite rational being. Like all of Ficci's systematic treatises in the Gena period, the system of ethics begins with a detailed analysis of what is involved in self-positing the I. In this case, the focus is upon the necessity of the I posit for itself its own activity or efficacy, and upon a detailed analysis of the conditions for doing this. In this matter, Ficci deduces what he calls the principle of all practical philosophy, that something objective, a being, follows from something subjective, a concept, and hence that the I must ascribe to itself a power of free purposiveness of or causality in the sensible world. The I must posit itself an embodied will, and only as such does it discover itself at all. From this starting point, Ficci then proceeds to a deduction of the principle of morality, namely that I must think of my freedom as standing under certain necessary law or categorical imperative, which Ficci calls the law of self-sufficiency or autonomy, and that I ought always to determine my freedom in accordance with this law. This, therefore, is the task of the philosophical science of ethics as understood by Ficci, to provide an a priori deduction of our moral nature in general and of our specific duties as human beings. Viewed from the perspective of practical philosophy, the world really is nothing more than what Ficci once described as the material of our duty made sensible, which is precisely the viewpoint adopted by the morally engaged, practically striving subject. On the other hand, this is not the only way the world can be viewed, and more specifically, it is not the only way in which it is constructed by transcendental philosophy. For this reason, it is somewhat misleading to characterize the Wissenschaftslehre as a whole as a system of ethical idealism. As noted above, Ficci certainly does succeed in constructing an account of consciousness that fully integrates the imperatives and activities of practical reason into the very structure of the latter, but this integration is always balanced by recognition of the constitutive role of theoretical reason and of the sheer contingentiveness of the I's original determinacy doctrine of the Anstalt. Philosophy of law, Recht. The final portion of the genus system is devoted to the philosophy of the postulates, a discipline that Ficci conceives as occupying the middle ground between purely theoretical and purely practical philosophy. In this portion of the system, the world is considered neither as it simply is nor as it simply ought to be. Instead, either the practical realm or freedom is viewed from the theoretical perspective of the natural world, in which case one considers the postulates that theoretical reason addresses to practical reason, or else alternatively the natural world is viewed from the perspective of practical reason or the moral law, in which case one considers the postulates that practical reason addresses to theoretical reason. The first of these perspectives is that of juridical philosophy or philosophy of law, or what Ficci calls the doctrine of right. The latter is that of the philosophy of religion. Ficci's philosophy of right or of natural law is expounded in The Foundation of Natural Right, is one of the most original and influential portions of the Gena Wissenschaftslehre, written prior to Kant's treatment of the same subject, the same topic. In part one of the Metaphysics of Morals, Ficci's philosophy of right is notable, first of all, because of the way in which it distinguishes sharply between the realms of ethics and that of right, and tries to develop a complete theory of the latter, a theory of justice, without appealing to the categorical imperative or the moral law. And secondly, because of the inclusion within the theory of a thoroughly original deduction of the social character of human beings. Ficci's transcendental account of natural right proceeds from the general principle that the I must posit itself as an individual in order to posit itself at all, and that in order to posit itself as an individual, it must recognize itself as summoned or solicited by another free individual, summoned, that is, to limit its own freedom out of respect for that of the freedom of the other. The same condition applies, of course, to the other. Hence, mutual recognition of rational individuals turns out to be condition necessary for the possibility of I-hood in general. This a priori deduction of intersubjectivity is so central to the conception of selfhood developed in the Gene Wissenschaftler that Fichte, in his lectures on Wissenschaftler Novo Methado, incorporated into his revised presentation the very foundation of a system where the summons takes its place alongside original feeling, which takes the place of the earlier check, as both a limit upon the absolute freedom of the I and as a condition for the positing of the same. The specific task of Fichte's theory of right is to consider the specific ways in which the freedom of each individual must be restricted in order that several individuals can live together with the maximum amount of natural mutual freedom, and it derives its a priori concepts of the laws of social interaction entirely from the sheer concept of an individual I as conditions for the possibility of the latter. Fichte's concept of right therefore obtains its binding force not from the ethical law, but rather from the general laws of thinking from its Enlightenment self-interest, and the force of such considerations is hypothetical rather than categorical. The theory of right examines how the freedom of each individual must be externally limited if a free society of free and equal individuals is to be possible. Unlike Kant, Fichte does not treat political philosophy merely as a subdivision of moral theory. On the contrary, it is an independent philosophical discipline with the topic and a priori principles of its own. Whereas ethics analyzes the concept of what is demanded of a freely willing subject, the theory of right describes what such a subject is permitted to do, as well as what he can rightfully be coerced to do. Whereas ethics is concerned with the inner world of consciousness, the theory of right is concerned only with the external public realm, though only insofar as the latter can be viewed as an embodiment of freedom. Having established this general, albeit hypothetical concept of right, Fichte then turns to an investigation of the conditions necessary for the realization or applications of the same, that is, for the actual coexistence of free individuals or the existence of a free society. The sum of these conditions constitute the sum of our natural rights as human beings, rights that can be instantiated and guaranteed only within a deliberately constructed free society, only on purely a priori grounds. Therefore, Fichte proposes to be able to determine the general requirements of such a community and the sole justification for legitimate political coercion and obligation. The precise relationship of Fichte's theory of right and the social contract tradition is complex, but the general outline is as follows. Fichte presents a priori argument for the fundamentally social character of human beings, an argument grounded upon the analysis of the very structure of self-consciousness and the requirement of self-positing. Only after this deduction of the concept of the right and the applicability of the same does he explicitly introduce the notion of what he calls the Staatsbürgervertrag or citizens contract, a notion that he goes on to analyze in a series of distinguishable moments, including the civil contract, proper or property contract, the protection contract, and the contract of unification, all of which must be supplemented by the contracts of subjection and expiation. Fichte thus propounds what one might call a contract theory of the state, but not of human community. As numerous commentators, beginning with Hegel, whose own philosophy of right was strongly influenced both positively and negatively by Fichte's foundation of natural right, have pointed out the actual theory of the state that Fichte himself, in part 2 of that work, erected upon what would appear in the rather liberal theoretical foundation, contains many elements that are not usually associated with the individualistic liberal tradition, including a general indifference to the question of constitutional structure, public participation in government, and a strong emphasis upon the police function of the state, functions which for Fichte were not limited to concerns of security, but also included those of social welfare. This, however, is not particularly surprising, since the function of the state in Fichte's system is primarily to employ coercion to guarantee that the parties of the contract will, in fact, do what they have promised to do and ensure that every citizen will have an opportunity to realize his own limited freedom. One of the more remarkable features of Fichte's conception of right is that every citizen is entitled to the full productive employment of his labor, and hence that the state has a duty to manage the economy accordingly. The truth is that Fichte's social and political theory is very difficult to fit into the usual categories, but combines certain elements usually associated with liberal individualism with others more commonly associated with communitarian and statism. Okay, Jenny, God bless. Philosophy of religion. In addition to the postulates addressed in the theoretical to practical reason, there are also those addressed by practical reason to nature itself. The latter is the domain of transcendental philosophy of religion, which is concerned solely with the question of the extent to which the realm of nature can be said to accommodate itself to the aims of morality. The question dealt with within such a philosophy of religion are those concerning the nature, limits, and legitimacy of our belief in divine providence. The philosophy of religion, as conceived by Fichte, has nothing to do with the historical claims of revealed religion or particular religious traditions and practices. Instead, this is precisely the distinction between philosophy of religion and theology. As noted above, Fichte never had a chance to develop the final subdivision of his genus system beyond the tentative foray into the domain represented by his controversial essay concerning the basis of our belief in a divine governance of the world, and the works he contributed to the ensuing atheism controversy. And concerning the basis of our belief, he certainly seems to contend that, so far as philosophy is concerned, the realm of the divine is that of this world, albeit viewed in terms of the requirements of moral law, in which case it is transformed the natural to the moral world order, and that no further inference to transcendent moral lawgiver is theoretically or practically required or warranted. In this same essay, Fichte sought to draw a sharp distinction between religion and philosophy, a distinction parallel to the crucial distinction between the ordinary and transcendental standpoints, and to defend philosophy's right to postulate on purely a priori grounds something like a moral world order. Philosophy of religion thus includes the deduction of the postulate that our moral actions really do make some difference in the world, but this is about as far as we can go. With respect to the existence of God, the argument of Fichte's essay is primarily negative in so much as it explicitly denies that any postulate of the existence of God, independent of the moral law, is justifiable on philosophical grounds. In the wake of the atheism controversy, Fichte returned to the subject and from a private letter in part 3 of The Vocation of Man, attempted to restate his position in a manner that at least appeared to be more compatible with the claims of theism. The later Wissenschaftslehre and the reception of Fichte's philosophy. For much of the 19th century, beginning with Hegel's self-serving interpretation of the history of modern philosophy, Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre was generally assimilated into the larger history of German idealism. Criticized by both Schelling and Hegel as a one-sided subjective idealism and a prime instance of the philosophy of reflection, Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre was almost universally treated and as a superseded rung on the ladder from Kant to Hegel, and thus assigned a purely historical significance. Neglected as the Wissenschaftslehre may have been during this period, Fichte was not entirely forgotten, but remained influential as the author of the addresses to the German nation, and was alternately hailed and vilified as one of the founders of modern pan-German nationalism. This same situation prevailed throughout much of the 20th century as well, during which Fichte's fortune seemed closely tied to that of Germany, particularly during the long periods preceding, during, and following the two world wars. Fichte was discussed almost exclusively in the context of German politics and national identity, and his technical philosophy tended to be dismissed as monstrous or comical speculative aberration of no relevance whatsoever to contemporary philosophy. There was, to be sure, isolated expectations in authors such as Fritz Medicus, Marshall Geralt, Xavier Leon, and Max Wundt, who during the first half of the 20th century took Fichte seriously as a philosopher and made lasting contributions to the study of his thought. But the real boom in Fichte's studies has become only in the past 6 decades, during which the Wissenschaftslehre has once again become the object of intense philosophical scrutiny and lively worldwide discussion, as is evidenced by the establishment of large and active professional societies devoted to Fichte in Europe, Japan, and North America. J.H. Sterling once quipped that Fichte had 2 philosophical epochs, and if both belong to biography, only one belongs to history. And until quite recently, there was a great deal of truth in this observation. Indeed, even today, Fichte's technical writings of the post-Jena period remain little known to a vast majority of philosophers. Admittedly, it's hard to recognize these later texts, which dropped the strategy of beginning with an analysis of the self, along with the strong emphasis of the primacy of the practical, and which include unembarrassed references to the apparently transcendent absolute being, God, as the work of the same author who wrote the foundation of the entire Wissenschaftslehre, though Fichte himself always insisted that his basic philosophy remained the same, no matter how much his presentation thereof may have altered over the years. Many sympathetic readers and now few well-informed scholars have found it impossible to reconcile this claim with what at least appears to be the profound systematic and doctrinal differences between the early and late Wissenschaftslehre. It is therefore not surprising that the problematic unity of Fichte's thought continues to be vigorously debated by the experts in the field. Whatever one may conclude concerning the relationship between Fichte's earlier and later writings, it is certainly the case that with the publication of numerous faithfully edited new manuscripts in of later versions of the Wissenschaftler, the focus of much of the best contemporary Fichte scholarship has shifted to his later texts, most of which were entirely unknown to earlier generations of readers. Seldom has a new edition of the philosopher's literary corpus had a greater effect upon the contemporary reputation of the thinker in question, of a more stimulating effect on the contemporary scholarship than the case of the monumental new critical edition of Fichte's work begun in the early 1960s under the auspices of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences and the general editorship of Reinhard Loth and others. Now complete, this edition has contributed directly and enormously to the contemporary revival of interest in Fichte's philosophy in general and to the later versions of the Wissenschaftler in particular. Much of the best recent work on Fichte, particularly in Germany, Italy, and Japan, has been devoted exclusively to his later thought. Stirling's observation is thus no longer true in so much as the work of Fichte's second epoch has, however, belatedly now become the object of genuine, lively philosophical discussion and dispute. In contrast, Anglophone Fichte scholarship, which has also experienced quite a renaissance of its own over the past few decades, has remained largely focused upon the classical text of the Jena period. That is no doubt due in large part, at least, to the appearance during these same decades of the new reliable translations of almost all Fichte's early writing, the lack of translations of his later unpublished text, but it is also a reflection of the relatively anemic tradition of Fichte scholarship in England and North America, where even the early Wissenschaftler has long been neglected and underappreciated. Until quite recently, virtually no scholars writing in English were interested in examining the Wissenschaftler in its own right, but were mainly concerned to determine Fichte's position in relationship to Kant's or Hegel's. This situation, however, has been fundamentally altered, and some of the most insightful and original current work on Fichte is being done in English. The recent publication of an English translation of Fichte's second series of lectures on the Wissenschaftler from 1804 suggests that Anglophone Fichte scholarship is at least ready to begin coming to terms with Fichte's later philosophy. Okay, a lot of information here. I'm not even sure what to comment. Just want to see the next guy, Lutze. I pronounce these German names. Okay, so I'm going to keep it going. A lot of material to cover. Let me just make a response to my eBay. I use the restroom, say my prayers. I'll take like a 3-minute break and hopefully continue. It'd probably be like 9:30. Over 7 hours today, just a lot of information. Want to cover a lot of information here and try to get through it all. And it's just a huge topic, and you're just pounding through these biographical method to just go over the complete thought of different philosophers altogether, and we can review. We'll draw some more conclusions, and we'll see the energy if I have at the end. But I really have so much to cover. It's it's almost embarrassing to because it's like we read in Leibniz. It just makes me want to give up on all my work just to see how much there is to know, how much I've dedicated in studying and all this stuff, and really how little I know. So got to keep on working hard. So let me just take my 2-minute break, and then we'll be back with Hermann Lutz. Okay. God forbid there's more people watching when I'm not here. But okay, Jenny, appreciate their comments. So let me just say my prayer real quick and then we'll continue. So, yep, made Jenny a mod in the chat, so appreciate her womanly intuition. Okay, so let's look at Hermann Lotz. So he's a little bit after Fichte and is actually a disciple of Fichte. And there's an other important name. So, like as I said, like where to start, maybe it makes more sense to cover certain names together. But at some point you just have to jump right in. You have to get down to it. And okay, so Hermann Lotz. Rudolf Hermann Lotz, 1817 to 1881, mediated the transition from the exuberance of German idealism in the first half of the 19th century to a sober, scholarly, and scientific ethos that came to prevail in the second half. He adopted the notion of a chief or defining problems in the philosophical subdisciplines inherited by Herbart and brought opposing approaches to bear on them in a quasi-systematic way, preparing the way for the modern textbook of professor in a changing situation, moving towards bureaucratic centralization and encompassing national slate. He mostly restricted his attention to the academic issues appealing to his peers, but not to the public. In the now rising professional journal, while maintaining a lively interest in things quotidian. Given the increasing amounts of data and rising importance of the burgeoning new discipline, Lotze hoped to preserve a special place in philosophy for valued theoretic investigation. Lotz's influence was far-reaching and not yet widely admitted or well understood. While he accidentally inspired numerous materialists and was simultaneously claimed by the idealists, his strong association with certain traditional preachers on the other one hand and liberal theological movements on the other blunted his interest for the philosophical revolutionaries of the 20th century, while simultaneously preserving a continued line of the subterranean influence. So as I said, Lotz is not well known, but important in this transformation, eventually leading up to Neo-Kantianism that we'll look at next with Wilhelm Windelband, and then the Vienna Circle. So, just trying to get the whole gamut from Leibniz to the Vienna Circle for, like that we covered last week with Bertrand Russell. So the whole gamut of thought, and, there'll be a lot more to come. So I just had to fill in a few not random important thinkers, so let's look at Hermann Lotz. Brief chronology. 1834 begins university studies in medicine and philosophy at Leipzig, and well enrolled makes the acquaintance of Fechner, the founder of psychometry, of psychology. We'll cover him also. 1837, Lotz, philosopher and teacher. Wiebe gives an academic address calling for greater attention to be paid to the philosophy of Kant. 1838, achieves dual degrees in medicine and philosophy from Leipzig. 1839, first practices, then teaches medicine at Leipzig. 1840, Lotz's habitual Schrift, second dissertation on infinite series, accepted at Leipzig in publication of his poetry. 41, the first or lesser metaphysics published. 43, the first or lesser logic published. 44, becomes successor to Herbart at Göttingen. We'll also cover Herbart later. 1852, not today, but a few later in the series. 1852, medical psychology published. 54, the materialism controversy at Göttingen. 57, polemic writings published, including his reply to the younger Fichte, and Lotz translates Sophocles' Antigone into Latin. History of Aesthetics in Germany published. The second or greater logic published. 1876, made privy councillor under Bismarck's Reich, 1879, the second or greater metaphysics published. Preface, Philosophy Before Modernism. After modernism, philosophy changed, but the change was slow in coming, and well before the full impact of high modernism, Hermann Lotze reigned as the single most influential philosopher in Germany, perhaps even in the world, although almost completely unread today. His substantial body of work exemplifies the new academic philosophy, cathedra philosophy, that flourished between the demise of the post-Kantian idealism and the rise of scientific philosophy proper. He is usually credited with assisting the rejection of Hegel and absolute idealism within the bounds of academic philosophy, although the time period under discussion is sometimes denominated by the phrase between idealism and positivism. It might be more accurate to describe it as a transitory stage between the various ideological groupings of the post-Enlightenment Romanticism, materialism, and those diverging philosophical movements that only emerged in modernism proper. Logical analysis, phenomenology, lost a prominent figure within an essentially transitional period. Lotze's long shadow was perhaps predestined to gradually fade from the scene. Were we unsympathetic, Lotze might be uncharitably and falsely caricatured with the appellation Biedermeier, especially if one took seriously the oft-repeated charge of methodological eclecticism implicit in the all-too-common adoption of ideal realism as an adequate descriptor of Lotze's project. It is true that Lotze refused to give pride or of place to any particular method or theoretical approach, but this fact entails neither that Lotze himself possesses no particular method nor that he draws no determinate theoretical conclusion. Lotze's actual technique involves instead a peculiar dialectic, one which, while attempting to give consideration to each side of a seeming antimony, resolves ultimately in favor of one side, albeit one which is fundamentally transformed. Moreover, Lotze's approach, which takes place against the backdrop of significant political reaction and societal revolution, exhibits a striking modernity in his patient discussions of competing approaches to various problems, one that proceeds without regard to the source in physiology, psychology, or philosophy of mind. His seminal interventions, according to one of his students, belong to a period of transition and uncertainty. Much of the light in which the preceding age thought it possessed had vanished, and the new light has not yet dawned. According to Lotze's work, looks both forward and backwards, anticipating both the methods and the emphasis of the new philosophical spirit, while clinging nevertheless to certain key assumptions of the very romantic Weltanschauung that he helped ultimately to undo. It would be useful to further note something else that might appear at first glance as purely trivial. This is the critical shift in tone and temper from the prior hostile and polemic one to one more tentative and hesitant effect by Lotze. In his reviews, criticism, and polemic writings, he is dignified as Kant and Herbart had been. He is never impolite as Fichte and Schelling frequently were, nor does he fasten upon his opponents any stigma as Hegel frequently succeeded in doing. He is quite above the virulent and unmannerly invective by which Schopenhauer tries to crush, but never actually damages the arguments of thinkers who he chooses to regard as enemies. But the style of Lotze reflects one characteristic trait of modern thought: the confidence and self-assuredness of Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Schopenhauer, and of the earlier Schelling have disappeared. The new model of the academic researcher demands the replacement of prominent personalities, romantic geniuses, by the new exemplar of a sober scientist. Significant as well are the new material constraints on which the practice of philosophy, not just the rise of the university professor after Kant as the most prominent representative figure, but the correlative emergence of the professional journal as the typical venue of presentation and publication. Of course, the atmosphere of political repression, followed by the failed revolutions of 1815 and 48, surely played a crucial role in limiting the wider ambitions of philosophers and reinforcing the need for a more neutral tenor. Indeed, the same political pressures and bureaucratic demands associated with the state professor's status as civil servant began to figure prominently during the first half of the 19th century, harkening back to the Fichte's difficulties in the atheist controversy of 1799 and leading up to, among other things, the dismissal of Lagadian 7 in 1837, just to enumerate a few salient events from the German situation alone. The efficient cause of this pretentious change were not limited to the social political sphere in the numerous departments that came to make up the philosophical or lower faculty of the university. Other important developments were also afoot. First and foremost, there must be numbered the emergence of new separate disciplines such as geology, chemistry, biology, and psychology, and the resulting squabbles over the relative positions, proper boundaries, and subsequent agon of role purification. In addition, the rapid advance in the scientific discovery had multiplied the previously manageable amounts of data and hence suggested to some that the task of philosophy was now to restrict itself to explaining how the problems of speculation still connect themselves with the ever increasing mass of special knowledge that the labors of the new generation have accumulated. In this context, the cognate conception of the philosophy as a synthesizing or supervisory endeavor began to gather adherents. Indeed, the rehabilitation of philosophy is perhaps the central foundational issue of the days and names the attempt to allot to philosophy in a scientific age a domain of problems that would be independent of the special sciences. Here and elsewhere, Lotz emulates Fichte. Well, science can surely explain what is. It can never elucidate the ultimate value of meaning of or value or meaning of the phenomena it reveals. That alone is the task of philosophy. Oddly, despite his one-time preeminence, Lotze founded no enduring school. However, his teaching directly influenced such prominent students such as Windelband and Frege, and his ideas were still being considered and debated as late as the 1920s by numerous notables, including Heidegger and Carnot. Even in his own day, Lotze's reputation soon spread beyond the continent. As a result, he became a substantial force in the English-speaking world, affecting, among others, Green, Bradley, and Bosanquet in Britain, and Royce James and Santayana in America. Indeed, it is principally by this latter means that he came to hold some sway with both the early Bohr and early Russell. Furthermore, because of his influence extended through both the Anglo-American and the continent, some have postulated his unconscious but seminal presence in the emergence of analytical philosophy, and likewise studies in Lotz by historians of phenomenology have also begun to emerge. Finally, it is the same moment when philosophy was only beginning its eventual and complete confinement to the academy and becoming simultaneously more specialized and less provincial. Lotze was notably the darling of numerous Protestant theologians and preachers, both conservatives who sought to popularize him and a fanatical opponent of mid-century materialism, and others of a more liberal character who fastened onto his personalism as the proper antidote to the dangerous heterodoxies of pantheism, rationalism, agnosticism, and atheism. While Lotze himself may not have endorsed these distortions, there was nevertheless something about his work that permitted such misuse. Santayana, a keen observer of this very phenomenon, insisted on inserting an important cautionary note. He remarked dryly that one ought not to be misled by Lotz's continuous reference to souls or God, as a certain acceptance which Lotz had found in conservative circles is perhaps due to his insufficient considerations of his meanings. Lotze is inclined to give old names to new things. He is fond of the metaphysical nomenclature, and his terms are generally more mysterious and old-fashioned than his ideas. Thus he speaks of the soul, of substance, of free will, of efficient causation, of a personal God, but these phrases stand in his system for a comparatively modest and legitimate conception. The words may please us in themselves, but we shall be disappointed if we welcome the things for love of the names they bear. If correct, this suggests that Lotze once again followed the lead of Fichte in using traditional language to mask more deeply naturalistic conceptions than the surface meaning of the ordinary wording might initially suggest. In any event, Lotze's continuing influence in the 20th century ironically came mostly through the theological curriculum of classical liberal Protestantism, still is evident until the late 1960s. Although it was tempting to regard post-Enlightenment period as a confused interregnum, serving only as a prelude to the revolutionary breakthroughs of the philosophical modernism, that is, those movements that organized and flourished after the Great War, the fact is that Lotze, in particular, the logic was still a relevant and wholly viable topic for philosophical seminars well into the 1920s. As a result, there is a related trend that augurs for treating Lotze as if he were a contemporary and thus subjecting him to our own expectations and standards. Of those terms, however, Lotze presents mostly an unappealing and enigmatic tangle. Dr. Freeman, God bless. The only viable way to proceed is to see him as consciously continuing to practice some of the sly deception and willing obfuscation of those Enlightenment thinkers, still subject to vigorous state repression and social persecution. For this tact, there are, of course, a grab bag of techniques on display in a wide variety of modern thought that all result in the same highly desired and plausible deniability. Without cultivating our own sensibility to the highly provocative nature of controversies that to our minds may be considered settled, we cannot see how Lutz attempts to subtly open up the minds of his readers to any number of heterodox possibilities. The name naturally associated with this sort of inquiry is, of course, that of Leo Strauss, yet the work of his students invariably comes to an end with post-Enlightenment thinkers, terminating typically at the end of the Enlightenment with Rousseau, Lessing, and Kant. But if we consider that a further line of repressions runs from Fichte up to the widespread institutional succession of the Neo-Kantians on the continent and the British idealists elsewhere, then Lutz is situated squarely in this interregnum. It thus seems natural to wonder if the state actions of this sort noted above were combined when combined with the obvious sensitivities of the university appointment process may not have suggested to Lutz that a certain circumspection and discretion might still provide the outlines of the best course of action. In a period of political reaction and repression, civil servants needed to proceed cautiously. To this purpose, the structure of the entry now takes the following form. First, an investigation of 3 controversies addressed by Lutz that are quite naturally not controversies for us. Second, an exposition of 3 contributions Lutz made to the academic discipline of philosophy, which are incorporated sometimes as wholes, sometimes as part, usually unacknowledged by the modernist movements that displaced him. And finally, a discussion, naturally somewhat speculative and incomplete, as to the ways that Faute de Mieux Lutz still exerts an underground influence on issues of some undisputed currency. These I deem his legacies. Now that our own new century is well underway, understanding and incorporating the insights and achievement of the 20th century return us perforce to the roots in the prior century, but so long as the 19th century remains still the most obscure of all the centuries of the modern age up to now. Even the true significance of our present endeavors may remain yet unknown and unknowable to us. The only alternative is blank incomprehension, the sort already possible within the 50 years of his death. For when Wittgenstein's student Drury complained about the inclusion of Lutz as a special author in the second part of his Tripos, Wittgenstein could only reply, probably a man who shouldn't have been allowed to write philosophy. Three controversies. Polygenesis. A good example of the twists and turns of the intrinsic to Lutz's dialectic may be illustrated by a brief excursus in his treatment of the problem of race. Although often tortuous, these passages provide a sometimes unique insight into the monogenesis-polygenesis debate of the post-Enlightenment. Lutz begins his discussion quite skeptically, averring that the much-discussed problem of the specific unity or diversity of the whole human race cannot as yet be definitively solved. As he hardly commends this attitude as the impression of unprejudiced people, he immediately follows this admonition, however, with a lengthy list of cogent reasons for monogenesis, noting that in the varieties of the human race, the differences are not so excessive as to render impossible historical derivation from a single source. Lutz next goes on to consider, but to reject the very old idea that these superficial changes have been affected by variations in such environmental factors as habitat or climate. In this supposition, Lutz believes that the central difficulty for all such investigations in this area is an inevitable but nonetheless unsavory dependence upon uncertain causes of which we can form no conception. Consequently, the hypothesis of the original unity of the human race cannot be absolutely disproved. The choice between monogenesis and polygenesis remains squarely at the level of scientific conjecture, and no one can determine a priori which hypothesis to rule out. What we would prefer is reliance upon the actual facts for which we have the evidence of the senses. But even a brief consideration of this data forces upon us the realization that we have at our disposal a very small collection indeed. Lutz's seemingly indifference and impartiality regarding these competing hypotheses masks his real and overarching interest, namely establishing that Much of this debate is actually rooted in logical errors and linguistic difficulties, and value theoretical conclusions are simply not derivable from either scientific theory or fact. First, errors arise in the logic of the very process of classification, and then the very choices of terminology, kind, variety, species, genus, are open to logical and linguistic manipulation, completely unconnected to the question at hand, namely whether they can all have actually sprung from one and the same primitive stock by generation and climatic influences. When we recall that racism was often closed in the respectability of being scientific and up to date, we can discern Lot's canny move in blocking any ethical conclusion being derived from seemingly scientific evidence. Ultimately, this is part and parcel of Lot's overarching strategy of driving a wedge between scientific fact on the one hand and human significance, meaning, and value on the other. Science, to which falls the task of describing what is, can never provide us with the ultimate meaning of the reasons behind what is. Lutz remained convinced that no value theory can be derived from the sciences, and that yet the theological impulse was intrinsic to and irreplaceable in human existence. The varieties of human beings, should we choose to cast that in the terminology of race or not, appears to be the expression of some formative principle, one whose meaning and purpose can never be exhausted by the technical complexity of the story we may adduce about the process of that formation. Panpsychism. Panpsychism is widely taken to provide a possible answer to the mind-body problem, and the by now reiteration of Lutz's commitment to panpsychism is easy to document. The fact that Lutz was said praiseworthy things about his former teacher, Fechner, and the latter's mental breakdown is usually highlighted, and we are informed that Lutz's main criticism of Fechner is that he's not bold enough. There were deeper metaphysical reasons for thinking that all reality is alive, but this approach forces us to take Lutz's unequivocal statement at face value when there are numerous clear indications that we should not. First of all, almost all the quotations typically drawn from the microcosmos is in support of panpsychism are actually phrased in the form of questions and not assertions. If we cannot account for the appearances of mental state by those properties in virtue of which we call matter, what hinders us from supposing that besides those properties there's in store an inner life which usually escapes our attention and finds no other opportunity of manifestation that what we call mental life? Why, in opposition to matter as an ever-dead substance, should all mental activity be condensed into the special nature of a soul, destitute on its side of the properties by means of which the physical elements make themselves of account of in nature? Might not the visible substance have directly a double life, appearing outwardly as matter, and as such manifesting no property other than those mechanical ones with which we are familiar, internally on the other hand moved mentally, aware of the changes in the states, and accompanying with efforts the activity whose general subjection to law is certainly not in its power arbitrarily to alter? Have things by their motions, while themselves destitute of enjoyment, only to minister the souls as mere stimuli to this mental life? Has the one half of creation, that which we comprise under the name of material world, no function whatever, save that of serving the other half, the realm of mind? And are we justified in longing to find the lustry of sense in that also whence we seem always to derive it? In the microcosmos, Lutz emphasizes that panpsychism is strongly motivated from the impetus to counter in some fashion the excess of materialism. But this very justification, he comments, is simultaneously the source of the barrenness of this view. We don't like materialism, so we appeal to panpsychism, adopting the counter hypothesis that simply ascribes to matter a secret mental life. But why in the world ought we to do that? At best, panpsychism, under this pretext, is merely an empty and vain idea, a conception that may be counted among the dreams of our imagination. It names a belief about which the most we may say is that it may be one of those which do not contradict actual facts. In a word, it is possible, but scarcely probable, and in no wise to be considered actual. After all, were it quite literally to be true, then we would have to adjust ourselves to the following curious state of affairs. Who could endure the thought that in the dust trodden by our feet, in the prosaic texture of the clothes that forms our clothing, in the materials shaped into all sorts of utensils, there is everywhere present the fullness of animated life? Who could truly inhabit such a ghastly and ghostly realm? Consequently, neither science nor philosophy has any need of such a hypothesis, one that indeed bears the uncanny relation to mythological thinking, remnants of which are still perceived in our culture, though the influence of Greek art and thought. Nonetheless, whatever is storied pedig- uh, pedigree, we must not introduce it into science. For the sole requirements of knowledge alone, nothing remains for us but to gather from experience the laws found valid in the ultimate ramifications of reality. Among our philosophical inheritance from German Romanticism, thus cannot be counted Schiller's Gatter, Griechenlands, and the like. Nor can we in any fashion seek to derive this view from purely self-interested metaphysical motives. The dislike to look on one part of the cosmos as but a blind and lifeless instrument for the ends of another, the desire to diffuse over all the joy of animation and to vindicate a universe enjoying at every point throughout its own existence a more perfect than one in which a divided structure shows mentality above an unconscious bias. In this, we have but one series of motives inviting us beneath the unruffled surface of matter, behind the rigid and regular repetitions of its working, to seek the warmth of mental activity. In a word, feel of nihilism is also no justification. Indeed, at long last, the only rational that can be offered for the panpsychist wager is purely aesthetic in nature. Nothing but the beauty of the living form is made to us more intelligible by this hypothesis. Indeed, in the end, we may only admit that our scientific work neither wants nor needs panpsychism. Rather, it is needed to satisfy the human spirit to make the nature of the soul comprehensible. At first glance, however, this explanation superficially suggested that Lotz may be nothing more than a beautiful soul. Panpsychism must, at bottom, be shown to possess some truly special significance, far outstripping the utterly false assistance it would pretend to offer to the natural sciences. For assisting the sciences of psychology, even the very possibility of panpsychism is wholly immaterial. Rather, thus asserts to be painfully repetitive that nothing but the beauty of the living form is made to us more intelligible by the hypothesis. But what precisely could this gnomic utterance be taken to mean? It appears that Slutz's terminology cashes out directly as follows: the image which we now have to form of the living form and its mental life is that of an association of many beings. Lutz then extends the figure by analogizing each human individual to our species being, and that we prize in life, and that is the source of nobler enjoyments, rest on this mode of a combination of in a manifold, the human race embodies in countless individuals, leads the life of constant reciprocal action, of mutual fellow feeling, in love and hatred, of uninterrupted progress that makes us all share in the gain of one part. But this does not entail any submerging of the many into some one. The unity into which we long to be knit with another is always completeness of intercourse, reciprocal enjoyment of what is without, never the confused mingling in which all joy of union perishes. Consequently, as applied to each unique individual, we must admit that ontogeny really does recapitulate phylogeny by admitting that its inner life never becomes ours, and when the union of different beings on which our living form depends falls to pieces, while we shall all have gone through something together, it will be as beings originally different than after a passing contract again separate. Panpsychism emerges hence as an aesthetic hypothesis that can be called on to account for one thing and one thing only: the realization forced earlier in the century by the French physiologist that life, whatever it was a union of separate and quite heterogeneous processes held together in the most fragile of unions. Bicot's physiological conclusions grew primarily out of his study of death, in which we identified death as the fragmented process consisting of the extinction of different organs and processes, the death of locomotion, of respiration, of sense perception, of the brain. If death was thus a multitude dispersed event, then so was organic life. According to George Gangelhem, the genius of Bichet was to decentralize the notion of life, to incarnate it in the parts of organisms. With Bichet begins the progressive parcellization and division of the body into separate and specific systems and functions that would occur in the first half of the 19th century. Each of us is then quite literally composed of others who, while coming together for a time to work upon a common purpose, ultimately disperse, returning to a more basic and decomposed form of existence. This is the ultimate and indeed the only point of the panpsychic perspective, we may view our individual being on analogy with the cooperative workings of multiple entities as in a larger society. Society is simultaneously an image of the self and vice versa. Now, Lutz did his best to sugarcoat this physiological revelation, but not, it seems, in order to make it more palatable. Instead, he wanted to show simultaneously how little we have gained and how little we have lost in its acknowledgement. In reality, the best gloss of Lutz's overarching strategy, as wrestled from its original point of reference, is that Lutz takes his readers to the abyss only to pull them back and to teach them a lesson. The exercise in metaphysical brinksmanship is designed to show the reader that the only salvation from nihilism, the only way forward in metaphysics lies in ethics. Science is given and science is taken away, but in reality, nothing has changed. What matters is how we look at it. The nihilistic conclusion of the natural sciences can't change or undermine the truth of human experience, no matter how deep our investigation descends. The poetic and evaluative may appear resolutely old-fashioned in a cold utilitarian universe, but it names precisely an impulse of human knowers that can never be replaced, supplanted, or repressed. Practically speaking, we are value-finding beings. We will continue to utter such strange and human constructions as the sun is coming up, or it was a very fine day for a world in both poetry and prose, and it can never be simply one or the other for human existence. Vitalism. As highlighted in the chronology, Lutz officially began as a student of medicine, and after attaining the doctorate in philosophy, he quickly followed with a degree in medicine, awarded for his dissertation in 1838. There later commenced other medically oriented works. Lutz's output betrays a continuing preoccupation with both the theory and application of the biological sciences in medicine, physiology, and psychology. But it is within the same time period that Lutz makes a fateful contribution, one later portrayed by Lang as his involuntary service to materialism. Of course, from similar premises, Lutz drew sharply different conclusions than the materialistic thinkers he inadvertently inspired. The service was his trenchant attack on the concept of vital force, the Lebenskraft, which widely held by a variety of thinkers of differing orientations to obstruct the decisive blow. Lutz's medical dissertation was under one description his opening salvo for this attack, for in it he advocated the abandonment of key concepts of natural philosophy, including the inter alia polarity and vital oscillation. But his target also included the diagnostic terminology favored by the medical nosology of the day, most prominently asthenia and its cognate notions, and is already mentioned vital forces. While the former was a contribution of the Brunonian theory, further elaborated in Germany by numerous and peculiar euthanasists, the latter was a more widespread assumption of biological thought, generally speaking. Yet, despite such important differences, both might be pegged with the fundamental flaw. Both could be characterized as empty abstractions that falsely paraded as causally explanatory notions. Put in Kantian terms, they were both treated wrongly, as though they were truly constitutive principles of human cognition. Teleology and teleological notions generally were illicit for certain heuristic purposes. For Kant, cannot be raised to the level of cognitive principle. Hence, while inquiries into the biological realm may safely assume purposive function as a necessary theoretical posit, such assumptions may serve only as a regulative, not constitutive principle in biological thought. Teleological notions such as order and purpose are as necessary presuppositions of our theorizing, generally illimitable, but such notions cannot be explanatorily or more precisely in a way that effectively precludes further investigations into the actual cause of organic phenomena. In other words, from the perspective of scientific explanation itself, vital force has no role to play. Furthermore, philosophy itself always outstrips science and indicates the need to go beyond what is already known and given in the direction of something as yet unknown and not given. The basic Kantian insight was further ramified by Lutz's mechanism and teleology are coexisting compatible modes of explanation, each with their own proper sphere and not contradictory opposites. Both are limited and both imply one another. Mechanism is therefore no power controlling reality, but rather the way in which purposeful reality realizes itself. A lazy reliance on hypothetical posits Lutz is suspected merely betrays our unwillingness to engage in a difficult work of real scientific discovery. Furthermore, by mechanism, Lutz meant not a blind naturalistic or reductionist technique. Rather, he used the word to signify a hypothetical deductive method of explanation of phenomena. This has important ramifications for the emerging biological science. If the essence of science lies in the employ of the hypothetical deductive method of explanation and not mathematization, as Kant had insisted, then biology and medicine, for instance, both might admit of a rigorous treatment worthy of the name science. Teleology does not replace explanation, it supplements it. However, materialists such as Solbe were inspired by the elimination of vital force to continue metaphysical house cleaning into the remaining parts of the supersensual. By Lutz, he saw no connection between the rightful rejection of empty and hence unscientific notions on the one hand and respectable metaphysical concepts proper on the other. And so he believed it possible to be a physiologist investigating the brain and the nervous system and a metaphysician of the soul simultaneously. There is only one clear and consistent view in natural science, that of hypothetical deductive physical science. Within this framework, the notion of vital force is, as already noted, dispensable, replaceable by physical chemical explanation. This substitution has no effect, however, on the metaphysical concepts of necessity, finality, and purpose, which might both be part of and govern any proper investigation. Materialism was thus forestalled from Lutz's perspective by his overriding commitment to value theoretic teleology. With this proviso firmly in mind, one would have to admit that a properly scientific account could never rule out the existence of such thing as a soul, and yet traditional philosophical explanations rooted in the spontaneity of thought, in practical reason, or in the freedom of will, argued Lutz cannot suffice to establish this universal prejudice, nor may we rest content with the obvious fact that deductive explanations seem irrelevant when it comes to understanding mental life generally. There is nevertheless a decisive fact of experience which may serve to legitimate this posit the unity of consciousness, but it is not our perception of unity of consciousness that underwrites this ulterior unity, the soul. Rather, our belief in the soul's unity rests not on our appearing to ourselves as a unity, but in our being able to appear to ourselves at all. As Lutz further details his transcendental argument, we did not conclude that the soul is one because we appear to ourselves as a unity, but by the fact that anything can appear to us. This teleology is further supplemented by Kantian system arguments, which may further rebuff positivist impulses to construe philosophical investigations as superfluous. Perhaps for this reason, Lutz's views are sometimes categorized under the very title that he, on occasion, used teleological idealism, further because Lutz comes to see nature itself as comprehensible as the life of a cosmic individual or God. The unity of consciousness is part and parcel of the ultimate unity of the very cosmos itself. Three contributions. Intuition. The Lutzian soul functions as a genuine stable point. Thus, as a substantial and self-determining principle of unity in consciousness, it is the functional equivalent of Kant's transcendental unity of apperception. The soul is further the abiding source of sensation, cognition, of feeling, emotion, of effort, volition, but is also, Lutz emphasized, in contradistinction to Kant, always a particular embodied consciousness, living entwined in concrete and manifold relatedness. And even more importantly, it is equally characterized by its innate capacities for emotion and volition, and not just cognition. The soul encompasses all the capacities of human consciousness and is not restricted to merely intellectual functions. Further, the soul is, insofar as it lives, indeed, one interpreter goes as far as to suggest that Lutz embraced a phenomenological rather than a traditional metaphysical notion of the soul, but that there is such a soul is an undeniable conviction inspired by the only credible apprehension of human selfhood and agency. The Lutzian standpoint was created both to appeal to certain Herbartian emphasis and to contrast sharply with others, for Herbart had modeled the soul in part on a Leibnizian monad. For him, it was a single, simple, independent, unchanging, indestructible substance. As such, it is utterly analogous to the one thing that, qua substance, underlies the many shifting properties which it bears. Such reals, which are absolutely simple, can nonetheless enter into causal relationships with other reals, be they souls or not. Hence, complex mental processes and psychological properties are constructed on the basis of properties and relations of those reals, we may identify as souls. As shall soon become apparent, this conception is utterly abhorrent to Lutz, who embraces in its place something that at first glance appears to be a form of phenomenalism, that to be a substance is nothing more than to appear as a substance. A strong commitment to the concept of soul or mind or consciousness as distinct from brain activity leads to a metaphysical question about the very possibility of exact spatial locality qua immaterial being. This in turn moves naturally to the prior epistemological issue of how the very perception of space is possible in the first place, given the essentially non-spatial character of mental representation. As Lutzke begins with the assumption that these representations are non-spatial, he must account for how the soul can take the manifold of sensation and subsequently recreate the relative location of its elements in space. For if the brain and the soul are indeed distinct, then no spatial configuration in the brain could account for our mental apprehension of spatiality. Indeed, an even more basic problem is to account for the way in which the fixed situation of the variously situated nerve extremities become an object of consciousness at all. Since spatial relations cannot proceed directly to consciousness, spatial localization is possible only if the non-spatial representations are accompanied by a qualitative property of some kind which the impressions acquire in virtue of the peculiar nature of the place in which it comes into contact with the body. Consciousness takes up this accompanying qualitative information such that they act as marks or as local signs under whose guidance it proceeds in spreading out the impressions into an image-occupying space. As one contemporary commentator observed, Lutze theorized a close connection between the muscle sensations associated with sense organ and the local signs that accompany the sensations produced through stimulation of the sensory nerves of that organ, conceived of as an innate anatomical mechanism. This localization, believed, resulted from the correlation produced not only by innate characteristics of the stimulated nerve, but by the associated motor impulses that will be accompanying stimulation of the nerve. It is only in such a way, Lutz contended, that non-spatial perceptions can be reconstructed in our intuition into the spatial dimensions. It is a matter of further discussion whether Lutzke's theory of Localzeichen accords best with the contemporary competing empiricist or nativist account. In typical Lutzian fashion, the preceding discussion is held to be strictly irrelevant in assessing the epistemic nature of the spatial representation. This stems in part, as shall be seen in the next section, from the fact that Lutz insisted that mere stimuli and their concatenate relations of associations do not by themselves attain to the level of judgmental validity. The mental representations which compose judgments proper are an accomplishment of the mind, consciousness, soul alone. Hence, space is, as Kant had maintained, epistemically ideal. In a rare, uncharacteristic, candid agreement, he admitted that this kernel of Kant's doctrine I accept unreservedly. Space and all spatial connections are merely forms of our subjective intuition, not applicable in those things that and those relations of things which are the efficient causes of all particular sensuous intuitions. But Lutz affirmed this premise for a reason quite different from Kant, for he believed that Kant had rested his claim of the ideality of space on the argument that the spatial form of the intuition must be innate. Well, Lutz agreed that if it is not we who are in space, but it is space which is in us. This statement engenders no commitments about the ultimate justification of intuitive statements. The upshot of this approach is that not only does this remove considerations of spatiality from the noumenal realm, but also to accord a new epistemic status to intuition simpliciter. Lutz spoke as though it is simply given to us in intuition by inspection that between any 2 points only one straight line can be drawn. He referred the first principles of geometry to the same basis in intuition. Hence, Lutz countered the axioms of geometry as self-evident truths, their very self-evident being grounded in their intuitive nature. He conceived of the role of intuition as that of revealing the self-evident. This picture is further enriched by Lutz's distinction of justification, logical, from genesis, psychological. On this view, psychological genesis, or the context of discovery, was irrelevant to the question of logical justification, or the context of justification. It is this approach that gives rise to the axiomatics, where the axioms were to be numbered among those things identified as the self-evident truths. However, self-evident for Lutz was oftentimes invoked for an accomplishment of thought and hence not strictly identifiable with the ordinary notion of the plainly obvious. Thought. As the last section made clear, Lutz made important contributions to the emerging project of neo-Kantian epistemology, including the new concept of validity as detached and detachable from questions of psychological origin. Further in his logic, Lutz concluded much that would normally be considered under the separate heading of epistemology, yet Lutz resolutely refused the mantle of the theory of knowledge for a simple but compelling reason. What went under the title in the 1850s and 60s was a psychophysiological investigation for some early figures in the Neo-Kantian revival, uh, prominently Helmholtz and Lang, construed the Mullerian doctrine of specific nerve energies as proof positive of the Kantian emphasis on the contributions of the transcendental subjectivity in our apprehension of objects. Lutz continuously rebuffs such associations. If theory of knowledge named a psychological investigation, then validity would be subordinated to the history of psychological development of our thought. But psychology was to be counted last and not first in the epistemic priority, and it can never be the foundation of our whole philosophy. Accordingly, many subsequent philosophers both recognized and credited Lutz with helping to make some of the earliest forays against the looming specter of psychologism. More critically here is perhaps Lutz's act-content distinction, one which followed Hebart but preceded Brentano by decades. Furthermore, concept formation is conceived to be a logical process over and above the mere psychological course of our ideals. Also, let's clearly pose the panlogicist deduction of absolute idealism, with something approximating the regressive analysis favored by the subsequent Neo-Kantians. The more urgent and the greater work of philosophy must, I think, bear the shape of the regressive investigation, which seeks to discover and fix securely what principle is to be recognized and used in the living principle in the construction and course of the world. Discovery of truths and absolute and universal validity describes the a priori project Lutz first adumbrated, later embraced by the logicist program of his student Frege, and in varieties of transcendentalism espoused by various Neo-Kantianism. As just mentioned, concept formation is freed from the peculiarities of the subjective psychological process by concentration on the creation and refining of objective thought content. This logical process may proceed by reference to the grammatical categories of substantive, objective, adjective, and verb that may be taken to mirror the logical categories of object, concept, and relation, respectively. As has been explained, this picture allows for both an act-content distinction and the minimal structure required to get our metaphysics off the ground. The three logical forms thus indicate the minimum amount of structure we must propose in order to come to any deeper understanding of reality. That is, one must minimally posit things which serve as fixed points, which may support and to which we may append dependent properties, which may connect or relate to other such fixed points by means of relations. Further, by naming part of our sensory manifold, we separate out that part and make its content, which can be grasped by others. In this way, Lutz made headway and yet ironically appeared retrograde to those who came after. Those who found little comfort in the seeming correspondence of grammar and thought contents, nevertheless, Lutz's actual contributions to the emergence of Sprachen philosophy are typically unappreciated, if not ignored altogether. This is strange, for although by mid-century many different theoretical approaches to the study of language were available, Lutz is undoubtedly the most important of the mainstream academic philosophers to turn his attention to this topic. In his Microcosmos, Lutz devoted numerous pages to the connection he hoped to help establish between the language and thought. A number of his important considerations and conclusions will be summarized and discussed in what follows. First, Lutz denies that language is primarily a phonemic enterprise, insisting instead that there is a dual dependence between language and thought. Language cannot exist without there being meanings correlated to its words, and yet thoughts also relies directly upon the syntactic abilities of a given natural language to provide the basic form by which apprehensions may take place. For this reason, language cannot be portrayed as emerging as a species of venting designed only to communicate bodily passions and excite animal sympathies. Language, too, is an inadequate expression of our thoughts, and in our actual speech, we omit much, relying on our abilities of our hearers to reconstruct that which is not explicitly expressed in words. Likewise, for effective communication, much is dependent upon such things as gestures, emphasis, and other modulations of voice. But Lutz remained immovable on his central motif, the peculiar nature of thought and the very close connection between it and language. For Lutz, the merely accidental association of ideas do not and cannot constitute thought. The animal mind is capable of linking associations, but it can neither explain nor justify these perceived connections, for instance, on the basis of objectively valid law. Thought is dependent on its architectonic on a certain process of formation to occur so that building can begin. As construction cannot begin with mere pile of stones, there first must be a process of cutting and shaping so that the basic elements of thought may be properly fitted together, forming interlocking pieces. Language exhibits this first operation of thought in the distinction of its parts of speech, and the three forms of substantive, adjective, and verb compose the minimum of organization and division of presented matter with which thought can attempt to begin its operations. Furthermore, the syntactic organization in this very element gives us significance to our words. Now, this is what we signified above as the peculiar function through which the significant sound really becomes a word, for it is not made such by its significance. On the contrary, the interjections which most purely and directly express psychic excitement form an organized residue in the material of language. The sound becomes a word by means of the logical accessory thoughts displayed in the character of the parts of speech. They serve as uniting surfaces and joints for the various contents, which thus become capable of syntactic combinations in the service of thought. Thus, to reiterate again, the three linguistic forms of substantive, adjective, and verb are required to express thought's apprehension of independent objects, dependent properties, and relations, respectively. And for such formative processes, syntax is critical, not sound. This is because thought cannot directly make use of the sensations, feelings, moods, simple or complex images as materials for its structure. Nevertheless, and despite the multiple riches of linguistic expression, grammatical syntax often falls short of logical structure, may lag behind its logical articulation. Indeed, the linguistic form is responsible both for a certain superstition and a mythology being imported into human thinking. The first superstition occurs because the very process of naming seems to bestow a quality on reality that is, in point of fact, quite possibly lacking. The sound of the name seems to dispel obscurity, though it adds nothing to the content, does not even always bring the light implied in indicating the particular place belonging to the object in a series or within a sphere of some wider notion. Young botanists delight in learning the Latin names of wayside flowers and go contented on their way, only to be presently disturbed by mountains that, strange to say, has no name, and so has, properly speaking, no right to be there. Now, what do they miss in this one case? What did they gain in the other? I cannot look at this fancy as so insignificant as it appears. Nay, I see it as a counterpart or continuation of the genuinely human mode of conception. We are not satisfied with the perception of an object. Its existence becomes legitimate only when it forms part of a regular system of things that has its own significance apart from our perception. Hey, Mr. Boston, shalom, God bless. As a result, for Lutz, an arbitrary given name is in fact no name at all. A mere name is utterly insufficient. What is required is for that name to provide evidence of its having been received into the world of the universally known and recognized. While remaining somewhat obscure, it should now be apparent, as in the earlier remarks about race, that mere enumeration of terminology is surely not sufficient for this larger requirement. We go well beyond the mere superstition into full-blown mythology, however, once we add in the fact that language has a history and thus has accumulated over time a large reserve of possible expressions, including those made possible by what Lutz does the syntactic pliability of language. Consequently, even utter nonsense can deceive us by means of the surface correctness of its grammatical form. The prime candidates here are those expressions which emerge by means of the nominalization of predicates. For example, we have almost ceased to speak of beautiful objects. We forget that what we call beautiful is originally mere adjective determination not existing apart from a subject. We speak now of the beautiful, or at best of beauty, and our aesthetic thinkers are quite convinced that what can exist only as an attribute is correctly apprehended only when it has unnaturally been apprehended as something substantive which is everywhere identical. It thus appears that Lutz is among those figures whose diagnosis circumstances where logical form ought not to follow model grammatical syntax, despite the undeniable work that grammar makes possible for thought. In all such cases, language creates for us a mythology, from which, of course, in the use of language, we can never wholly set ourselves free without being pedantically precise. But against these influences, of which on the molding of our thoughts, we ought to be carefully on our guard. Logic does not always assist us in this direction. Nay, sometimes its methods make pernicious concessions to the false tendency arising from the use of language. Unlike Frege, however, Lutz sees little present prospect for a logic freed from the constraints of linguistic syntax. Further, because Lutz figures mathematical logic as contiguous with the Leibnizian project of lingua characteristica, his doubts about the latter extend to the former, which he dubs the logical calculus. This new symbolism, the Boolean expression of universal affirmative judgment, with the is only an ineffectual indication of what we knew before. In his eyes, the Leibnizian project entailed in the search for a logical language which provide a universal mode of characterizing conception, but Lutz's epistemological holism focuses on a judgment and its ultimate derivation from a priori principles, rather than the analysis of conceptual content. Furthermore, as just mentioned, Lutz's analysis of content may be easily exhausted in a quasi-grammatical analysis and precludes, of course, a more complex construal involving, say, quantification and other second-order functions. It is important to note, however, his introduction of a functional notation for the analysis of the relation of part concepts. Now, despite his rejection of symbolic logic as an unfruitful and unnecessary novelty, Lutz nevertheless held fast to the existence of necessary laws of thought as the strongest bulwark against relativistic skepticism. Indeed, these various kinds of skepticism, whatever their other differences, share a fatal flaw. They all must articulate a possible standard of truth at the very same time they deny or demur the actual existence of such truth. Likewise, objections that such laws have subjective validity are valid only for us are hence inadequate approximations of the external world, presuppose some realist thesis about the nature and existence of the external world that has not yet been established. Accordingly, Lutz must refuse the charms of any correspondence theory of truth and embrace in their stead a variant of the coherence theory. However, although coherence is a relation that is descriptive of ideal thought content, we must not expect that coherence entails the possibility of a completely coherent world picture being graspable by any particular human knower. Hence, the laws of coherence and the ideal laws of thought and philosophy must disclaim all ambition of arriving at a consummate and perfect system. Existence. Once we abandon the project of further articulating relations between world and idea, as adumbrated in the preceding section, however, we might appear to be stymied by the charges of vicious circularity once we refuse to go outside the sphere of our own presentation. Lutz acknowledges the circle, but deems it unavoidable. The circle is inevitable, and we had better perpetrate it without eyes open. The first thing we have to do is to endeavor to establish what meaning is possible for us to attach to knowledge in its widest sense, and what sort of relation we can conceive to subsist between the subject which knows and the object of its knowledge, consistently with those yet more general notions which determine the mode in which we have to conceive the operation of anything whatever upon anything else. What we have to do is to obtain the last mentioned conception, which amounts to a metaphysical doctrine, and to treat the relation of subject and object as subordinate to it. What is needed within logic is to concern ourselves with the general a priori structures of human cognition, for it is this investigation that leads one ineluctably to the existence of certain general yet necessary truths, which must frame our entire epistemological enterprise. This transcendental project is, however, subordinate to one constraint, the metaphysical system, which can limit and constrain the realm of the possible, which might make up our circle of ideas. Hence, we came ineluctably to the concept of being. Any post-Kantian discussion of the relation of thought to being must come to grips with Kant's rigid bifurcation between phenomenal appearances and noumenal reality. Of course, without strict adherence to this distinction, Kant's own position would collapse into Berkeleian phenomenalism. Accordingly, post-Kantians such as Herbart, who wanted to maintain a strong realism, had to rethink the central feature of Kantian metaphysics. But while Herbart maintained the possibility of some relation between noumena and phenomena, Lutz went further in disassociating the two. Hence, Lutz was led to oppose as well the notion of a single unchangeable substance laying at the base of the thing and constituting its essence, according to phenomenal properties which say nothing about the true nature of a thing, say everything about a peculiar capacity of perception. Yet Lutz assumed that changes at the phenomenal level must reflect changes at the noumenal, and he persisted in the belief that although appearance is not like reality, it does nevertheless provide knowledge of reality. and so he mustered adherence to Hebart's realist standpoint while rejecting all correlative claims about the immutability of substance. Our only conclusion must be Satyana's. Although he retains the word substance, he abandons the notion for which it commonly stands. Hence, we might be tempted to see Lutz as inaugurating the reign of function and Bergrift over the substance of Bergrift. Additionally, the notion of being favored by Kant and his realist disciple Herbart rested in the belief that the meaning of existence simpliciter could be captured in the formation of absolute position, as this standpoint has been encapsulated. The Herbartian view is indicated in the notion of pure being as Setzung, that what we call the true being should be found only in pure position, void of relation. In fact, on this view, it is only because pure being lacks relation that existing things are able to enter into relations at all. Herbart concludes that reality is composed of something plural, simple, and indestructible, what he calls the reals, since reality is compounded of substances that can suffer no change and are hence immutable. The relations into which things enter in must be utterly external and accidental. Lutz rejects this portrayal of reality composed by simple, unchangeable substances. For first, the concept of position ascribed to them is meaningless in abstracto, and second, utterly dependent on the correlative notion of relation, conceptual relations, and a creation of our thought, which stipulates a connection between otherwise divergent individual things. Subsequently, it has no more claim to the reality than spatiality, for it too simply implicates a mere form of perception. Also, the naive conception of relations as metaphysically primitive gives rise to numerous problems of infinite regress. In its place, Lutz substituted for the creation of pure thought a kind of linguistic contextualism instead of affirmation of a particular concept, affirming as an act belonging to nothing but propositions in which the content of the notion is brought into relation with that of another. Notably, the contrasting conceptual folly has a metaphysical analog, the insistence that things must be before they can stand in relations in which, indeed alone, their reality can become perceptible to us. I'm going to cover Satyana, Mr. Boston, later in the series. 3 legacies. Monism. It might be supposed wrongly that interest in Lutz cannot be justified except on historical or antiquarian grounds. And of course, if combined with a Quinean attitude enforcing a divergence between the history of philosophy and philosophy proper, Lutz can be dismissed without even a further thought. However, such an objection might be blunted if it can be shown that the work of Lutz continues to influence contemporary thought, albeit in a disguised, even underground fashion, through the thought of those thinkers who came after him. Lutz's main and enduring contribution are evidence in the emergence of what others have dubbed the Neo-Kantian paradigm. This philosophical approach, composed by parts of orientation, attitude, and technique, provides the shared backdrop against which the analytical continental split emerges. Particularly important for both Frege and Husserl, and Lutz's influence extends partially via the British imperialists of Russell, Moore, and Carnap, or on the analytical side of the equation, as already noted in the preface. Most of these continued influences remain unacknowledged, even subterranean, and it is only possible to isolate a few of them here, beginning with the most obvious. Lutz via the British idealists enriched the concept of the absolute in a number of interesting ways. This can be shown if we further investigate 2 key aspects of Lutz's metaphysics: how his functionalist approach entails both, on the one hand, monism, and on the other hand, a sort of instrumentalism. Lutz seeks to finesse the problem of causality in its relation to the phenomenal noumena distinction by replacing it with the notion of ground or logical consequence. He has led to this conception by, among other things, the difficulties associated with the notion of metaphysical or transuent causality. As he framed it, the problem was, if there were many separate, independently existing things, then there is no credible account forthcoming about how any single given thing may causally interact with any other single given thing. Further, Lutz's solution aims at, once again, making sense of the process of our thinking and not explicating any supposed relation of mind and will. Hence, he insists that the very indispensability of cause and effect in human cognition entails the necessary rejection of metaphysical pluralism. We must abandon our preconceived idea that things are originally many and self-existent, and instead adopt the view that there is truly existent being, and that this truly existing being is the ground and basis for all individual beings. Lutz therefore utilizes the Humean-style arguments without thereby concurring with the Humean conclusion, in particular Hume's radical psychologism. If Hume dissolved causality into mental predisposition, a psychological expectation of uniformity, then Lutz reduced it instead to the efficient causality found in regularly occurring sequence, which expresses a rule or law. Hence, while it makes no sense to inquire into the deeper basis of causality, there remains nevertheless plenty of work to do, for while it is utterly idle to look for the reason of that causality, yet nonetheless to know and describe sequences is all we can do in such cases. The ground for these sequences is simply the nature of the given things, which is nothing but the law which those sequences exemplify and actualize. We have no business to ask for any further ground of these sequences. They are the nature of things. All we can do is reconcile our will and imagination and this given and explained order by showing that it gives rise to aesthetic and moral values. This commitment to explaining the given by reference to the ultimate values has a number of important ramifications in the unfolding of Lutz metaphysics. First, as there cannot be a plurality of mutually distinct, independently existing things, we must encourage a monistic conception. Recall the aforementioned issue of how thing A, if such existed, might causally interact with thing B. James provided the most admirable gloss of Lutz's manner of reply. The multiple independent things cannot be real in that shape, but all of them, if reciprocal action is to be possible between them, must be regarded as parts of a single real being. The pluralism with which our view began has to give place to a monism, and the transient interaction, being unintelligible as such, is to be understood as an immanent operation. The words immanent operation seems here to mean that the single real being of which A and B are members is the only thing that changes, and that when it changes inwardly and all over at once. When part A in it changes, consequently part B must also change, but without the whole single real being changing, this world would not occur. Of course, James himself strongly repudiated this argument and its conclusion, painting the former as verbal sophistry, but for Lutz this conclusion was inevitable if the universe and its elements were to be properly conceptualized as a unity or cosmos, an aesthetic demand. Second, things in their positive but unproven existence remain nothing but ideas indispensable from the intelligibility of the changeable phenomenal world. The subject of metaphysics and reality is reality, but the reality only as it can be made intelligible to human knowers. Also, there are limits and paradoxes involved in our previous commitments to this absolute existence, which we symbolize. Beyond its oneness and existence, we cannot form within metaphysics from metaphysics go. The absolute thus functions as a limiting conception. Furthermore, metaphysics has no intrinsic method for support, and in particular is not preceded by epistemology. In this way, among others, Lutz metaphysics attempted to chart a middle course, one set somewhere between the absolute idealism of Hegel and his followers on the one hand, and the critical realism of Hebart and his disciples on the other. But most importantly, he attempted to carve out the requisite space for a conception that seemed naturalistic in its assumptions, but which was wedded to the idealist notion of unity that was founded in self-consciousness of or personality, whether this be obtained by the philosopher-scientist alone or as supported by the continued consciousness of God. As we have just seen, Lutz's monism, or his belief in the substantial unity of everything that exists, stands opposed to Herbart's earlier pluralistic atomism. His redescription of causality likewise coheres with his prior conviction that there must exist a human soul endowed with freedom of the will. Correlatively, Lutz encourages us to think of the world as the product of the will of God, of an indefinite spirit. Reality is hence that which corresponds to self-consciousness, but is this particular self-consciousness or spirit which we may identify with the absolute, also personal in nature. Our first impulse yields a negative response simply because personality normally is associated with the notion of fixed limits, which would, of course, be inappropriate in an infinite, unlimited being, and yet Lutz contends that we must conceive of God as the preeminent personality, and so, once again, God's own personality is an immediate certainty, grasped only as a necessity of the human mind. And hence, when we come to the concept of personality, the reduction of cognition, emotion, and volition to values was to fit hand in hand with other thinkers' preoccupation with the specter of relativism. So although Lutz himself took refuge in the quasi-Platonic account, some Neo-Kantians pushed further in an attempt to ground value in some account of the nature of consciousness itself. Windelband, for example, developed the notion of a normative consciousness, which is to say that consciousness that was itself productive of norms and values. The further particulars here must await another occasion, but Schnellbach's observation of a fundamental shift from Lutz to Windelband's position, or from a theological value relevance of reality as a relation of transcendental constitution, in which value stood to valuation, to one which emphasized the evaluating normal consciousness as the basis of both axiological and ontology, surely calls out for a detailed investigation into the near future. Persons. While the centrality of person stands in most natural affinity with the name of Kant, the idea undergoes a number of critical developments in the various strands of post-Kantian idealism. On the one hand, Kant had relied on personality in distinguishing rational being from mere things by reference to the former's capacity of self-government or autonomy. Furthermore, Kant had insisted that persons have worth or value, and that this serves as a critical characteristic separating them from mere things, which may be said to have only a price. On the other, the scientific approach, when applied directly to human beings, appears to have rendered the notion of personality incomprehensible and superfluous, as if Christianity is redescribed as an ethical religion, stressing the essential aspects of interior life, and henceforth abandoning all claims to metaphysical or cosmological significance, then it cannot stand simply as a bulwark against the materialistic onslaught of inessential aspects of our own subjectivity. Against these and similar considerations, Lutz argued that our own subjectivity is not founded in opposition to objectivity. The subject I is not opposed and formed in reaction to the object, the not I, but rather in its encounter with the another subject, a thou. Consequently, personality is an ethical conception par excellence, and is ethical, identifiable as the ultimate reality. Of course, we cannot identify the world with our own subjective consciousness without falling into either solipsism or subjective idealism. Hence, we arrive instead at the necessary conclusion of objective idealism. Let's view Satyana aptly encapsulates as follows. The seed of the value of the world is consciousness, but of course not exclusively human consciousness. These moments that contain the sense of things, the consciousness of the cosmic law, those in fact that contain the personality of cosmic life, contain also its value and the happiness to which it gives rise. To us, the divine life is revealed in beauty, in our own seasons of happiness, and our faith in the deep roots that good has in nature. Our consciousness, however, constitutes but an echo of that consciousness in which the purpose of the world is realized. The goal of things is the happiness of God. Reality is purposive in its contents collectively from an ideal unity, and the conclusion is fostered by an awareness of the view of the world comprised subspecies etiennitatis in the nature of supreme consciousness. Further, Lutz's peculiar investigations into morality provide yet another case study in Lutzian dialectic. Moral rules cannot be understood as merely prudential maxioms or as essentially self-regarding in nature. Moral philosophy's principles must possess an intrinsic worth. However, this fact should not capitulate us into either a mystical or religious position on the one hand, or an empty formalism of Kantianism on the other. For both utilitarianism and egoists are so far right when they insist upon the necessary presence of pleasure and pain as concrete content in moral deliberation, but to escape such subjective egoism in morality is possible only if we shift our perspective by changing our conception of our personality and its position in the world. Characteristically, our untutored convictions suggest the idea that moral laws express and embody the will of God. To escape the subsequent Euthyphro-style question and difficulties, we must identify God with the supreme good. God is nothing else than the will whose purport and mode of our action can be conceived of in our reflection as that which is good in itself, as a will which can only be separated by abstraction from the living form in which it exists in the real God. Likewise, our will expresses its moral nature in the ability to freely choose between competing values without compulsion, but this choice is always rooted in concrete reality. Our feeling, for instance, that truth is rightfully to be pursued because it is good. As already noted, by means of the enduring presence of liberal Protestant thought and literature, Lutz continued to be the topic of interest even in post-war American theological schools and seminaries. Indeed, through the impress of personalism, Lutz thought, handed down through Brown and Brightman, appears to have imposed upon Martin Luther King the conception of a personal God and metaphysical underpinnings for an insistence upon the dignity and worth of all human personality. But this underscores the unacknowledged fact that Lutz and not Kant that is the most likely source of King's insistence on the dignity of the human person. Likewise, Lutz's contribution to the topic of polygenesis, with its obvious consequences for the project of scientific racism, may help explain Lutz's line of influence extending through the history of African American philosophy, beginning with Du Bois' The Soul of Black Folk in 1903. While folk has obvious Herdian overtones, for soul, Du Bois would have drawn more naturally on Lutz under the tutelage of McCosh and James. In point of fact, it appears that it is one of Lutz's leading ideas that provides a key impetus to Du Bois' cultural project. Du Bois practices a modernist collage, invariably beginning each chapter of his work with an excerpt or lyric, drama, or poetry, combined with bars of musical notation, from which he dubs the sorrow songs. Through the simple act of ostension, Du Bois directly posits the cultural parody of European American, African American culture, even as he pains to voice his revolutionary assertion. When the darker one comes, even now not altogether empty handed, here is no true American music, but the wild, sweet melodies of the Negro slave. The American fairy tales and the folklore are American and African. Will America be poor if she replace her vulgar music with the soul of the sorrow songs? Little of beauty has America given the world, save the rude grandeur God himself stamped on her bosom. The human spirit in the New World has expressed itself in vigor and ingenuity rather than in beauty, and so by fateful chance, the Negro folk song, the rhythmic cry of the slaves, stands today not simply as the sole American music, but as the most beautifully expression of human experience born this side of the seas. It has been neglected, it has been and is half despised, and above all, it has been persistently mistaken and misunderstood, but notwithstanding, it still remains as the singular spiritual heritage of the nation of the greatest gift of the Negro people. African Americans have contributed mightily in the realm of art, but little to date in thought or politics for obvious reason, but Lutz provided a metaphysical basis for equalizing and explaining such contributions to the human culture as noted above. For Lutz, the human soul or human consciousness is equally cognition, emotion, and volition. Descartes was wrong. We are not just thinking things, we are also feeling and willing things. The tripartite division was expressed by Lutz in numerous ways, sometimes as concept, feeling, and sensation, or at others as ideas, emotions, and aspirations. While attention is focused quite naturally on Du Bois' famous double consciousness, he articulates this in the terminology of Lutzian tripartition: two souls, emotions; two thoughts, cognition; two unreconciled strivings, volition. While Tunis and African Americans was a pernicious waste of energies, they shared equally with European Americans in the human experience of meaning, passion, and struggle. The very terminology of Strebin points us to the centrality of Fichte for Lutz. Uh, Leitmotiv only suggested in the margins of the century till now, although sometimes pegged as either a Hegelian or Herbartian. Lutz is quite clear that Fichte's influence was the decisive one. The teaching of Fichte has been different. The problem of the spirit he held does not lie in the cognition of a blind being, the conception of which appeared to him as impossible as it appears to us, but in action. The aforesaid world external is not, but appears to us in order to serve as a material of our duty and as inducement or object of our action. This is, of course, the well-known Fichtean subjugation of the theoretical to practical reason, but Lutz believes that action here is merely a formal concept, and so he seeks the following emendation. From the aforesaid action of Fichte, we substitute the morally good, for which the action is simply the indispensable form of actualization. We besides conceive of the beautiful, too, and the happy or blessedness as united with this good into one complex of all that has value. The morally good can only be actualized through action of persons, although all of the words used to describe the purpose of life, including happiness or blessedness, point us towards the superordinate concept that of the valuable. The focus rests squarely on the human persons. But are we now confined within the realm of pure subjectivity, since all the value, what is valuable, has existence only in the spirit that enjoys it? Certainly not. The objectivity of our cognition consists, therefore, in this, that is not a meaningless play or mere seeming, but it brings before us a world whose coherency is order in pursuance to the injunction of the sole reality of this in the world, the wit of the good. Our cognition thus possesses more of truth than it copied exactly a world of objects that has no value in itself, although it does not comprehend in what manner all that is phenomenon is presented to its view. Still, it understands what is the meaning of it all, and like a spectator who comprehends the aesthetic significance of that which takes place on the stage of the theater, and would gain nothing essential if he were to see besides the machinery by means of which the changes are effected on the stage. The metaphysical claim here is clear, even if not to contemporary taste. The objectivity of our cognition lies in the fact that it is not a meaningless game of mere appearances, but that it presents to us a world whose nexus is ordered in accordance with the commandments of the only real in the world, the good, and thus we come inexorably to value. Arun, God bless. I'm not sure if I heard of Abner J. It's not ringing a bell offhand. Yeah, I might look into Steiner or Palmer, but probably not in this series. Value theory. To recapitulate briefly, first we must abandon the mere prejudice to the external world that exists complete and independent of our minds, and that our thinking is merely a useless appendage which merely reproduces the contents of the world as a fruitless activity. Nor should we fall into the trap of absolute idealism, which so reduces the world of things that they can easily be fitted into the formal categories of our thinking, that is, reduce metaphysics to logic. The right way was indicated by Fichte. Our minds are not for the mere cognitive reproduction of meaningless things, but rather a world only appears to us in order to serve as a stage inducing us to a meaningful action. But action characterizes only the subjective side of things. On the other side, we must identify the moral good, and our actions become hence merely a means of realizing this end. The terminology of moral good is thus shorthand for the entire complex of values, and hence can be identified with what earlier thinkers called the good, the beautiful, happiness, or blessedness. But although this apprehension of the world is dependent upon mind, it is not subjective. Instead, our cognition of this world, of the world and the value is objective. A world can only be a system of the truly real, that is to say, a system ordered according to the good. For this purpose, we need not understand the mechanics of our cognition, and indeed we would gain little from this knowledge, for the central thing is the apprehension of meaningfulness present to us in a world of mere physical objects. Finally, then we come to the subject of value and validity, which describes an immense topic. The following restricts itself to but one small part of the continental side, briefly discussing the case of Heidegger. Heidegger's long engagement with the Lutzian foundations of his Neo-Kantian teachers has not yet received widespread acknowledgement. The early Heidegger seemingly operated wholly within the Neo-Kantian paradigm, and even the first emergence of the phenomenological impulse was directed, at least in part, at a reconceptualization of Neo-Kantian topics and questions. Especially revealing is the lecture course of summer semester 1919, which aimed at nothing less than a phenomenological critique of transcendental philosophy of value. Thereby, Heidegger intended to utilize Brentano, Dilthey, and Husserl, among others, to combat and reconstruct the insights of Windelband, Rickert, and Lask on the other hand, and also the Marburgers, even Simmel on the other. And the common root of these heterogeneous schools and thinkers had to begin with Lutz's decisive contribution. According to Heidegger, in the midst of the 19th century, two global eras emerged, only to attain prominence in philosophical practice of that day: naturalism and historicism. The only school that avoided these two was speculative theism, and it was under their influence that Lutz's breakthrough emerged. The decisive repudiation of naturalism without falling into mere history of philosophy. This was accomplished by Lutz's revival of the non-sensory while avoiding the extravagant naturalistic suprasensoriness of the old metaphysics. In his articulation of the philosophy of value, Lutz killed two birds with one stone in safeguarding of the continuity and connection with German idealism, but simultaneously a critical deflection of speculative idealism. Heidegger has come to believe that a reliance on the terminology of value and the values was simply a positivist version of the metaphysical, which was supposed to have been thoroughly vanquished. Further substantiation of Heidegger's deep and continuing struggle with Lutz and the Neo-Kantian paradigm he helped engender is now available in English in the newly translated 1925 Six Lectures course on logic. Here Heidegger makes explicit the exact same thesis later elaborated by Gillian Rose, namely that Lutz is indeed the founder of the paradigm so excellently developed and exploited by the Neo-Kantians. The Neo-Kantian paradigm refers to those who attempted a new answer to the Kantian question of validity within the framework of validity and values first developed by Lutz. Coincident with this is a shift by these later thinkers to philosophy as a kind of purified methodologism, a pure in general but not at all formal logic directed towards a vision of science as an ideal network of proposition. But Heidegger's later lights, all of Neo-Kantianism as such of Husserl, was sharply inflected by this unconscious prejudice. While a fuller discussion of this interesting topic is not possible here, some light is nevertheless shed by a brief consideration of the 20th century reaction to Neo-Kantianism as found in the thought of mostly later thinkers, inter alia Heidegger himself. Dilthey, Heidegger, Mannheim, Benjamin, and Gadamer have this criticism in common. The Neo-Kantians answer to the question of validity debates the question of being, reality, life, or history. They return to the Kantian question of validity. What are the preconditions of experience? But judge that the Kantian reference to the categories and their application itself has a precondition, life. Dilthey, social situation, Mannheim, Dasein, Heidegger, history, Gadamer. These become the presuppositions of the use of the categories of meaning, the a priori of a new kind of ontology. As a consequence, whether continental or analytical philosophy deserve the appellation of Neo-Kantianism remains an open question. Heidegger rejection of Lutzen Neo-Kantianism by means of a return to a more basic or primordial notion is quite explicit in the Logic Lectures. Lutz uses the word being as equivalent to out there-ness, and therefore he uses being for sensible beings, material beings in the widest sense. I have already stressed that the current common term sensible entity does not characterize being, but only determines the way of apprehending being. I use being in the exact opposite sense and in connection with the genuine tradition of Greek philosophy, broadly speaking. A few pages later, Heidegger also makes clear where the necessary return in philosophy lies, the need to return to Aristotle, with, of course, an important proviso that the Greeks had no suspicion of this unfathomable problematic, which opens up before us once we have seen this connection between being and time. Unfortunately, there are grounds for thinking that this turn to metacritique, the application of Neo-Kantian style criticism to the Neo-Kantianism and its unacknowledged presuppositions, nevertheless, in spite of the radical intentions, remains within the paradigm of Geltung and cannot make this transition to a speculative position. Instead, almost all the lines of thought dominant into the 20th century ultimately converge and terminate in a Neo-Fichtean station, and there it appears we remain. Okay, so God bless Gandalf here. Got almost got a minion. Let me see if I have energy to do Windelbaum, because a lot of information here. I'm approaching 7 hours here, but I kind of want to get through this. So. Yeah, unfortunately, Windelbaum. I mean, this one's a tad shorter than the other ones. Okay, let's do it. We'll go for 8 hours here. Okay, Wilhelm Windelbaum. Wilhelm Windelbaum, 1848 to 1915. We're going to get the whole, rise and fall of German idealism. And, so we looked at Fichte and Lutz, and now we look at Windelband, so we're seeing the complete rise and fall of German idealism. Wilhelm Windelband was a German Neo-Kantian philosopher. He is considered the founding father of the Baden or Southwest School of Neo-Kantianism. The Baden School included his student and successors at Heidelberg, Reinhard Rickert, and Rickert's student Emil Lask as its core members. Although his contemporary Hermann Cohn, as the founder of the Marburg School of Neo-Kantianism, Windelband is a central proponent of anti-psychologistic interpretation of Kant that became dominant in the German academic philosophy from the 1880s onwards, and that constituted the backbone of Orthodox Neo-Kantianism in the late 19th century. Windelbaum's main philosophical contribution consisted in reformulating Kant's transcendental approach in terms of philosophy of values that focuses philosophical analysis on questions of normativity. Although Windelbaum thinks of his project as anti-metaphysical scientific philosophy, he is keen to secure for philosophy a role that is independent of the special sciences. He finds the grounds for philosophy's independence in its formal teleological method and its concern with the quaestio juris rather than the quaestio facti. That is, philosophy deals with questions of justification. It does not determine matters of fact. Windelbaum is well known for having introduced a distinction between the nomothetic method of the natural sciences and the ideographic method of the historical disciplines. His argument that history is a science Wissenschaft that captures the unique, unrepeatable, and individual character of reality has been highly relevant for a subsequent debate on historical method. He also made a name for himself in the history of philosophy by pioneering the method of structuring the historical presentation in terms of fundamental philosophical problems rather than as a chronology of individual thinkers. Wendell Bem was a marvelous essayist. He developed his ideas not in the format of a larger systematic work, but in a series of addresses and individual papers, a selection of which was published in his famous Preludes in 1883. The genre of Wendell Bem's writings does not lend itself to the development of a philosophical system, as he often changes the emphasis, framing, and terminology of his claims and arguments from one essay to the next. Nevertheless, he was a rigorous thinker. This entry provides a rational reconstruction of the systematic insights that Wendell Bem developed in his various addresses and essays, and groups them around the central themes that reoccur throughout his oeuvre. With respect to many of these themes, the anti-psychologistic interpretation of Kant, the fact-value distinction, the question of historical method, and the conception of the history of philosophy. Wendell Bem was a highly influential contributor to the philosophical landscape of his time, although he did not develop a detailed and encompassing philosophical system like his student Rickart or the Neo-Kantians of the Marburg School, most notably Ernst Cassirer. His ideas shaped subsequent debates on these issues more profoundly than is often acknowledged. Okay, Mr. Boston, God bless. Have a great night. Biographical sketch. Wilhelm Wendell Bem was born in 1848 in Potsdam, Germany. His father, Johann Friedrich Wendell Bem, was the state secretary for the province of Brandenburg. Wendell Bem studied in Jena, Berlin, and Göttingen, attended lectures by Kuno Fischer and Jena, and studied with Hermann Lutz in Göttingen. Fischer and Lutz would deeply influence Wendell Bem's philosophical thinking as well as his work as a historian of philosophy. In 1870, Wendell Bem completed his dissertation on doctrines of chance under Lutz's supervision. The following year, he served as a soldier in the German-French War. After his military service, he completed his habituation in Leipzig and took up a position as private docent there. His habituation was published in 1873 under the title On the Certainty of Knowledge and Psychological Epistemological Study. In 1874, Wendell Bem married Martha Wittgraf, with whom he would have 4 children. 2 years later, Wendell Bem became professor ordinaris of inductive philosophy in Zurich. He lectured on psychology before taking up a position as professor of philosophy in Friedberg in 1877. In 1882, he accepted an offer from the University of Strasbourg, where his inaugural lectures in Zurich and Friedberg had centered on the relationship between psychology and philosophy. His work from the Strasbourg period developed his core themes in the philosophy of values and the philosophy of history. Wendell Bem served as a rector of the University of Strasbourg in 1894-5 and 97-98. He remained in Strasbourg until 1903, when he accepted a call from the University of Heidelberg. Between 1905 and 8, he served as a representative of the University of Heidelberg in the Baden Landtag. He was a member of the Berlin Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Sciences of Göttingen, Bayern, and Heidelberg. He remained in Heidelberg and taught there until his death in 1915. Ace Ruley, God bless. From Kant to the philosophy of values. Wendell Bem's view on normativity are strongly influenced by his teacher Lutz and his Logic, 1874. Lutz distinguishes between psychological laws which determine how thinking proceeds as a matter of fact and logical laws which are normative laws and prescribe how thinking ought to proceed. This distinction also corresponds to a distinction between act and content. Lutz observed that ideas do not occur in us as acts or events of the mind, but their content does not consist in such acts, is not reducible to mental activity, and does not exist in the way empirical processes and entities may be said to exist. It is not real but valid. The distinction between the factual and the normative would become the cornerstone of Wendell Bem's philosophy of values. In his early writings, however, Wendell Bem does not yet embrace this distinction. In his habituation thesis in 1873, he argues that logic is a normative discipline, but that needs to be put on a psychological basis. This is because the justification of our knowledge claims is always dependent on and relative to specific epistemic purposes, which in turn are given psychologically. Although he criticizes the identification of the conditions of knowledge with psychophysical processes, he does think that psychology and logic or epistemology are continuous with one another. his 1875 The Theory of Knowledge from the Perspective of Folk Psychology, which was published in Mort's Lazarus and Hayman Steinhall's Journal of Folk Psychology and Linguistics, is more radical. It denies that logical norms are independent of the conscious mind and claims that the origin of logical norms are to be found in the social history of humankind. The principle of contradiction emerges in situations of social conflict together with the distinction between true and false beliefs, and the law of sufficient reason comes into being when conflicts between rival views are no longer settled by brute force. On this principle, logical principles exist only when humans cognize them. There is no boundary between psychological acts and objective logical laws, or between actual historical acceptance and normative validity. This is precisely the type of thinking that Windelband will later reject as psychologistic, historicist, and relativist. It is not clear what led Windelband to this change in view, but a deeper engagement with the critique of pure reason and with the Kant scholarship of his time, in particular with the works of Colonel Fischer and Hermann Cohn and Friedrich Paulsen, seem to have factored in. The clear contours of Windelband's anti-psychologistic interpretation of Kant emerges for the first time in his 1877 paper on the different stages of the Kantian doctrine of the thing in itself. In this essay, Windelband argues against the idea held by prominent figures of the Back to Kant movement like Friedrich Albert Lang and Hermann von Helmholtz that knowledge emerges from an interaction between subject and object. According to their view, the object affects the subject's minds while the subject provides a priori cognitive structures that organize representations. A priori structures are innate as they consist in the psychophysical constitution of the human sensory apparatus of the mind. Cohn's critique of this misinterpretation focuses on the concept of the a priori and the question of objectivity. Windelband, in contrast, takes the problem of the thing in itself and the concept of truth as his starting points. His critique of the subject-object interaction model leads him to an immanent conception of truth, according to which truth consists in the normative rules according to which our judgments ought to be formed. The immanent concept of truth thus shifts the focus of philosophical analysis on the universal and necessary rules that ground our judgments. The 1877 essay gives us a genetic account of the development of Kant's views about the thing in itself from the inaugural dissertation in 1770 to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason in 1787. This genetic reconstruction is supposed to reveal the underlying philosophical problems and motivations that drove Kant's thinking, as well as the inner tension that, according to Windelband, permeate critical philosophy. In particular, Windelband identifies a gulf between Kant's critique of knowledge and the metaphysics of morals, as well as a tension between the psychological account of the faculties and Kant's material of mature anti-psychologism. He distinguishes between four phases in Kant's thinking about the thing in itself and argues that residues of the latter three stages are present in both editions of the Critique and in the Prolegomena. The first phase, Windelband argues, is that of the inaugural dissertation, 1770. Kant adopts Leibniz's distinction between noumena and phenomena. While formulating a genuinely novel thought, he introduces the psychological distinction between receptive sensibility and the spontaneous intellect. This distinction allows him to maintain the claim that, unlike intuitions, concepts relate to things in themselves. In the second phase, Kant concerns himself more deeply with the question of how the concepts of understanding can relate to objects. He is driven to the insight that we can only have a priori knowledge of that which we produce by the law-like forms of our rational activities. Here, Windelband follows Fischer's claim that the categories of our understanding are a priori valid for experience because they produce or make it, because the understanding cannot make the thing in itself cannot be known. According to Windelband, Kant then proceeds to inquire why we are even assuming the existence of things in themselves if we cannot know them. Here he enters his third most radical phase. Kant now thinks of the thing in itself as a fiction, an illegitimate hypostasis in which the universal form of the synthetic act of understanding is seen as something that exists independently of experience. Windelband argues that it is only by dismissing the existence of the thing in itself and by jettisoning the phenomena-noumena distinction that Kant can undertake his anti-psychologistic turn with the rejection of the thing in itself. The characterization of sensibility as receptive also needs to be abandoned, and that makes the psychological construal of the faculties nonsensical. Kant is then able to abandon the concept of truth as correspondence between representation and objects in favor of strictly immanent conception. The immanent conception defines truth in terms of the universal and necessary rules that the relation between our representation needs to accord to, and yet Kant could not rest With this radical view, given his commitment in moral philosophy, practical reason, and in particular the idea of moral law, does not depend on the qualities of humans as sensuous beings, but only on reason, demands a return to this assumption of the thing in itself exists. In the fourth phase, Kant thus reintroduces the thing in itself while maintaining anti-psychologism. The genetic reconstruction allows Windelband to think of the conflict between the different views of the thing in itself that has emerged within the Neo-Kantian tradition as reflective of the inherent tensions in the critique. He argues that Kant was especially unclear with respect to psychologism, the distinction between judgment as a cognitive process and justification as logical and normative is inadequately articulated in the first critique. Hence, Kant is at least partly responsible for the fact that the first wave of Neo-Kantianism, represented by Lange and Helmholtz, the new concept of apericity, was soon dragged down to the old idea of psychological priority. But Windelband's approach to Kant is not merely historical. Sympathies clearly lie with the Kant of the third phase. For Windelband, the insight to the natural psychological processes is utterly irrelevant for the true value of a representation, and the idea that the ultimate problem of philosophy is that of normativity and justification, not a quasitio facti, but a quaestio juris, need to be defended from Kant's own unclarities on these matters. Windelband's philosophy of values can thus be understood as an attempt to purify, explicate, and develop the radical insights of the anti-psychological move in Kant's third phase. The cornerstone of this endeavor is the immanent conception of truth. Windelband repeatedly returns to discussing the correspondence theory of knowledge with its metaphor of a mere relation between mind and object. He criticizes the misconception that our sensual perceptions are the things in themselves, and that these things could be compared with our representation. Any comparison must occur between representations, since things and representations are incommensurable. According to Windelband, Kant's central innovation consists of the insight that the truth of our judgments and the relation of our representations to an object are not to be found in correspondence at all. Rather, it consists in the rules for combining representations. This idea leads Windelband to define truth as the normality of thinking, with normality meaning that thinking proceeds in accordance with rules or norms. Windelband also conceptualizes the object of knowledge in terms of the rules of judgment. The object of knowledge is nothing other than a rule according to which representational elements ought to organize themselves in order for them to be recognized as universally valid in this organization. Windelband uses the term axiom and values interchangeably to refer to the most fundamental rules, and he uses the term norms often, but not fully consistent, to refer to values or axioms as they relate to psychological experience and the cultural historical world. Focusing his interpretation of values and norms, Windelband captures the structure similarity of Kant's three critiques in terms of immanent truth. If truth is nothing other than accordance with a rule, then there is moral and aesthetic truth in just the same way that there is epistemic truth. In a later text, Windelband describes the unified project of the three critiques in terms of a necessary universal relation between thought and object. He writes that the postulates of practical reason relate to intelligible objects, ideas, just as necessarily as the intuitions and categories relate to the object of experience, and that teleological judgment constructs the purpose of whole of nature just as universally as the principles of pure understanding apply to categories to experience. While this formulation glosses over some of the nuances of the distinction between constitutive and regulative uses of reason, Windelband's main intention is not that of giving a detailed and fully accurate reconstruction of Kant's philosophy in line with his famous dictum that understanding Kant means to go beyond him. He instead seeks to revive the critical project in a manner that allows it to answer the needs of his own time, and Windelband thinks that the critical philosophy required at the time of his writing is a philosophy of values, which reveals the most fundamental value in epistemology, ethics, and aesthetics. The factual, the normative, and the method of philosophy. As indicated above, Windelband bases his philosophy of values on Lutz's distinction between factual and the normative. Throughout his career, he seeks to explicate and clarify the distinction to illuminate its consequences for a philosophical method. In What is Philosophy, 1882, Windelband approaches the factual normative distinction by identifying two basic and irreducible types of cognitive operations, judgments and evaluations. While judgments relate representations in a synthesis and thus expand our knowledge about an object, evaluations presuppose an object as given. They do not expand our knowledge. Rather, they express a relation between the evaluating consciousness and the represented object in a feeling of approval or disapproval. Despite characterizing evaluation in terms of the feelings and subjective attitudes of the evaluating consciousness, Windelband argues that some evaluations are absolutely valid. Even if they are not embraced by everyone, as a matter of fact, they entail a normative demand. They ought to be accepted universally according to absolute value. The basic idea seems to be that the normative force of any particular evaluation that is carried out by an empirical consciousness is derived from its relation to a non-empirical absolute value. Windelband argues that even if there is disagreement about which evaluations ought to be embraced as universal and necessary, the demand for absolute validity itself can be recognized by everyone. We all believe in the distinction between that which is absolutely valid and that which is not. Accordingly, there must be a system of absolute values from which the validity of judgments in epistemology, aesthetics, and ethics derives. Critical philosophy, then, is nothing other than the science of necessary universal values that explicates the system and thus reveals the grounds of normative appraisal and valid judgment. Note that for Windelband, normativity and validity are closely linked, if not identical. Absolute values endow our judgments with a normative demand. Our judgments are valid if and only if they raise a normative demand, that is, if they ought to be accepted universally and necessarily. Having distinguished the factual and normative by reference to different cognitive operations, Windelband also seeks to identify the points of contact between the two realms. Ultimately, he wants to explain how empirical beings can recognize absolute values. His idea that there is a system of absolute values is thus accompanied by the conception of a normative consciousness. In normal consciousness, the absolute system of values is at least partially represented in the form of norms that are known by empirical consciousness and that have an effect on it. Starting from the immanent conception of truth as accordance with a rule, Windelband distinguishes from among the infinite possible combinations of representations that might or might not be formed by empirical consciousness, a subset of combinations, the subset that accords with universal and necessary rules, and which hence ought to be formed. This subset is what he calls normal consciousness. Thought is related to and valid for an object if of the infinite possible combinations of our representations, our thinking forms exactly those judgments that ought to be thought. One might say that empirical consciousness contains parts of the system of absolute values as its normal consciousness, to the extent that philosophy seeks not only to reveal the absolute system of values, but also to inquire into how they can be norms for empirical, embodied, psychological, and historically situated human beings. Critical philosophy is not only a science of values, but also a science of normal consciousness. Although Windelband refers to the philosophy of values as a science, he emphasizes that philosophy does not rely on the methods of the empirical sciences. Philosophy is a second-order science that reflects on the methods and results of the various empirical disciplines in order to reveal the values by virtue of which we can evaluate the form and extent of their validity. Crucially, this reflective endeavor cannot be carried out by means of empirical investigation. Here, the distinction between the factual and the normative assumes a methodological distinction. In Critical or Genetic Method, 1883, Windelband lays out in great detail the differences between explanatory and genetic method of the empirical sciences on the one hand and the teleological and critical method of philosophy on the other. And he warns of the devastating consequence that results if the two are conflated. He singles out two disciplines that might be thought of to be relevant to philosophical questions about values: individual psychology and cultural history. He does not call into question the legitimacy of these two disciplines or of the genetic method in general. He even thinks that the genetic method can be applied to values, that is, individual psychology and cultural history can yield valid genetic theories that explain the actual acceptance and development of values in an individual's mental life and in cultural history. But actual acceptance is not the same as normative validity, and validity proper cannot be found by generalizing from the empirical. A firm boundary separates the genetic method and its approach towards actually accepted values from the critical method of philosophy, which concerns values as normative. Windelband's arguments against the application of the genetic method to philosophical questions has three components. First, he argues that the genetic method cannot solve philosophical questions about normativity and validity because there is too much variety regarding the values that have been and are actually accepted. The empirical method will not uncover values that are universally embraced by all cultures. Second, the genetic method can show and explain why some values have been accepted by this or that individual or in this or that culture, but insofar as it is an empirical method, it cannot establish that the values in question are universally and necessary. The universally valid can be found neither by inductive comparison of all individuals and peoples, nor by deductive inference from the essence of man. Windelband points To the absurdity of trying to justify by empirical means that which is the presupposition of any empirical theory, the axioms upon which the validity of any theory is based. Third, Windelband argues that the genetic method leads to relativism. The argument rests on the two claims just outlined and can be reconstructed as follows. There is a variation between individuals and cultures regarding which beliefs are actually prevalent, and the naturally necessary laws of psychology lead to the formation of both true and false beliefs as an empirical method with no access to the universal and necessary. The genetic method of cultural history, individual psychology, has no criterion for distinguishing between valid and invalid beliefs. This means that it has to treat all beliefs as equally justified. For the genetic explanation, there is thus no absolute measure. It must treat all beliefs as equally justified because they are equally necessary by nature. Relativism is the necessary consequence of a purely empiricist treatment of philosophy's cardinal questions. Note that Windelband does not differentiate between the idea that all beliefs have only relative validity and the claim that they are all equally justified or equally valid. In his view, the genetic method does not merely render belief relative to individuals and cultures, it also forces us to conclude that all beliefs are equally valid. In empirical psychology or cultural history that oversteps its boundary and tries to address philosophical questions about normativity and validity leads to historicism and psychologism and relativism and destroys the basis of normative appraisal altogether. Having rejected the genetic method in philosophy, Windelband explains the philosophical method is purely formal. The axioms or values on which the validity of our judgments is based upon cannot be proven, but it can be shown that the purposes of recognizing truth, beauty, and can only be achieved if absolute values are presupposed. Hence, the critical method of philosophy has a teleological structure. For the critical method, these axioms, regardless of the extent to which they are actually accepted, are norms which ought to be valid if thinking wants to fulfill the purpose of being true, volition, the purpose of being good, and feeling the purpose of capturing beauty in a manner that warrants universal validation. And yet, while Windelband insists on the distinction between the empirical genetic method of science and the critical teleological method of philosophy, he takes his theory of normal consciousness to imply that empirical facts do play a role in philosophy. In particular, he wants to maintain that empirical facts about individual psychology and culture can provide the starting points for philosophical reflection. He therefore describes the philosophical method as a method of reflection in which the empirical mind becomes aware of its own normal consciousness. Philosophy examines existing claims to validity in light of teleological considerations, and in this way reveals the processual forms of psychic life that are necessary conditions for the realization of universal appraisal. Put differently, teleological considerations allow the empirical consciousness to distinguish within itself between empirical contingent contents on the one hand and the contents and forms that have the value of normal consciousness on the other. The problem of freedom. The distinction between the normative and the factual and the question of how the two realms are related also structure Windelband's reflection on human freedom. Throughout his intellectual career, Windelband returns to this problem, presenting different strategies for reconciling causal determinism and human freedom. His dissertation, completed under Lutz in 1870, deals with the concept of chance, causal necessity, and freedom. At that time, Windelband still embraces the Kantian concept of transcendental freedom, according to which the noumenal self is the uncaused cause of all intentional action. But after the 1877 essay, which had uncovered the anti-metaphysical rejection of the thing in itself in Kant's third phase as the radical starting point of the philosophy of values, Kant's metaphysical solution to the problem of freedom ceased to convince him. Windelband's most fully developed effort to arrive at an alternative solution to the problem of freedom can be found in his 1882 essay, Norms and Natural Laws, and his 1904 lectures on freedom of the will. In these texts, Windelband articulates the following core claims. First, the Kantian dualism between phenomena and noumenal needs to be overcome, and we need to think of moral responsibility in a way that does not presuppose a noumenal realm. Second, causal explanation and normative evaluation are two irreducible but ultimately compatible ways of viewing or constructing the world of appearances. Third, the object of moral evaluation is neither a particular moral action nor transcendently free will, but a personality understood as a set of relatively stable motivations and psychological dispositions that is the natural cause of our actions. Although articulating these same core thoughts, the two texts differ in how they motivate these ideas and in the consequences they draw from them. Norms and Natural Laws begins by postulating conflict between natural law and moral law. If the moral law demands an action that would also result from natural causes alone, it is superfluous. But if it demands an action that does not accord with natural causes, it is useless because natural necessity cannot be violated. Windelband holds that causal determinism extends to mental life, and that for this reason the conception of freedom is a fundamental capacity that violates the natural necessity functions of psychic life. It is implausible from the get-go. However, he grants that there are two different and irreducible ways of viewing the same object. On the one hand, there is psychological science, which explains what the facts of mental life are. On the other hand, there are identical norms, which do not explain what the facts are, but express how they ought to be. The solution to the antagonism between natural law and moral law is to be found in the relation between these two points of view. Here, Windelband introduces the claims that although ideal norms differ from causal laws, they are not incommensurable with them, and in fact act on us causally. His arguments builds on his conception of normal consciousness as the representations of the system of absolute values within empirical consciousness. Windelband argues that a mind that becomes aware of its normal consciousness is capable of acting on the basis of and in agreement with the norms that has discovered within itself. Each norm carries with it a sense that the real process of thinking or willing ought to form itself in accordance with it. With immediate evidence, a form of psychological coercion attaches itself to the awareness of the norm. The norm becomes a determining factor in and for empirical consciousness. It acts as a part of the causal law and determines psychological life with natural necessity. The result is that what Windelbaum calls a deterministic concept of freedom, according to which freedom consists in nothing other than the becoming aware of the norms that command how we ought to act. Our becoming aware of them determines our actions with natural necessity. Freedom is the determination of empirical consciousness by normal consciousness, but Windelbaum still needs to explain how it is possible that we can be aware of a moral norm and not act on it. Long passages in the 1904 lectures are devoted to developing the thought that what determines our moral decisions and actions, and hence decisions if and when we act in accordance with the moral law, is our personality. Windelbaum approaches this as a theoretical, not as a normative question, and concludes that we may well call those decisions and actions free that are predominantly determined by our constant personality, as opposed to being determined by external circumstances or contingent effects. Freedom is the unhindered causality of a pre-existing willing. However, Windelbaum concedes that this analysis does not exhaust our conception of freedom, since there is not merely a theoretical but also a normative use of the concept. In this context, Windelband acknowledges the attraction of the Kantian argument that moral responsibility is possible only if we have transcendental free will, and with it the capacity for genuine alternatives. We could act differently given the same circumstances, but Windelband rejects the project of grounding human freedom in a noumenal world. He thinks that Kant's distinction between an intelligible noumenal self, that is the on-caused cause of our actions, and a deterministic empirical world as constructed by our understanding reproduces the same problems that earlier metaphysical accounts of freedom had encountered. He discusses two problems in particular. First, on the one hand, the personality that a particular individual has developed is part of the empirical world, and therefore on the metaphysical picture does not feature into the free decisions of the individual. But on the other hand, the noumenal self is empty. It is an abstract general self, uniform in all of us, and thus it cannot account for the differences in the moral life of individuals. Second, transcendental freedom is fundamentally incompatible with the all-encompassing reality and causality of the deity. God is the ultimate on-cause cause, and the only way to understand this thought is by assuming timeless causality between God and the intelligible characters, noumenal selves, a view which ends up undermining the freedom of the latter. Having concluded that Kantian dualism fails to avoid the pitfalls of early metaphysical approaches to freedom, Windelbaum abandons the concept of transcendental freedom altogether, but while in 1882 his alternative has been the deterministic concept of freedom, in 1904 Windelbaum proceeds to articulate the view that the concept of free will is a mere placeholder in our normative discourse. We are not free in the metaphysical sense, but we are perfectly entitled to pass moral judgment, and we use the language of freedom to express the fact that when passing moral judgment, we disregard questions of causal determination. To spell out this idea, Windelband takes up the 1882 distinction between the points of view of explanatory science and ideal norms. He now argues that there are two ways of constructing the world of appearances. We construct the world of appearances according to causal laws, and we construct it according to normative evaluations. Evaluation reflects within the manifolds of the given of those moments only which can be put in relation to the norm. One could call the manner in which the objects of experience, the given manifoldness of the factual, appear uniformly in light of such evaluation another form of appearance. Freedom then means not that the will is an uncaused cause. When speaking of freedom, we appeal to the uncaused merely in the sense that we evaluate matters independently of causal deterministic processes. Windelband believes that this view preserves moral responsibility as described above. His theoretical investigation has yielded the result that which determines the extent to which we act in agreement with a moral norm is our personality or character. Personality is the constant cause of voluntary action. It determines our actions necessarily according to the general psychological laws. From a practical standpoint, personality then is also the ultimate object of moral appraisal. We hold personality responsible, and we are justified in doing so, even if the formation of personality is itself a causal process over which the individual has no control. Ultimately, the upshot of Windelband's discussion is that moral responsibility does not presuppose a noumenal world and a transcendental freedom, because it does not presuppose that we could act otherwise. It merely presupposes that another person in the same circumstances could act otherwise. The idea that one could have acted differently refers not to the concrete human being in these concrete circumstances, but to the generic concept of the human being. The natural and the historical sciences. In Windelband's view, a reconsideration of the Kantian project is not only necessary because of its inherent tensions, broader developments in the 19th century cultural and science also necessitated an adaptation of the critical method to change historical circumstances. One important factor is the professionalization of the historical disciplines that has been underway since the early 19th century. One of Windelband's central and best-known philosophical contributions concerns the question of what distinguishes the historical sciences, that is, those disciplines that study the human, historical, and cultural world, from the natural sciences. Windelband's answers to this question is in line with his formal teleological conception of philosophy. By explicating the autonomous presuppositions of historical method, critical philosophy safeguards the historical sciences against the methodological holism, namely the view that there is only one scientific method, and that this is the method of physics and natural sciences. Windelband shares the goal of securing the autonomy of the historical disciplines within his contemporary Wilhelm Dilthey in his 1883 Introduction to the Human Sciences. Dilthey had founded the distinction between the natural sciences and the human sciences, or sciences of spirit, on a distinction between outer and inner experiences. While outer experience forms the basis of hypothetical knowledge in natural science, inner experiences discloses from within how the individual is an intersection of social and cultural relations. Inner experience is at the same time psychological and social historical, and a descriptive psychology capable of grasping the integrated nexus of inner experience can provide the sciences of spirit with a solid foundation. Windelband profoundly disagrees with Dilthey's strategy for demarcating the historical disciplines. In his Strasbourg Rector's Address, History and Natural Science from 1894, he takes issue with the suggestion that the facts of the science of spirit derive from a particular type of experience. He takes Dilthey to endorse an introspective view of psychological method. To this, he objects to the fact of the historical disciplines do not derive from inner experience alone, and that inner perception is a dubious method in the first place. He also classifies psychology with the natural sciences, rejecting Dilthey's idea that the human historical disciplines could be founded on non-explanatory and non-hypothetical descriptive psychology. Perhaps most fundamentally, Windelband rejects the term science of spirit on the ground that it suggests that the distinction between different sciences rests on the material distinction between different objects, spirit, and nature. Windelband seeks an alternative method for science classification that is purely formal. His reflection takes scientific justification in its most abstract form as their starting point. Justification in science is either inductive or deductive. Windelband argues, and the basic relation on which all knowledge is based is between the general and the particular. The distinction between different empirical sciences is then also to be sought at this level. In particular, Windelband argues that science might pursue one of two different knowledge goals. It either seeks the general in the form of natural law or the particular in the historically determined form. The former approach is that of the nomothetic sciences, which seek to arrive at universal apodictic judgments, treating the particular and unique as a mere exemplar or special case of the type of the generic concept. The ideographic sciences, in contrast, aim to arrive at singular esoteric judgments that represent a unique object in its individual formation. Windelband emphasizes that the distinction between nomothetic and ideographic sciences is a purely formal and teleological one. One and the same object can be approached from both points of view, and which method is appropriate depends entirely on the goal or purpose of the investigation. Moreover, most sciences will involve both general and particular knowledge. The ideographic sciences, in particular, depend on general and causal knowledge which has been derived from the nomothetic sciences. Note, however, that Windelbaum is not consistently restricted his analysis to the formal level. He tends to use the term nomothetic and natural sciences and the terms ideographic and historical science interchangeably, which at least suggests a correspondence between scientific goals, methods, and objects. Although Windelbaum does not spell this out in great detail, he also suggests that values are of integral importance to the ideographic method. First, he argues that the selection of relevant historical facts depends on the assessment of what is valuable to us. Second, he suggests that the integration of particular facts into large wholes is only possible if meaningful value-related relations can be established such that the particular feature is a meaningful part of a living intuition of the whole. And third, he claims that we value the particular, unique, and individual in a way in which we do not value the general and recurrent, and that the experience of the individual is indeed at the root of our feelings of value. It is Windelbaum's student, Heinrich Rickert, who takes up these suggestions and develops them into a systematic account of individuating and value-relating concept formation of the historical sciences of culture. Rickert argues that scientific concept formation by which science overcomes the extensive and intensive manifold of reality depends on a principle of selection. The principle of selection at work in the natural sciences is that of generalization. For this reason, the natural sciences cannot account for the unique and unrepeatable character of reality. The historical sciences, in contrast, from their concepts in a manner that allows them to capture individual realities. They do so on the basis of values. Values guide the selection of which particular historical facts belong to and can be integrated into a specific historical individuality. According to Rickert, one can clearly distinguish the theoretical value relations that is the basis of historical science and practical evaluation. The historian relies on values but does not evaluate his material. Building on Windelband's core idea about historical method, Rickert arrives at a more refined and systematized account of how historical sciences forms its concepts that ultimately leads to an account of what culture as an object of scientific study amounts to. In some of his later writings, Windelbaum will pick up the more developed thought of his student Rickert. For example, he claims that each science creates its objects according to the manner in which it forms its concepts, and that the historical science rely on a system of universal values when making selections about what enters into their concepts. The history of philosophical problems. A large part of Windelbaum's oeuvre consists in writing in the history of philosophy. Windelbaum primarily covers modern philosophy from the Renaissance to his own time, but also published on ancient philosophy. As a historian, Windelbaum is heavily indebted to Fisher, and yet he goes significantly beyond his teacher, developing a new method and mode of historical presentation. Windelbaum conceives of the history of philosophy as a history of problems. Rather than presenting a chronological sequence of great minds, he organizes the presentation of philosophical ideas according to fundamental problems around which the philosophical debates and arguments of an age were structured. Windelbaum also takes a reflective attitude towards his own historiographical practice and seeks to clarify the goals and systematic relevance of the history of philosophy. In these reflections, Windelbaum seeks to integrate two main thoughts. First, the idea that philosophy is a reflection of its time and age, and second, to the conviction that the history of philosophy has systematic significance. Windelbaum finds both thoughts in Hegel's approach to the history of philosophy. Mirroring Hegel's famous dictum that philosophy is its own time apprehended in thought, he speaks of philosophy, the self-consciousness of developing cultural life. He also applauds Hegel's deep insight that the history of philosophy realizes reason and thus has intrinsic relevance for systematic philosophy. Windelbaum thinks of history as the organon of philosophy, as a guide to the absolute values that the critical methods seek to reveal. But despite the Hegelian gloss of these two claims, Windelbaum is critical of Hegelianism. This is primarily because he has a different understanding of the idea that philosophy is in its own time apprehended in thought. For Windelbaum, this means that philosophical thinking is shaped by historically contingent factors. Accordingly, Windelbaum formulates two criticisms of the Hegelian conception of the history of philosophy. First, he finds fault with the idea that the order in which successive philosophical ideas emerge is necessary, and that, in virtue of being necessary, it has systematic significance. It is essentially empirical determination, which is accidental with respect to the idea. The historical process of development cannot have this systematic significance. The history of philosophy is not only shaped by the necessary self-expression of reason, but also by the causal necessity of cultural history. The cultural determinants of philosophical thinking lead to problem convolutions, in which various conceptually unrelated philosophical questions merge with one another. Wendelbaum also emphasizes that the individual factor of the philosopher's character and personality is relevant for how philosophical problems and concepts are articulated in a given historical moment. Second, although Wendelbaum agrees that the historical development of philosophical ideas is partly driven by critique and self-improvement, he does not think of this process in terms of progress. Wendelbaum probes the often unacknowledged presuppositions of her talk about progress in pessimism and Wissenschaft. Wendelbaum argues that science cannot decide between historical optimism and historical pessimism. In criticism in general method, he gives more detailed analysis of why this is the case. Historical change itself is not progress, he observes. In order to determine whether a given historical development is progressive, we need to be in possession of a standard, the idea of a purpose, which determines the value of the change. Wendelbaum is wary of triumphalist narratives that identify the historical development of present-day values with progress. History is determined by contingent cultural factors and could have produced delusions and follies which we only take to be truths now because we are inescapably trapped in them. Of progress, we can only speak legitimately if we are in possession of absolute value that allows us to assess the historical development. At minimum, this means that the appeal to a progressive history of philosophy is of no help when it comes to a systematic task of uncovering a system of absolute values. Progress cannot aid in revealing absolute values as it presupposes them. But while the fact that philosophy is at least partly determined by contingent cultural factors undercuts necessity and progress, it also opens the door for a reconceptualization of the essence of philosophy. In his Introduction to Philosophy in 1914, Wendelbaum reflects on the fact that everyday life, culture, and science do already contain general concepts of the world. These concepts form the initial content of philosophical reflection, but the business of philosophy only takes off when these initial concepts and the assumptions that are baked into them become unstable and collapse. An experience of shock and unsettling prompts philosophy to question, rethink, and critically assess the concepts and ideas of everyday life and science. In this process of critical assessment, philosophy strives to purify these concepts and ideas and to connect them into a coherent, unified system. According to Wendelbaum, in this process of conceptual reorganization, a rational necessity exerts itself. The vigorous and uncompromising rethinking of the preconditions of our spiritual life creates certain philosophical problems with objective necessity. Wendelbaum provides neither a very detailed account of what philosophical problems exactly are, nor how precisely they spring from the unsettling of everyday concept. But he makes three claims that, taken together, establish that philosophy, even when reflecting its particular age, is not solely determined by contingent cultural factors. First, philosophical puzzles stem from the inadequacy and contradictory imbalance of the contents that philosophy receives from life and science. That is, true philosophical problems emerge whenever the systemizing drive of philosophy is confronted with the deep incoherence of life. Second, philosophical problems are necessary because the conceptual material found in life already contains the objective presuppositions and logical coercions for all rational deliberation about it. The necessity of philosophical problems is logical necessity. Third, despite historical change, certain differences of world and life attitudes reoccur over and over again, combat each other, and destroy each other in mutual dialectics. Because philosophical problems emerge necessarily and objectively, they also reoccur throughout philosophy. Philosophical problems are thus timeless and eternal. Wendelbaum also believes that the history of philosophy pursued empirically and scientifically can disentangle from one another the temporal causes of timeless reasons that together given rise to the emergence of philosophical problems. Only through knowledge in the empirical trajectory that is free of construction can come to light. Well, it is the share of the needs of the age on the one hand, but on the other hand, that the objective necessities of conceptual progress. At this point, Wendelbaum reaches a clear verdict on the goal of systematic significance of the history of philosophy. It lies in disentangling that which is contingently actually accepted from that which is valid in itself. History is the organon of critical philosophy precisely to the extent that it allows us to distinguish the actually accepted norms of cultural life from that which is absolutely valid. Okay, Jenny, finally in the 7th hour, we get something that Jenny's excited about. That was pretty good. Windelbaum on history. And finally, critical philosophy and worldviews. Windelbaum's philosophy of values is also an intervention into debates that had preoccupied the Neo-Kantian movement and German academic philosophy more broadly since the materialism controversy. What the relation between science and worldview is, and whether philosophy is capable of providing a worldview, given that he takes the core of the critical project to consist in a quaestio juris, a concern with normativity. It seems surprising that throughout the 1880s, Windelbaum insists that critical philosophy does not provide a worldview. The project of revealing the highest values of human life has nothing to do with worldviews, he argues, because it does not provide a metaphysical account of the world and our place in it. Questions about optimism and pessimism cannot be answered by means of scientific philosophy, since they depend on the idea that the world as a whole has a purpose, and claims about the ultimate purpose of the world arise only from an unscientific, subjective, and arbitrary projection of particular purposes onto the universe as such. Philosophy is a science, albeit a second-order formal science, and is thus barred from formulating a worldview that would be metaphysical in character. After 1900, however, Windelbaum's position on the question of worldviews changes. He now claims that it is the aim of a philosophy to provide a worldview with scientific justification. Given that Windelbaum holds that philosophy in general and the Kantian project in particular needs to be adapted to the developing circumstances of time and culture, this change of position is not inconsequential. The cultural landscape of the early 1900s demands a revision of Neo-Kantian project that highlights not only its negative and critical aspects, but also develops its positive implications for cultural life. The shift to a more positive attitude towards philosophy as a worldview corresponds to a reevaluation of Kant's oeuvre, in which Windelbaum is at least partly suspends the anti-metaphysical rigor of the third phase of the genesis of the Critique of Pure Reason and attributes more relevance to the critique of the power of judgment. This view is taken up by Rickert, who later argues in more detail that the third critique forms the core of the critical philosophy and that Kant's metaphysical project can provide the basis for an encompassing theory of worldviews. In his 1904, After 100 Years, Windelbaum provides yet another take on the relation between the natural and the normative, declaring the question how the realm of natural laws is related to the realm of values to the highest philosophical endeavor. He now sees the critique of the power of judgment, the possibility of solving this problem. Here one finds the idea of the purposive system of nature gives rise to the value-determined process of human history. The central concept that allows for connecting nature and history in this way is that of realization. The turn to the concept of realization also leads to a shift in how Windelbaum approaches the problem of science classification. In 1894, Windelbaum had thought of the nomothetic and ideographic sciences, two fundamentally yet disjointed and even incommensurable approaches to seeking knowledge of the world. Law and event persist next to each other as the last incommensurable factors of our representation of the world, but in 1904 he claims that the concept of realization provides a common unified basis for the natural and the historical sciences. Windelbaum's language assumes a Hegelian tone. Critical philosophy, equipped with the concept of realization, is able to grasp and express the spiritual value content of reality. History is capable of revealing the universal value content in the contingent maze of human interests and desires, and doing so captures the progressive realization of rational values. The human as a rational being is not determined psychologically or naturally, but humanity is a historical task. Only as a historical being, as the developing species, do we share in world reason. Windelbaum also suggests that history itself has a goal, namely the realization of a common humanity. These remarks remain cursory, however, and there is room for debate over how much of Hegel's ontology of history Windelbaum takes on board, as well as whether his talk about the progressive realization of reason in history is incompatible with the formal theological method that he has endorsed in the 1880s and 90s. His Philosophy of Culture and the Transcendental Idealism of 1910 presents us with a puzzling fusion of Kantian and Hegelian language. The goal of a critical philosophy is that of revealing the unity of culture. Windelbaum now claims and this unity can only be found by grasping the essence of the function, which is common for all the particular cultural activities, and this can be nothing else than the self-consciousness of reason, which produces its objects and in them the realm of validity itself. Okay, so God bless. Got a full program this week. Duvid Thank God, last week I had power outages and issues and problems. This week, God gave me strength to go 7.5 hours. So you appreciate Jenny being there in the chat. Hopefully, if you want, you could join Week in Review when we do part 2 of the overview of cognitive architectures. So right now, there's so many disparate things together that I'm trying to piece together, and that's part of the multiple truth hypothesis. So if you just start, there's so much material, so you just got to jump in somewhere. I wanted to do some of the heavy lifting right away. So last week, I did with the formational logic and the modern conception of um, universal laws of science described by mathematical logic, and philosophy being reduced to logical notation. And conceptually, the multiple truth hypothesis will at some point relatively be, there'll be some aspect of it that will be pure notational in logical format. But I'm not at that point yet. And so I just got to do the due diligence. So just jumping in, doing a lot of research, put it all out there. And, hopefully it's valuable to other people, but, just making my research public. And yes, I really want to do my due diligence. I have a lot of my own ideas, but I want to make sure that they're actually unique and, new, and how to phrase them, the due diligence to, give respect to the great minds of previous generations, and so on and so on. So anyone who joined in, hope you found this useful. Stay tuned for next week. Next week, I will be returning to the Greeks, and we will be looking at Aristotle and Plato and skepticism. And maybe I'll also do an overview of Indian Hindu metaphysics. So God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great week, everybody. Pray for better things.